In Pokemon Red and Blue, for some reason in Fuchsia City, by utilizing a walk through walls cheat, we can access this little bit of land up here that would usually be completely inaccessible. But there's something really cool up here that was discovered in 2014 by Chickasaurus. By walking over to this tile and pressing A, you can find a copy of Fuchsia City's sign that is invisible but still fully functioning. It seems that maybe during the development of these games, the layout of Fuchsia City was slightly different and the sign was here, but during development was redesigned and the code for this sign was never deleted. So this next one is something I've never seen mentioned on YouTube before, but I personally think is amazing. When researching unused content in Diamond and Pearl, you can find unused Pokétch applications, some of which are just placeholders, but one of them caught my eye that I thought was pretty funny. This app that is basically just a light switch. But what does it control? Well, it actually controls the backlight to the bottom screen of your DS. Clicking the switch will turn it on and off. I especially think this is weird because there's never been any kind of feature where the backlight of the bottom screen has ever been used, and it's possible it could have just been for development purposes, but pretty interesting nonetheless. This next one, I'm 100% positive you have never heard before. Shout out to Palmer6 on Twitter who discovered this entirely by themselves and then sent it to me. Palmer6 told me that they were messing around in the ROM of Pokemon Platinum, looking at data and map locations when he stumbled on something interesting. He noticed that there are 2 items in the entirety of this game that for some reason activate the same in-game script. And I'll explain what that means in a second. The first is located in Wayward Cave beside these 2 hikers. It's a hidden red shard behind this rock. The second item is also a red shard, but located along the mountain of Route 207. And on the surface, it may seem like they're just 2 red shards, but they actually aren't. They are the exact same red shard. Once you obtain one of them, it activates the same programming script as if you picked up either one, the same item, in 2 places at once. So this was another one sent to me by one of you guys on Twitter. Shout out to Gabby, who discovered something while creating a ROM hack of Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green. This has to do with our favorite little dude's Dugtrio. If you were to look on Bulbapedia at Dugtrio's learn set of moves, it will say that it learns Scratch and then Sand Attack. And this of course is true, but kind of. For some inexplicable reason, the move order is slightly different between Fire Red and Leaf Green. In Leaf Green, Dugtrio will learn Sand Attack first and then Scratch, but that is reversed for Pokemon Fire Red. I'm not sure if this is the only time this happens, or if it may happen to other Pokemon in these games, but I've never heard anything about this and I wonder why this change even exists at all. In 2013, a game released on the 3DS called Pocket Card Jockey. It was a card-based horse racing game, interesting choice I know, but was surprisingly developed by Game Freak. And as per usual, they've hidden some cool Pokemon references in this game. This time in the form of the names of racehorses, and here's just a few of them. There's a horse called Pika Pika Mouse, which is pretty obvious. There's one named Juniper after the Pokemon professor. There's one called Sylph Company, which is pretty great. And even 2 called Silver Soul and Gold Heart, which are clear references to those games.
I'm going to show you a little quirked up glitch in Fire Red and Leaf Green. To show you, we have to first obtain a Pokemon while inside of Celadon City. I decided to just buy an Abra from the game corner, but you could also get the gift Eevee here, or hatch an egg while inside of the town. Anything works as long as you can get the met location of the Pokemon to be Celadon City. Take your newly obtained Pokemon and walk inside of the Celadon department store. Then check its summary again. You'll see the met location will have strangely changed from Celadon City to Celadon department store. Pretty strange. Even stranger though, as soon as you walk out, the met location will then change back to Celadon City. I wanted to see if it was possible to get a Pokemon to keep the met location tag of Celadon department store, so I hatched an egg while inside of the store, and sure enough, it had the department store text in its summary. But as soon as I walked out, it changed to normal Celadon City. A strange little anomaly for sure.
One thing people don't really know about Heart Gold and Soul Silver is that the walking Pokemon next to you have specialized dialogue that relate to each area, depending on what Pokemon they are, where they are, and where they were caught. Many other factors as well have special dialogue in certain areas. Chikorita, for example, has a special line of dialogue on the first route that none of the other starter Pokemon have. But this isn't even exclusive to just starter Pokemon. The Electrodes in the Team Rocket hideout have an exclusive line of dialogue that can only appear when you're in the second basement floor where you caught them, where it mentions that the Electrode occasionally tremble and shake. In Claire's gym, there's actually something really cool in this area too regarding this. Before we even start the puzzle of the gym, as soon as you try to cross this line, or simply by speaking to the gym keeper, it will put your Pokemon back in their Pokeball, stating that it's too dangerous to keep your Pokemon out because of the lava. As if we exit and re-enter and speak to our Pokemon before they get taken away, your team will all have varying feelings about the upcoming journey. Fire Pokemon will be happy and excited, while water types and ice types will be scared. And it's really cool they thought of this, if you just happen to talk to your Pokemon in the small entryway to the gym. One really frustrating thing about fishing in old Pokemon games is not getting a bite. One thing that hardly anyone knows is there's a secret mechanic hidden in Heart Gold and Soul Silver that has to do with all of the fishing rods and your own Pokemon. You can actually bypass getting no bites with the Good Rod and Super Rod if the Pokemon next to you has maximum friendship. If you have max friendship, every time you fish, you will get a bite. The old rod boosts it all the way up to nearly 80%, whereas the Super Rod and Good Rod are 100% guaranteed bites every single time you fish if you have maximum friendship, but specifically with the Pokemon who you're walking with at the time. I did a community post and hardly anybody seemed to know that this was indeed a thing.
Sure, we are all aware of the ability Wonder Guard. Only super effective moves do damage, only Shedinja has it, blah blah blah, you know the deal. Well, if you were to hack in Wonder Guard onto a Spiritomb in Generation 4, as you probably know because of Spiritomb's type combination, Dark and Ghost, in Generation 4, Spiritomb did not have a single weakness, meaning that with this ability, it would be completely invincible. Right? Well, no. For some reason, Spiritomb with Wonder Guard is actually capable of taking damage from just one move. Do you know what it is? The move is, for some reason, Fire Fang. For whatever reason, Fire Fang is the only move that can hit Spiritomb. The reason why is completely unknown, but true nonetheless. Another peculiar thing about this is the Battle Tower in Pokemon Platinum actually knows this, and as you fight the Battle Tower with Wonder Guard Spiritomb, they start to adapt to it, and bring more and more Pokemon with the move Fire Fang to counter your otherwise invincible Spiritomb. The fact that the Battle Tower can adapt to using a bug to defeat you is terribly interesting. A deceptively interesting item in the Pokemon universe is the common fresh water. I've heard many people say it's dumb that this fresh water is stronger than a man-made potion, and kind of doesn't make sense, but I'm about to tell you why that actually makes perfect sense. If you've ever wondered what makes this water unique and more powerful than a potion, well, it's actually because it's collected from Mount Silver in the Johto region. But most English-speaking Pokemon fans wouldn't know this, because this information is only revealed in the Japanese and Korean versions of Gold, Silver, and Crystal, and for some reason this detail was never mentioned in any English game. There's an interesting glitch in Generation 4 that has to do with the move Mimic, and is only possible in the Japanese version of these games. If a Pokemon uses the move Mimic, but the move mimicked is the move Transform, once you turn into the Pokemon you use Transform on, and then get knocked out in battle, Checking the summary screen afterwards will reveal that you now permanently have the moveset of the Pokemon you transformed into. This is not just a temporary thing, the Pokemon will have and carry this moveset forever after this glitch. For this next fact, I'm going to teach you how to permanently ruin a playthrough of Pokemon Black or White in about 4 seconds. All you need is the Japanese version of Black or White and a Pokemon with Surf. For some reason inside of the Opelucid City gym, by using Surf from your party on this exact tile, it will allow you to enter the surfing animation. But by saving the game in this position and reloading, you will be locked forever in this spot, forcing you to start a brand new save file in order to escape. This one I actually noticed myself when I was casually playing through Pokemon Heart Gold. This guy right here is named Hiker Timothy, and he has something interesting to say. Every trainer you fight in this game has a little blurb of dialogue right before battling, which is usually just useless text, so it's pretty easy to glaze over. But surprisingly, Hiker Timothy's text is actually a reference to something. The text is, I climb mountains because they're there, I catch Pokemon because they're there. This is a direct reference to a quote said by George Mallory, a man with an incredible story who dedicated his life to being the first to reach the summit of Mount Everest, who, when asked during an interview for the New York Times in 1929 why he wanted to climb Mount Everest, he simply replied, because it's there. I'm sure if you've played the original Pokemon Red, Green, Yellow, and Blue, this sound effect will sound familiar to you. It's the save game jingle, and there's something surprisingly interesting about it. You see, although almost entirely unnoticeable, the saving sound effect is actually different in every single version of these games. If you listen to each one in succession, you will notice an ever so slight difference between them. This was actually intentional, and even documented in a Nintendo magazine, which is surprisingly still up on the internet, just in Japanese. The fact that Junichi Masuda cared so much about these games to add this detail that would almost certainly go unnoticed by 99.9% of the people who played this game is just next level. Pokemon is born from these details. Things like this are the reason why this channel exists, because someone cared enough to look closer the first time. And as Nintendo put it, the man is truly a maniac.
I heard a rumor that it was possible to lose the initial battle after you select your starter in Diamond and Pearl, and that something really crazy happens when you do. The problem was I had only ever seen this done in a Japanese game, and as you probably know, Game Freak tends to fix tons of glitches between the Japanese and international releases of the Pokemon games. I figured it was likely that this was fixed, but I'll tell you right now, it is in the game, but it is not easy. The first step to doing this is to save right before you enter Lake Verity, because as soon as you enter this area, your starter is determined, and we need a very specific Pokemon to make this work. We need a Chimchar with a slightly lower HP stat than normal. 19 HP is as low as it can get at this level. It also either needs to have very low defense IVs or a defense lowering nature. Once you've found your Chimchar, it is a whole nother game of chance after this. You must use every single Growl PP you have until the Starly has tackled you to the perfect HP. You see, just like in Generation 3, they tried to stop you from losing this initial battle, and you may have seen this before. They have your wild opponent flee from you when your health gets too low. In this case, as soon as your health reaches the red, the wild Starly flees. And that's what makes this very difficult. This happened to me so many times. But if the stars align and your hasty nature 19 HP Chimchar lands on exactly 4 HP, one single health point away from being in the red, then begins another game of chance. In Pokemon, there's a small chance that a move's power will fluctuate in damage, higher or lower. We need Starly to tackle us and hit a very high roll, while our Chimchar has exactly 4 HP. This took me hours. I was even speeding up my game in some parts. The chances of this actually happening
are incredibly low, but the result
Holy shit. I finally got it. And my game is frozen. Like, there's nothing I can do. This took me hours. This took me hours of the most boring battle of all time. But it's real. It's real. I literally can't do anything. That's it, just black screen. I'm gonna wait a little longer. I can't hear anything, there's no audio either. Well, there you have it. If your Chimchar dies, it vanishes into the void.
For every version of a Pokemon game, there is an alternate version of the game that has what are called debug features. These are things for the developers to use, such as warping to any part of the map or spawning random Pokemon. Debug literally meaning to get rid of the bugs in the game. That was the goal of these cartridges. And these debug versions will sometimes get leaked and circulate the internet from different points in the development history of that game. And sometimes the community will get very lucky and find a debug version containing information only found in the earlier versions of that game. Things that were eventually cut out from the final release. And thus is the case for the German language debug version of Pokemon Ruby. Somehow this version was leaked onto the internet. No one knows exactly when, but it had been floating around between forums online for quite a long period of time. But eventually in 2014, a user by the name of Hacky discovered something we had never seen before. Inside the backend code of this debug ROM lied data for an event Pokemon, a love disc holding a berry juice to be given out through an e-reader card. But here's the kicker, there never was an event love disc holding a berry juice. Text for receiving the love disc is inside of this debug ROM, but it seems it was scrapped before ever even being released. The idea that the only proof that this event ever existed is locked away inside the backend code of a debug cartridge for over a decade is just simply insane. Pokemon cries are an intriguing rabbit hole to explore. When analyzing Electivire's cry in Pokemon Diamond, I found out that not only is it a sample of an electric guitar, but I was able to find the exact sound effect pack where it came from. It's called 0G Chemical Beats, and here is the original sound effect that was later remixed into Electivire's cry. At the time of making this video, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl do not have connectivity to Pokemon Home, meaning you currently cannot bring Pokemon in from past generations or past games at all. But when diving into the code of Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, Twitter user Artrius found something very interesting. It seems that BDSP has a blatant error with one Pokemon. That Pokemon being Spinda. You see, Spinda's spots are determined by a personality hex number hidden within the game. But for some reason, Ilka, the company that developed Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, was for some reason not able to just copy and paste the code from Pokemon Home. So somehow when developing the game, the code that determines where the spots are on Spinda is completely backwards. Meaning if you were to transfer a Spinda into the game from Pokemon Home right now, even though you can't yet, the Spinda's spot pattern will be inverted, causing some rather interesting combinations. This will probably get fixed by the time Home is released, but as of now, this error is still in the game. It's interesting when a detail or feature about a Pokemon game is tucked away so deep that it's left to the brute determination of the player to dig it up. And I'm curious if anyone watching this has played enough of Pokemon Platinum to see this detail with their own eyes. Once you complete the game and have access to the resort house, you can start buying furniture for the place. As you buy certain things, certain characters will then appear and come to your house. By buying the right things, you can eventually get Cynthia to appear at your resort house. There's not much to get from this aside from a few extra lines of dialogue and a little cutscene. But by buying the most expensive item, the piano, for 146,000 Pokédollars, Cynthia will then come and sit by it. But the coolest part is that I believe this piano is canonically supposed to be the one playing her encounter theme, because when you walk up and interact with it, this happens. In one of my recent videos, I talked about Jirachi's complicated history with shininess, and how its release as a gift Pokemon as a reward for completing the entire game of Pokemon Channel is one of the very few Pokemon that have never been found randomly shiny, aside from RNG methods, which are really interesting and I want to make a video about. But what if I told you there's a very interesting story with one of the most elusive shiny Pokemon of the last 10 years? Who also happens to be Jirachi. A gift Jirachi was distributed through a bonus disc with the game Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. And although many event Pokemon like this one were not supposed to be shiny, the Wishmaker Jirachi can. But shiny Jirachi from the Wishmaker event had never been found until very recently for a few reasons. The biggest, most glaring issue was the process of hunting this Pokemon. In order to receive just a Jirachi, you need to have a GameCube, a copy of Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness with the American bonus disc, along with a Game Boy Advance, a copy of Ruby Sapphire Emerald, and a cable to connect both consoles. But the process in which you would actually shiny hunt this Pokemon is absolutely ridiculous as well. You have to create a new save file and play through a decent chunk of the game for every single encounter, which includes a rival fight that you have a pretty decent chance of losing and a long pathway of grass with tons of encounters in between. You also needed to power off your GameCube and Game Boy in between every single shiny check. But there was something strange about this Jirachi as well. You see, its relationship with shininess was slightly different than every other Pokemon before it. Because of a small coding error, Jirachi has a unique shiny chance, sitting at about 1 out of 7,200 instead of the normal 1 out of 8,192 shiny rate. So although this process was incredibly difficult, there was a slightly higher chance to find this Pokemon sooner rather than later. The idea of a shiny Wishmaker Jirachi had floated around for many years. Papa Hefe even created a great tutorial on how to find one using RNG abuse, but hardly anyone in the dedicated shiny hunting community ever dared to begin their journey of capturing footage of this Pokemon. That was up until the year 2020, when Ni Warabi, a Japanese shiny hunter, unearthed the very first shiny Wishmaker Jirachi. This sent a wake through the community and established the precedent for all shiny hunters. Jirachi was possible. In the year 2020, when everyone was home, the online shiny hunting community boomed. And this is actually when I first started making Pokemon content, looking for shiny Pokemon on Twitch. But maybe that's a story for later if you guys are interested. But little did everyone know, the rise in shiny hunting and a booming community was a perfect storm. Falling into place before our eyes was the most incredible coincidence in the history of Pokemon. Bob Larka, a seasoned shiny hunting streamer who had been collecting the means to shiny hunt the Wishmaker Jirachi, was sitting at around 740 total resets, about 67 hours deep into the hunt, when he found it. Shiny Wishmaker Jirachi.
Are you saying, oh my god, we got it! We got it! We got it! We got it!
But about 3 hours later, it happened again.
Shiny Jirachi! Shiny Jirachi! Shiny Jirachi! Dude, that's 2 shiny Jirachis today in one day. Bob Larka got shiny Jirachi today, and I got shiny Jirachi today.
Within less than a few hours, a shiny that had never been found through traditional shiny hunting means for almost 15 years was found twice on the same day. The second Jirachi was found by Bino after a grueling 6,272 encounters. The chances of this happening are so incredibly low that it is fair to say that this will most likely never happen again. Since this event over a year and a half ago, only 2 more shiny Wishmaker Jirachi have ever been found. And what I love about this phenomenon is that it was only possible through the community. Because if you find the world's first, most rarest, most interesting Pokemon, what does it matter if there's not someone to tell? So as long as people care about these obscure things, these overlooked mysteries and forgotten relics, then that means that incredible once-in-a-lifetime displays of pure impossible will happen. It's only a matter of when. In the year 2000, a virtual pet Pokemon device was released in the US called the Pokemon Pikachu GS. It was a little device that tracked your steps and allowed you to send items to Pokemon Gold and Silver. But about a year later, when the game Animal Crossing released for the GameCube, the Pokemon Pikachu GS made it into the game as a possible item for your villagers to request. A pretty awesome Easter egg. Sadly, you can't obtain it yourself though. On November 1st, 2015, a discovery was made in Pokemon Red and Blue that changed speedrunning that category forever. By walking over to the bike shop in Cerulean City and talking to the teller and pressing B right as the teller says, "It's a cool bike, do you want it?" it will activate instant text, meaning every time you talk to an NPC, even in battle, your text speed will not be any of the usual settings like fast, medium, or slow, but completely instantaneous. They eventually had to create an entire new category in Pokemon Red and Blue speedrunning because it was debatable whether this was defined as a glitch or not. There is one Pokemon in the world that learns a move when it evolves, but is simultaneously incapable of learning that move, and that Pokemon is Meltan. This is because it is coded to learn the move Thunder Punch in any main series game it's in, but it's actually impossible to evolve in any core games. The only way to evolve Meltan is through the use of Pokemon Go, where it isn't even capable of learning Thunder Punch at all. Shiny Pokemon. As soon as you explain shiny Pokemon to somebody who has never heard of them, one of their first questions are, so are they stronger or what? In which you say no, it's just a color change. But there is one Pokemon game where random shiny Pokemon, not like scripted legendaries or something, are actually stronger than normal Pokemon. And that game is Pokemon Mystery Dungeon WiiWare. This was a download-only Pokemon Mystery Dungeon game on the Wii, and if you were to find a shiny Pokemon in this game, it will have a 200 belly stat instead of the standard 100, which is actually incredibly useful in this game. The Everstone. The item that if held by a Pokemon always prevents them from evolving. Right? Well, that's not actually true. There is one Pokemon that will completely bypass the Everstone, and that Pokemon is Kadabra. From Generation 4 and beyond, Kadabra will always evolve when traded, even if the Kadabra is holding an Everstone. Originally people thought this was a glitch, but it's still in the game to this day, so it must be some kind of intended mechanic. There was a trainer named Last Diana in Pokemon Black and White 2 located in a Cumula town that will ask for an Excadrill as a trade. But what makes her unique is once you trade, she will then battle you, but not with any random Pokemon. She will battle you with your exact Excadrill. It will keep its nickname, gender, and nature, and even retain its shininess if you had happened to trade her a shiny Excadrill. I don't know why you would do that, but adding Last Diana to the incredibly small list of NPC trainers who could possibly battle you with a shiny Pokemon. Shout out to Joe Merrick, the owner of Cerebi, who I originally saw this from on Twitter. In Pokemon Black and White, if you happen to catch a Pokemon in the cold storage area and then trade it to Black 2 or White 2, its status screen will actually say that it was caught in the Pokemon World Tournament. This is due to cold storage and the PWT being at the exact same code point on the locations list between the two games. Would you like to know about the most important item in the entire Pokemon universe? Oh, you do? Well, then I present to you the Brick Piece.
Brick piece.
Only found in Generation 1 and 2 before images of your items even existed. It is unclear what this magical brick piece even looks like, although we could probably imagine. But if you take this fabled brick piece to a Pokemart and sell it to a lucky vendor, you will get an astounding 25 Pokédollars, which could buy you absolutely nothing. But if money is no object and you seek to use the brick piece to its fullest potential, you might be a bit disappointed because the brick piece does nothing at all. But I will trade this unbelievably rare brick piece for a fancy smashing of that like and subscribe button, which I would say is a pretty good deal. In March of 2013, an international release of a very underrated 3DS game arrived. This game was called Harmonite. It was a rhythm-based platformer where you hit items to play along with the beat, and well, this title was actually developed by a little-known company known as Game Freak. Yes, that Game Freak. And they actually added 5 bonus Pokemon levels that include remixed and remastered versions of classic Pokemon themes, and they're actually really great, and you're listening to one right now. The pre-released American box art for Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire actually had some interesting changes. It included the "Gotta Catch 'em All" slogan on the box that hasn't appeared in anything for a very long time, and the font of the title was the same as Gold and Silver. It's interesting how these little changes make the box art feel so much older. Let's talk about Pokestar Studios in Pokemon Black and White 2, a very underused feature of these games, which I honestly don't blame anyone for because I never did as a kid either, but I have some interesting quirks about this area that I want to talk about. There's a tile on this tree that you can surf on for some reason. Can't do anything with it, but hey, it's there. There's also this interesting quirk when it comes to this star animation that you can put on your Pokemon. I'm not sure what you have to do to get your Pokemon to have this star animation, but it has something to do with the Pokestar movies or whatever, I don't know. But what's actually cool about it, if your Pokemon happens to be shiny and also assigned the star animation, your shiny sparkles will no longer appear, but your Pokemon will still be shiny.
In Gen 3, there are a group of NPCs called the Old Guys. You may remember these funky looking dudes in your game, but you may not. That's because which old guy you got depended on your trainer ID. There were 5 different guys you could have in your game. Each guy had a different color sprite and had an entirely different function. The guy you got depended on the number your trainer ID ended with. If your trainer ID ends in 6 or 7, you'd get a guy called the Storyteller, who would appear and tell you things about your game, like how many times you've saved, or how many times you caught a Pokemon with a fishing rod. But there's actually a much more interesting guy, called the Bard. He would sing a set of phrases for you, like actually sing them out in a weird robotic Game Boy voice. Listen. There's a small quirk with this though. Of all the words you could select for the Bard to sing, there was one that he could not. And that was the word Celebi. You could choose a whole array of words, including every single Pokemon, except for one. Now, I doubt anyone watching this has ever seen or heard this before, because the Pokemon that the Bard can sing are only ones that you have had registered in your Pokedex. So, you would have had to obtain a Celebi in your Generation 3 game, which was only possible through events. If you were fortunate enough to attend one of these events and have a Celebi registered in your dex, you would then have to be lucky enough to have an ID ending in 0 or 1, placing the Bard in your game. Then and only then would you be able to see this small oversight that the Bard, for some reason, cannot sing this word.
And here is what that would have looked like.
If you use the Google Lens app on the cover of Pokemon Sword, you'll get a really cool animation to play that looks like this. Shout out to Reddit user A and the Lobster who made this observation. Venonat and Venomoth. Remember these guys? Well, if you don't, I wouldn't be surprised, because interestingly enough, they haven't appeared in a single regional Pokédex since the Johto region, which doesn't even count because every Gen 1 Pokemon was in Johto. So basically, this beautiful, perfect, stunning little bug hasn't appeared in a regional Pokédex since 1996. 6 generations, no Venonat. Why, Game Freak? We need answers. Venonat is perfect. Put him in the games. Let's talk about my favorite Pokemon of all time, Munchlax. Although Munchlax was a main character in the Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire anime, if I were to ask you what English Pokemon video game Munchlax first appeared in, what would you say? If you said Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, that would be incorrect. But if you said Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, that would also be incorrect. Munchlax's first video game appearance was actually a very prominent character in Pokemon Dash on the DS, and also made an appearance in a very underplayed yet incredibly awful racing game called Pokemon Team Turbo, which, if you're wondering, was made by the same people who did Pokemon Masters Arena. Well, isn't that a surprise? How did they get the Pokemon license and why did they make these games? The Shiny Charm, the item that aids many shiny hunters on their journey of obtaining their favorite alternate colored sparkly Pokemon. But the Shiny Charm doesn't always work as you would expect it to. In Pokemon Sword and Shield's Crown Tundra DLC, there are 5 Pokemon in total, being all the Regis, who are completely unaffected by the Shiny Charm. Meaning the odds of finding a Shiny Regi in Sword and Shield will always be 1 out of 4,096, and never the boosted Shiny Charm rate of 1 out of 365. And the reason why is still a mystery to this day. Let's talk about Mew. Mew represents the pinnacle of rarity in Pokemon. It's part of the reason Pokemon is what it is today, because in the 90s everyone was freaking out trying to figure out how to get the mythical 151st Pokemon. But although Mew was introduced since the very beginning, how would you obtain a Mew right now? Like seriously, how do you get a Mew? Well, let's say our goal is to somehow get a Mew to a main series Pokemon game, and let's take away a few things. Glitches, because it would make it illegitimate, and events because those are time-based, and accessories because you should never have to buy one Pokemon. Now for this hypothetical quest for a Mew, let's say we have every single Pokemon game ever made. Sheesh, must be nice. Every main series game, every spin-off, every weird pinball game, every ancient mobile game, even you, I guess you can come with. So we have every Pokemon game. Now what? Well, can we get it in Pokemon Red, Blue, Yellow? No. Gold, Silver, Crystal? Nope. Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald? No. Black and White? No. Black and White 2? Nope. X and Y? No. Sun and Moon? No way. Ultra Sun? Just don't. Let's Go Eevee? Not without buying an accessory. Sword and Shield? Nope. Well, if you notice we skipped over one group of games, that's right. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. Now, you're probably thinking to yourself, there's no way I remember playing these games and never finding a Mew. And you'd be right. The way we actually obtain Mew is through a different game entirely called Pokemon Ranch for the Wii. Pokemon Ranch is a digital-only Wii game designed as a hub to transfer your Pokemon to and from Generation 4, and keep them on a ranch, I guess. And on this ranch lies the most important NPC in the history of Mew hunting, Haley. But she won't just give it to you. Oh my god, she won't just give it to you. You're gonna have to get your hands dirty. In order to receive a Mew from Haley, you have to catch 999 Pokemon and transfer them to Pokemon Ranch. Yes, 999. That is double the amount of Pokemon that even existed at the time of this game's release. But then and only then will you receive your precious Mew, and your journey is finally over. Sadly though, if you weren't one of the lucky ones and didn't have Pokemon Ranch downloaded by 2019 when the Wii Shop shut down, it is currently impossible to legitimately obtain a Mew aside from purchasing accessories using events or glitches. But hey, maybe I missed something and let me know if I did. As you most likely know, in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, HMs were replaced by secret techniques with all new names, and the technique for Flash is now called Light Up. But in the early demo build of Let's Go, Light Up was called Shine, but only the first time you received it. After that, it was called Light Up again. So it seems like Shine was scrapped almost immediately, but it was there. And one last interesting detail about this Let's Go prototype is that there was a very different intro cutscene that shows your character holding a Pokemon plush. And here it is. It's kind of an interesting view into how much getting your first Pokemon actually matters in the Pokemon world, which makes me a little sad that it was cut. In the code of Pokemon X and Y, there's unused data for a key item called the Clothing Trunk. It seems like it would have been a key item used to change clothes anywhere you go, but this concept was simply just reworked into the dressing rooms in Pokemon centers. But then came back in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee.
An interesting oddity can be seen in Heart Gold and Soul Silver in Cherry Grove City. When you return to this early game town with Surf, you can access this small patch of water technically on Route 30. But if you walk up to Route 30 and surf to the south, you can see the location tag rolls over to Cherry Grove City. This might seem normal, but it's when we encounter a Pokemon when we see an oddity here. In the top half of this pond, we can encounter Poliwag and Poliwhirl, but when we surf to the south end and find a Pokemon, the encounter is rolled as if you are in the ocean west of Cherry Grove. A strange case where two different tile sets of Pokemon occur in the same body of water. This is not a very popular occurrence in the game. This is a quick one, but it's really funny. We all probably know about the Friday Drifloon in Valley Windworks. It's a little Drifloon who appears in the overworld on Fridays in the Sinnoh games. It's a small encounter and has no story significance, although it kind of does. If you're playing through the story of Diamond and Pearl and reach the summit of Mount Coronet, where the climax of the story occurs, you might remember a scene where the sky is covered in these colors, and it flashes to scenes of the map, including the Valley Windworks. If you complete the story on Friday with the Drifloon spawned, it's possible to see the Drifloon floating there just for a second when the camera flashes to it during this cutscene. It's so short, but to me this is really cool. What's better is that this is even possible in the remakes as well, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, in full, short, high definition. One of my favorite Pokemon facts to find is when Pokemon things are hidden in other streams of media, like the hidden Pikachu in Osmosis Jones. But recently, I stumbled upon something neat in the 2011 game Catherine. The game isn't affiliated with Pokemon in any way really to my knowledge, so it would come to a surprise that there is an unused music track in the files that bears striking resemblance to the Diamond and Pearl battle theme, and is thought to be a rendition of it, although not present in normal gameplay. Take a listen. If you are someone who has spent many hours playing Black and White 2, you may know that shiny sparkles are not the only kind of sparkle effect you can have on a Pokemon. There are actually 3 different shiny-like effects you can have in this game. One, of course, is shiny Pokemon. The second one is the star animation you can receive by beating a Pokestar Studios movie and getting the strange ending. The star looks like this. You've probably seen this. But there's one more that can affect a Pokemon. In order to achieve this final sparkle, you need to have first beaten Pokemon Black and White completely. Then once you start Black and White 2, you need to activate the Memory Link feature. After this, N's Pokemon that he used throughout the story of Black and White will appear in the wild at a 1% rate throughout the map of Black and White 2. When you encounter one, it will have a special sparkle that looks like this. But here's the thing. Let's say you have a shiny Pokemon, and you use this shiny in Pokestar Studios and get the strange ending, giving your Pokemon the star animation. The star animation will actually replace your Pokemon's shiny sparkles forever. You will now have a shiny that doesn't sparkle like normal. But the question is, where do N's Pokemon fit into all of this? If we hack the game to make this Pokemon, N's wild Pokemon, a shiny, will N's sparkles play or the shinies? Let's find out. After testing this, I think we found probably the coolest solution. Interestingly, the shiny sparkles and N's sparkles will play over each other. It looks super cool in game, and I've never really seen this before. It's a shame that N's Pokemon can't be shiny, otherwise this would be really cool to have in game legitimately. One of my favorite areas of obscure Pokemon trivia is the fact that sometimes two Pokemon will be linked together by purely their design and their canon lore. I'll give you an example for what I mean. We all know Zangoose and Seviper, two Pokemon pitted against each other, but even less people know Miltank and Tauros, with their same base stat total, spawning on the same routes, being based on the same real-life animal. But one you may have really missed is Trubbish and Minccino. Minccino's motif is that it uses its tail as a broom and mops and loves to clean things. It prefers cleaner habitats and is obsessively tidying its area according to the Pokedex, which seems like a one-off comment like the Pokedex usually does, until you realize that that totally makes sense when you look at the spawn rates of Minccino. Minccino of course spawns next to the recycling plant in Sun and Moon, and in its home game you can see that its spawns almost completely overlap with Trubbish, the trash Pokemon, who according to its Pokedex entry prefers unsanitary places, implying wherever Trubbish goes, Minccino will follow and be there to clean and tidy up the area. I just think this is a cute detail that not many people know about, and I love when Pokemon does this.
I stumbled across a Japanese article about game design with a few critical team members at Game Freak attending, where they went in depth about a mechanic that I frankly had no idea existed in Scarlet and Violet, called the Meow system. It all started when a programmer, Kitamura, decided to head to the mountains and nearby zoos to study how animals made sounds throughout the day and night. They found that at night, many medium-sized mammals don't make any sounds at all. Instead, all you can hear at night are bugs. As implied, they took the time to implement this truth into the game. The interview provided some behind-the-scenes photos where you can see this feature in use. As the morning comes, you'll hear more birds, but this isn't even the extent of it. During their tests, they also noted the way birds talk in real life with one another, and developed a system in tandem with the Meow system that causes one bird Pokemon to respond with a call when another Pokemon is affected by the Meow system and calls, like a call and response. They also talk about how they gave every single Pokemon a secret type, if you would call it that relates to when, if, and how they cry. Crazy.
Some shiny Pokemon are so rare, so elusive, that they are practically no longer even possible to find. Today I'm going to break open the case of a long-lost shiny Arceus. In 2015, to coincide with the movie, the Pokemon Company hosted a distribution event for Arceus that lasted about 3 months. This event was exclusive to Japan, and the only way to receive an Arceus was to pre-order a ticket to the upcoming movie. Once your ticket was pre-ordered, you would receive a code you could redeem for one single Arceus. The Arceus you received was entirely random. There were 20 different versions you could get. 19 of them were simply Arceus holding one of the random element plates, and sometimes a silk scarf. But during this event, there was a special 20th form, a shiny Arceus, holding the silk scarf. You could tell this Arceus apart from its original trainer, which was Dahara City, the setting of the Pokemon movie it was an advertisement for. Unlike many other events, you could redeem as many codes as you wanted through this and receive an Arceus, although you'd have to pre-order a ticket every single time, so it wasn't cheap. Those who were lucky enough to hit that 1 out of 20 chance are now owners of an impossible to obtain shiny. Once the event was over by mid-August, even if you found a code, the codes would no longer work. The event for the Dahara City Arceus would later pop up again in Japan and Taiwan at the end of the year in early December. But strangely, the shiny Arceus was removed from the event entirely. So if you happen to buy a Japanese cartridge and stumble upon a golden Arceus from Dahara City, you have found a rare relic of a shiny Pokemon that has been entirely lost to time, and is probably one of very few.
Alright, let's set the scene. 1998, holiday season. The world's first domestic robot is about to hit the shelves. Surprisingly, in the shape of a hamster rat thing. Furbies. But the real story here is a very interesting turn of events that took place a few months before Furby's eventual demise. And now I bet you're probably wondering why I'm not showing you a really cool video of these toys doing backflips and dodging thunderbolts and stuff. Yeah, well, it's cause that doesn't exist. There are only 2 links provided as a source on the wiki page. Those 2 links are, at the time of writing this, the only online documented information that these toys ever even existed. That and a picture of each from a catalog. And the 2 pictures we have weren't even uploaded to the internet until the year 2021, meaning this myth hadn't even had a face for 20 years, and the world first learned what these even looked like less than a year before posting this video. And when I learned that, I knew I had to do some real digging. So let's start from the beginning one more time. The year is 2000, February 11th. It's a crowded, chilly morning in New York City. Today is special though, because it's the opening day of the New York City International Toy Fair. A huge gathering with vendors representing every single up-and-coming toy set to release later that year. If you own a toy shop or any store that would sell toys, you would need to know exactly what is being talked about at this fair. The internet is still young at this time, first-hand accounts are still king, and if a vendor can look you in the eye and sell you on a specific toy, they've just locked a spot on your store shelves. In a more secluded area of the venue lies the far more intricate toys. Hot Wheels tracks, primitive but at the time progressive computer games, all set in their own themed booth with an inspiring actor or actress attempting to sell you on the product. You can probably picture the setting now, an actor talking about and showing off the features of each Pokemon themed Furby, and that is pretty much all we know. And yes, I know it's upsetting that there isn't footage of this, believe me, I know. I combed through every single piece of footage of the toy fair that I could possibly find, and I came up completely and utterly empty-handed. Although I did have a heart attack when I heard the Game Boy startup sound play during one of the videos.
They really look like they're beautiful. And of course Frank Sinatra, James Dean.
The 2 links that were provided on the wiki were pretty trustworthy ones though, one of them being from the official Furby website. I even used the Wayback Machine to go to the Pokemon website the same date that the toy fair was happening, but no mention of the Pikachu or Meowth. And that's when for a second I started to doubt that the interactive Pokemon ever even existed. I had to find at least one more outside piece of information confirming its existence unrelated to the fandom page. And after a few hours, I managed to come across an article about the New York Toy Fair from the year 2000. It again mentioned every single toy except for the Pikachu and Meowth Furby, but this time it provided a very revealing bit of information. According to this article, there were 31 different vendors showing off licensed Pokemon toys at this toy fair. It's no wonder why it's so incredibly difficult to find footage of anything from this event, let alone finding an article mentioning a specific toy. Documentation of these things was just simply left to the individual. But just when I thought all hope was lost, I found something. A perfectly preserved article from the year 2000 on Yahoo News. With the following paragraph, triumphantly looking back at me. Hasbro, the maker of Pokemon toys, displayed its marketing muscle with the new Pokemon products during this week's American International Toy Fair in New York. Pikachu, the yellow Pokemon character with a lightning bolt tail, and his rival Meowth will be interactive plush toys this year, sharing many of the features of Tiger Electronics' Furby. And now, without a shred of doubt, we began the hunt for context. Linked on the fandom page was a source to an article posted on a website called Kidscreen, which seemed to have provided updates on the newest toys hitting circulation. And the article mentions that the interactive Pikachu and Meowth will be Tiger Electronics' biggest products for the next quarter. How could they go from being the quarter's hardest hitter to not even being released at all? The first place I could think to start is to look at the toys being released alongside the interactive Pokemon. You see, Pikachu and Meowth weren't the only ones collaborating with Furby's developer, Tiger Electronics. Just a year before, at the same toy fair, they announced the release of an interactive Yoda and interactive E.T., both utilizing the same Furby-like technology they claim to use for the interactive Pokemon. The only difference is that they both actually came out.
The Force flows through you.
But while scouring information about the absolutely terrifying Yoda toy, I came across something. Apparently, Yoda's release date was pushed back from the holiday season of 1999 to the holiday season of 2000, the same time slot that the interactive Pikachu was slated to release. And the reason for this was apparently because the manufacturers who make the computer chips for these toys was hit by an earthquake, causing a huge delay. Now, I'm no investigative journalist, I'm just a humble PokeTuber, but I feel like these things may be related. But before we go any further, I think there's an aspect of the story that we have to touch on. Although Furbies are supposed to be a fun kid's toy, it wasn't too long into its life before they started to be labeled as creepy. I found articles dating as early as 1999, the year after Furby hit the shelves, that called them an abomination and a monstrosity. And you know, when we look closer at the interactive Pokemon, you can see they both have the same mechanical eyelids and similar construction as Furbies and the other interactive toys. The movement was probably kind of janky and weird, and it seems likely, at least to me, that the interactive Pokemon may not have been the cutest, most cuddly version of Pikachu we've ever seen. The clip you're watching right now is of a Pokemon toy showcase from that same New York Toy Fair. And we don't know for sure, but there's a decent chance that the Pikachu could have been shown off on this stage in front of about 100 kids. And something makes me doubt they would have had a positive reaction. And that's it. That is all we know. You know, they say you die twice. One time when you stop breathing, and a second time a bit later on when somebody says your name for the last time. After a while, I found myself somehow relating to this animatronic Pikachu. And I think we all can. This is the tale of a lonely toy, buried in success, yet simultaneously buried in obscurity. How interesting is it that a one-of-a-kind robot of the most recognizable mouse in human history is in a pile of cardboard boxes in a warehouse somewhere, utterly forgotten? In a way, we are all a robot Pikachu from the year 2000. As humans, we are all a part of the most genius tale of success, buried in our own personal problems, doomed to utter obscurity. In Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, the nature of your Pokemon has a very interesting effect that I'm quite positive you have never noticed. As you're well aware, natures raise one stat and lower another on your Pokemon, or don't do anything at all. Well, if you happen to have a nature that is plus or minus your speed stat, it will affect the speed of your Pokeball throwout animation. It's a little hard to tell, but watch closely. The left is a Pokemon with a neutral nature, and the right is a plus speed nature Pokemon. As you can see, the Pokemon with the plus speed nature completes its animation much faster. Shout out to my friend TC Bronzong, who I saw this from on Twitter. By the way, I want to interact with more of my subscribers, so make sure to go follow me on Twitter. Additionally, all the way back in Generation 3, a very similar but hard to notice quirk was added that I bet you didn't catch either. You see, if the Pokemon leading your party is a higher level than the wild Pokemon that spawn in that area, the encounter animation will actually be significantly faster. Here's another side-by-side comparison. If you have dove into the world of obscure Pokemon knowledge, you might know that in Generation 2, the way shiny Pokemon are determined is different than any other generation, in that they're determined by their actual stats and IVs as opposed to hidden IDs like later on. Well, the original shiny formula actually had some interesting effects on some Pokemon. The Pokemon that were directly affected were any Pokemon with an 88 to 12 male to female gender ratio, such as the Gift Eevee in Goldenrod City and the 3 Johto starters. Due to the way shininess was determined, for whatever reason, the 12% female versions of these Pokemon could not be shiny whatsoever. No matter how many times you reset your game, you will never find a shiny female starter or Eevee in these games. The Safari Zone. The spot where you spend hours trying to catch low percent Pokemon until you give up or find a shiny one, and it flees and you smash your game cartridge. But what if there's an easier way to go about this? Well, if you happen to be in Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, then you're in luck. There's actually a very useful glitch with the Pokeblocks mechanic. By putting the exact right combination of Pokeblocks in the feeder and throwing the right colored blocks at your targeted Pokemon, it will make any Mon you want to catch completely unable to flee. I left a link in the description to a guide to this by my friend Shiny Collector. But this isn't the only quirk with Pokeblocks in the same Safari Zone. The way a Pokemon reacts when it is given a Pokeblock will actually display its nature. For instance, a hardy Pokemon will make 3 jumps, growing in height each time, while a careful Pokemon will make 3 small jumps, whereas a docile Pokemon will make no movement at all. In Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, if you happen to take a stroll onto Route 212 on May 1st, you'll be greeted by the only day in the entire game where it will not be raining on that route. Have you ever played Pokemon Puzzle League for the Nintendo 64 and Wii? No? Yeah, me neither. But in this game, there's an unused voice line buried in the files. It contains a recording of one of the developers confessing their love for somebody. This is one of the weirdest things I've ever seen go unused in a Pokemon game, but I gotta admit, it's kinda cute. Check this out.
Emi-chan, いつも愛してる. I love you, Liz.
In Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Gates to Infinity, the Swanna that runs an inn and cafe makes a now extremely outdated reference to the song Call Me Maybe by Carly Rae Jepsen. One common theme in Pokemon is hiding very obvious nods or Easter eggs just barely out of the player's reach. And while researching this, I found one example that I had never seen before. You may have seen Pattern Bush on the Sevi Islands in Fire Red and Leaf Green that on your first run through you might think is a standard grassy route, but from an aerial view resembles a circuit board. But if you think that's a reach, then when's the last time you floated above Snow Point City in Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum? Because you might think twice about every location you go in when you notice this city is designed to resemble a snowflake. Did you know Pokemon and Naruto might have more in common than you think? The move Double Team is actually based on the same idea as Naruto's Shadow Clone Jutsu. In Japan, Double Team is called Kage Bunshin. If you're a goated sub-watcher, you've heard this term before. You probably remember in the very beginning of almost every single Pokemon game where the professor throws out a Pokemon and introduces you to the world. Well, in Generation 5, the best generation, it is the only generation where the professor throws out a Pokemon, and it has a chance to be shiny. Not just Minccino in Black and White, but even the Cinccino in Black and White too, meaning this was intended or went unnoticed. In Pokemon Emerald on the Cycling Road, there is an NPC that tells you how fast you cross the bridge down to 1/100th of a second. And I'm sure I wasn't the only one who, when I heard this, instantly got speedrunner brain and wanted to see how fast I could beat the course. Well, good luck, because the world's fastest time is 9.15 seconds. And one day on my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Blueboyphin by the way, I tried to tie or beat that record. After perfecting the optimized route, I was able to snag a 9.16, but I found out that getting down to 9.15 has to do with some kind of frame rule thing that I know nothing about, but it was really fun. So if you enjoy a good challenge, dust off that Emerald copy and let me know if you can tie my 9.16. If you take a copy of Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon and push them together, you create a picture of Ultra Necrozma. There's an interesting glitch in Sword and Shield regarding Shedinja. If you have a mark or ribbons on your Nincada and then evolve the Pokemon, check Shedinja and it will have none of the ribbons or marks, but interestingly enough, it will keep its title when thrown out in battle as if it still had it. Shout out to Anubis, who I found this from on Twitter. On April 27, 2011, a Pokemon distribution event called the Secret Egg event started that lasted for 1 month. During this month, you could go to any of your local Toys R Us and receive a mystery egg. An egg that could hatch into any of 3 Pokemon, Pidove, Pansage, or Axew. This event was held to correspond with Ash's, Silence, or Iris's Pokemon. But what if you could end up with a slightly different Pokemon? So there's a big trend when it comes to most event Pokemon in that they're usually shiny locked. And they are. You see, most event Pokemon can never sparkle or are advertised as shiny and are already predetermined. It's usually pretty cut and dry what kind of Pokemon you are receiving, especially after they did away with event Pokemon that took you to whole new locations in-game after Generation 4. Also, please bring that back, that was the coolest thing ever. But these Pokemon and a few others are a little bit different. You see, the way shinies are determined in all Pokemon games past Gen 2 is that they have to line up the IDs and personality value of the Pokemon with your own trainer's ID, almost as if there's a secret 1 out of 8,192 match for a Pokemon to be shiny. But these 3 Pokemon were designed to never be able to match your ID as soon as you receive them. So how could they possibly be shiny? Well, let's say we've received an Axew egg from the event, and even though the Pokemon will never match your ID to be shiny, it doesn't mean that it won't match someone else's. Let's say you trade the egg to your friend, we'll call him Gary. Gary has a completely different trainer ID and secret ID than you do, so the lock that was once applied to the Pokemon no longer has any effect. But because we only have 1 of these eggs, it means that Gary has only 1 out of 8,192 odds to match perfectly with this egg and be shiny. And if it isn't, he has to reset to before the egg was hatched and give it to someone else. A completely backwards shiny hunt, where the shiny Pokemon itself hunts the trainer. Yes, it's true you could theoretically just start a new game and play through until you can trade and hatch the egg, and if it isn't shiny, you start a new game, and on and on and on. But I have a dream of a different approach. The largest scale multi-person shiny hunt. 1 save file, 1 hatch, 1 chance. If you're not the puzzle piece, you pass it on. Until we find the trainer that matches the egg perfectly, and it's their rightful shiny Pokemon. You see, here are the Pokemon that I could find that have this effect on them. And here are all the ones that are obtainable today. Almost none. Many of which, including our 3 friends from earlier, have succumbed to the passage of time. But one shines brightly among the rest. Manaphy. You probably have heard of the Pokemon Ranger Manaphy egg, an egg you could trade into Generation 4 after beating the entire game of Pokemon Ranger. One of the most difficult shiny hunts possible, that requires you to do exactly as I explained of starting new save files and trading back and forth. But I'm not here to talk about that sadly, because the Nintendo DS Wi-Fi service shut down, so a large-scale shiny hunt like I described would be very difficult. But a few months ago, it was announced that as a pre-order bonus for Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl would include, you guessed it, the Manaphy egg. And in a few days from the release of this video, we will know once and for all if the egg will behave in the same weird way as before. And if it does, I will personally begin this quest and track down the viewer or subscriber who is the rightful owner of a shiny Manaphy. Every single Pokemon has a number of colors that make up their design. These colors are then arranged into a palette inside the game's code, each one of these colors displayed somewhere inside the in-game art of this Pokemon. But for one Pokemon, this is actually not the case. You see, when adapting mini Pokemon into their sprite versions for these games, the spriter's references was old Generation 1 artwork. This is proven in other sprites, such as how Machamp lacks its belt entirely, and Nidoqueen bearing both of its fangs. Both features that are only present in the initial set of artwork, and the in-game sprites of Generation 3. And as the official art developed, many of these features were retroactively changed in every future entry to the series. Which brings us to the Venomoth oddity. When unearthing Venomoth's code in Ruby and Sapphire, there are multiple different colors of yellow in this palette that went entirely unused in the final rendition. And this is not normal. Its palette is different because, like I mentioned, the sprite team was referencing the Generation 1 art of Venomoth. And when you see Venomoth's art, you can see it was incredibly different than its current design. The overall tone of the Pokemon lacking its purple hue and showcasing bright yellow spots on its back that are now entirely gone from not only the Ruby and Sapphire sprite, but the entire existence of Venomoth itself. Every official art of Venomoth besides this one does not contain these spots or this color, meaning that the process of changing Venomoth's appearance happened during this game's development, and the coder in charge of swapping over the palette in these games simply forgot. And now the last remaining piece of history being this block of yellow hidden in the game's code, that when compared to the original, shows us a nearly perfect match. If you've ever taken a dive into Pokemon ROM hacks, you may have played one of my personal favorite, Renegade Platinum, which is a difficulty hack for Pokemon Platinum with insane battles, easy EV training, and tons of amazing changes. But interestingly enough, it seems that the Pokemon Company may have taken a liking to this ROM hack as well, because there is a possible Easter egg to these games hidden in the Sinnoh remakes Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. For the past few generations, TM62 was the move Acrobatics. Then in Sword and Shield, it was the move Speed Swap. Well, in the ROM hack Renegade Platinum, TM62 was the move Bug Buzz. And in Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, take a guess what TM62 is now. That's right, Bug Buzz. Coincidence? Maybe. Possible Easter egg? Also maybe. Let me know what you guys think on this one. Seal has arguably the worst name out of any Pokemon. I mean, it's called Seal, and it's literally a seal. Give that a round of applause. I mean, wow. Well, at least that when it evolves, it gets an original name. Well, did you know in the original Pokemon Red and Blue beta, Dugong was originally going to be called Manatee? I mean, wow. Although friendship was a substantial feature to Gen 2, you might be aware that it was actually introduced in Generation 1. But the friendship itself only affected one Pokemon, and that was your partner Pikachu in Pokemon Yellow. But if you're aware of that, I bet you didn't know that friendship actually had an effect on Pikachu's walking speed. If you have a friendship stat of 80 or above, Pikachu's walking animations will be 2.5 times faster. Shout out to my good friend and Pokemon streamer Troll who showed me this. Although many people like to claim that the way the color of shiny Pokemon are determined is just a simple palette swap, that is most definitely not always the case. And after I tell you this next fact, I want you to contemplate every single shiny you see from now on. because a lot of them might have hidden meaning that you just don't see at first. This is a really interesting example that I had never even heard about. It takes place in Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald on Mount Pyre. There are 3 Pokemon who spawn on the summit of this mountain, being Duskull, Shuppet, and Chimico. And as you can see by the shiny forms, they all represent the mascot colors of the region, red, blue, and green. But is this as far as the rabbit hole goes? Absolutely not. If you're still skeptical, I think this will convince you. Duskull and Shuppet represent Groudon and Kyogre in this dynamic. They're both troublesome spirits that end up causing a lot of harm and misfortune for people around them, very similar to Kyogre and Groudon in the events of the story. But just like in the events of Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, there is a green Pokemon that resolves and calms the situation. Well, in this analogy, that green Pokemon is Shiny Chimico. And why does Chimico represent this? Well, in Japanese culture, since ancient times, bells have been associated with protection. Because of many traditions, there's a deeply rooted belief in Japanese culture that the sound of bells ward off evil and bring safety. And I don't think it's a far reach to connect Chimico as being the mediator to the chaos of these 2 troublesome Pokemon. And I also don't think it's a coincidence that the shiny colors match the mascots that end up telling a very similar story. That being Kyogre and Groudon causing destruction, and Rayquaza being the mediator and the bringer of protection. Although none of this is concrete, it's always interesting to read into this kind of thing. Let me know if you guys think this is a well-hidden Easter egg or just a complete coincidence. Shout out to Iceflame in my community who told me about this one. Another cool thing is that with the addition of being able to throw your Pokemon out and interact with them, when your Pokemon is low on HP, they look dizzy when you throw it out. When they're in this state, they also cannot be spoken to at all and will come back into your Pokeball within just a few seconds, unlike a regular health Pokemon who will stay until you put it away or run away. One amazing first for these games is being able to catch Pokemon without initiating a battle. And one cool detail about this is when you catch a Pokemon in the overworld without initiating a battle, your character actually reacts in a happy way. The Gardener NPC in Jubilife City has a request where he needs you to give him a ground-type Pokemon to help him with heavy lifting around the area. Interestingly enough though, if you decide to give him an alpha Pokemon, he will have a special line of dialogue where he acknowledges the Pokemon's size, a really neat little detail.
Now I'm sure everyone has heard about the 1 out of 64 chance to see a hiker while you ride the cable car in Route 112 in Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. I covered this fact actually almost 2 years ago when I uploaded my first video about Pokemon facts. But I've always wondered if this is all that can appear. If they included this one circumstance, it seems likely that there could be more. I've had multiple comments saying that they've seen a Latios or Latias, which I sadly just don't believe, because there's no footage of it out there. But I finally found out that there is another thing that can appear on this mountain, and it is a Pokemon. In Emerald, there's a 1 out of 64 chance to see a Zigzagoon walking up the side of the mountain as you ride the cable car. But due to a bug in the game's code, the Zigzagoon will never appear, so it went entirely unused. But we can still see what it looks like, thanks to this YouTube channel called Lactose. Funnily enough, this wasn't exclusive to Emerald. In Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, this should have been present in the games as well. Except following the pattern that Emerald set by replacing Poochyenas with Zigzagoons, it would have originally been a Poochiena climbing the mountain in those games. In Pokemon Emerald, there's a lost animation in the game that hardly anyone has ever seen, because it was taken out of the code. YouTuber Flametix added in 1 frame of delay to the string of code that allowed the animation to be seen in-game, and I'm about to show you what it is. If you watch the little box where Caterpie's info is shown, you'll see the animation play out when he reaches level 7. Listen closely because the animation has audio as well. First, you'll see it level up to level 6 just normally. And then
I have no clue what the purpose of this was. It's hard to say now that we're 20 years away from its creation, but it's even cooler to see something uncovered after all this time, and to see what could have been. One of my favorite creators on this website, Sonics, released a video displaying a rarely acknowledged cutscene in Pokemon Emerald that started my scavenger hunt for other cutscenes and hidden features that exist out there but have rarely been seen. When riding the SS Tidal boat in Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, you can walk over to the window and press A to watch a cutscene of the boat that you're riding on from a bird's eye view. I had never seen this before, but what's even cooler is you can see the items that appear in the overworld as you pass by. And if you've picked them up already, then they won't appear. I think this might be one that a lot of people have missed, given that you have to take the chance of just pressing A on the window, but it's such a neat detail to add in. I heard about an extremely enticing hidden line of dialogue, which causes the gym leader Claire to outright accuse the player of cheating. I had only seen it occur in a Japanese game, and I had no idea the details of what she actually said. But after some tinkering, I figured it out, and here is how to do it. When getting the 8th gym badge in these games, after defeating Claire, she instructs you to get the Dragon Fang from the Dragon's Den just north of Blackthorn City. If you don't enter Dragon's Den, and instead use an alternate method to get a Dragon Fang into your game, by either trading a Pokemon to your game holding the Dragon Fang, or cheating one in, if you then attempt to speak to Claire, this will happen. Claire is actually supposed to give you the gym badge in this moment, but she won't because she suspects that you're cheating in your game. Even if you just traded one over, she will still do this. I was stunned when this happened. To have a gym leader deny you your gym badge is kind of insane, although it is pretty easy to rectify this by simply getting the actual Dragon Fang in your game from the real Dragon's Den. But I am curious if anyone watching this has ever even seen this before. In Pokemon, there's a recurring prestigious challenge of getting a golden trainer card. In Generation 3 specifically, to get the gold trainer card, you must complete the entire Hoenn Pokedex, then beat all 5 Master Rank contests, and defeat the 50-man challenge in the Battle Tower. I've never even done this myself, it's a pretty monumental task. But once you do this, there's a perk that isn't very talked about, that I think is really cool. When you first get the gold trainer card and visit a Poke Center, a cutscene will play, where Nurse Joy will see your gold trainer card and acknowledge it. After this, as a reward, you will be able to heal your Pokemon faster. Instead of a normal greeting, Nurse Joy will then ask if you want the usual, which takes away an A press from the entire cutscene, making it faster to heal overall. This reward is actually present in the later games too, in the exact same way, but I never really knew about this since I've never completed my game to that level. There are actually 2 hidden cutscenes in the Shady House in Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon that I doubt you have ever seen. The first is if you sit in Guzma's chair after he leaves, a small cutscene will play where a grunt will come up and yell at you. Inside of the Shady House, if you go in and out of this one room, there's an extremely small chance that a Delibird will appear in the chimney. I have no idea what the odds are of this, but it seems like they're extremely low. There's also no information out there online about the exact chance of this happening, and I only found out about it through this YouTube channel. So I decided to try it out myself. I started by going in and out of this one room over and over again, and it took me a really long time to find anything. There really is not very much information about this online, So I tried to stand around and wait and see if it would appear, but nothing really happened. After a while though, I started to figure out what it was. I think it's a small animation of this Delibird that kind of repeats itself every few minutes, sort of like the Murkrow at the top of the roof, or the Grimer in the pool. There are things on the internet that say Delibird will give you a present ball, but I could not get it to do this in any way, even if I caught it while it was going up the chimney. There's just no way to get it to do anything, and I think it's just a Pokemon that's set on a little animation, and it's just up to random chance if you see it or not. But it's still really cool. There is an extremely rare version of this cutscene that is probably even rarer than a shiny Ralts, that almost no one has ever seen happen naturally. It is possible for Wally Zigzagoon to knock out the wild Ralts during the catching tutorial cutscene under extremely rare circumstances. According to Eevee, Chickasaurus GL, the Zigzagoon that Wally throws out must have exactly 11 attack. Ralts must have a nature that lowers its defense and extremely low HP and defense IVs. If all of these factors occur, Zigzagoon will do exactly 17 damage in total, just enough to knock out the wild Ralts before Wally can throw a Pokeball to capture it. And afterward, Wally will still act as if he caught it, and the cutscene will continue like normal, even though he actually didn't catch anything at all. In the 7th generation of Pokemon, there's a very forgotten island called Executor Island. In a normal playthrough, you only visit this island a few times, since it's really small and seems kind of straightforward. But there's actually a hidden event cutscene here that a lot of people have probably missed. In order to get the cutscene to occur, you first have to do the small story that plays out on the island, where you hide under the rain in this small cave. After this is done, the cutscene can happen. It took me a while to figure out how this works, since I couldn't find much about it online. I had to translate a few Japanese Pokemon information sites. But I ended up just taking the boat back and forth to Executor Island, and then it finally happened. When you enter the island, suddenly the screen will go black like a cutscene is about to begin, and you'll see a group of executors all sunbathing, dancing around on the island. So here's how it works. If you leave Executor Island and come back during the early morning hours in real life, sometime before 9 AM, the hidden cutscene will play, where the executors are all sunbathing together, but you have to enter during this time. This isn't all though. The cutscene can also occur in the late night, before midnight, and they will all be moonbathing instead. This is pretty easy to do, but I think a lot of people just haven't visited this island very much and maybe haven't seen this occur. Let me know in the comments. Most players have only ever seen Arceus in their Platinum game via cheating, due to the Azure Flute event never being released to the public, making Arceus just incredibly difficult to encounter legitimately in any way. But there was a way. On November 7th, 2009, for 8 days, Arceus was available at Toys R Us stores around the United States. This Arceus event would release around the world as well, for a handful of days at a time. Instead of the Azure Flute, the player would be given Arceus at the Pokemart, just like a normal mystery gift. After receiving Arceus from the delivery man, if you go to Orberg Mine, there will be a new NPC waiting for you, who will give you the flame plate for Arceus. But there's a lot more to this. He reveals that there's writing on the flame plate, and that it belongs to the rightful bearer, Arceus. After telling you this, he leaves and then appears again in Conolave City, in the library. In a handful of text boxes, he explains almost the entire lore of the Sinnoh region. It is interesting to have it laid out in this way, the lake spirits, Dialga, Palkia, and the original one. After talking with him, he leaves behind a change in this library, this bookshelf, that in a normal game would only have a single line of text is now full of lore describing the Arceus plates in detail. Apparently all written by this NPC, who you could only meet by going to a Toys R Us in a 6-day span in 2009. The cutscene won't even play if you cheat in the Toys R Us Arceus into your game. You have to have this event triggered for him to even appear. And I'm curious how many people know of this cutscene or attended this event in person and got to see it for themselves. There's a detail that I don't think many people know about how the ending cutscene works in Generation 3. In between the shots of your character biking through Hoenn, there are flashes of Pokemon that pop up on the screen. But surprisingly, unlike many cutscenes, these Pokemon are not set and will not be the same every time. Not only are they randomly selected, but they are randomly pulled from your own Pokedex, or rather from the Pokemon that you own. With this knowledge, there is only one thing to do. My best friend and I used a walk through walls cheat and rare candies to reach the Elite Four with only a single Pokemon registered in our Pokedex, Mudkip. With our army of cheated Mudkips, we took down the Elite Four and joined the Hall of Fame, and got to sit back and watch the magic unfold. The legendary Mudkip only ending. The alternate ending to Emerald you never knew existed. Shout out to Kendo, who I saw do this first and who did it legitimately. And if you're wondering why they're all shiny, it's because I wanted to see if they would show up shiny in the ending, but it doesn't. But that doesn't take away from the beauty of it all.
When you reach the end of the game in Black and White 2, the coolest, most iconic scene plays, where Ghetsis summons Kyurem and attempts to attack our player directly, before being stopped by N. This is where the oddity comes in. Before Ghetsis summons Kyurem, he is standing there waiting for you in this cave. Here we unlock a sort of behind-the-scenes secret about this cutscene and kind of how it works. If you walk into this room, but before initiating the cutscene, you instead walk through the wall and veer off the exit to the right, you'll step into a deep abyss. But if you take a few more steps, you'll be able to see Kyurem waiting out of bounds. This is where it gets summoned from when Ghetsis slams his staff. After he does that, Kyurem disappears from this little corner. I wish you could interact with it, that would be really cool, and it would make for a crazy shiny hunt, but sadly you can't. But it's crazy to see a legendary out of bounds like this nonetheless. If you recall, N and Zekrom also appear during this cutscene from the sky, which makes me think somewhere on this map they're hiding here as well, although I could not find them. There are 3 things to uncover in the National Park in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. This pond here in the center is a very interesting case. It's actually quite rare in terms of design in Pokemon games. Though it seems like it could simply be a purely cosmetic decoration, it actually has some mechanics built into it. If we turn on walk-through walls for one single tile and move ourselves into the fountain, or on the little outer part, what shocked me is that they fully programmed the water, and you can actually surf on it. You can move all around the fountain and even fish inside of it, although nothing spawns here sadly, so nothing will bite. But once you hop off onto the corner, you'll find yourself stuck on this rim until you fly away. Taking a look at the treescape around National Park, we can uncover some secrets here as well. By pushing through the walls, we can find a hidden area, a place where all the NPCs who are active for the bug catching contest are kind of stored in a little purgatory, just waiting here until they're ready to be used for the game. It's interesting, all their dialogue is fully intact and they're completely functional. It's super weird that they're just standing here while you walk around National Park normally, but you would just never see them. Back inside of National Park, I was made aware of probably the most interesting hidden thing here that I know of, by one of my viewers. They worked on the decompilation team of the Heart Gold and Soul Silver games and discovered hidden warps inside this park that may hint towards an earlier design of the reimagined Johto region taking place in the northwest corner here.
Where these trees are, right above the flowers, there are warps that are completely hidden that lead to an unused gate. The warps themselves are impossible to use unless they're manually turned on inside the code. Although there's no information about where the gate was going to lead to, there is one hint that we have that all but confirms it: the music. The music playing is the music for the Pokeathlon, meaning at one point in the development, the Pokeathlon would have been connected to the national park in this northwest corner by walking right through this gate. But it seemed to be scrapped and moved to Goldenrod City, and all that remains is this obscure gate that players have been walking past unknowingly for years. There are two more unused warps that can be found in Black and White 2 that are way off the beaten path. The first is off Route 21. You might remember during the story of these games, you board the Plasma Frigate, that giant ship, off the coast of the seaside cave. But it seems like the Frigate wasn't always planned to be in this location. On Route 21, if you push through the walls here, you can get your character up on this ledge that is normally inaccessible. Then, if you step onto this exact tile right here, it will warp you to the Plasma Frigate, making it seem like the ship was originally planned to dock here instead, but they just forgot to take out the warping point during development. The other hidden unused warp in Black and White 2 is during the final Plasma event in this room here. There is a warp hidden off to the left of the map, out of bounds. If we use walkthrough walls again and go through until you hit a wall, then go up a few more tiles, you will be warped to the other side of this electric fence. What's weird is that this seems to be a not normal version of this room, given that when you talk to anyone, they have no dialogue. Even if you've already taken down the electric fences, they will still appear when you warp here. But when you walk out and reset the room, they will all be gone. It's pretty strange. There's one more interesting thing hiding out of bounds in Black and White 2 that I found. When you reach Chargestone Cave, there's a small moment you may have forgotten. Right as you're about to cross this bridge, you are stopped and you simply see a few lines of text, but no one is there once you walk over. Though it was never quite confirmed, if you know these games, you probably know exactly who it is who said this line. But if before activating this event, we turn on the walkthrough walls cheat again and walk over to the right, without triggering the text, you can see, waiting just out of screen, it is N, confirming that N is the one who says this. This is the only other presence he has in the main story besides at the very end. You can't speak to or interact with him, but I love that they actually put his sprite here, even though you would never know it. This last fact is a little different than the rest of the ones on this list, but due to the nature of it and the pure mystery surrounding it, I think it strangely fits here. It is something that likely no one watching this has ever seen before. If you're the kind of player who talks to every NPC and fully explores a city in a Pokemon game, chances are you still won't even remember this extremely unremarkable NPC hiding alone in a house in the bottom of Cerulean City, holding only a single line of dialogue, watching his TV. Even if you beat the game and speak to him again, he will only respond with this single line of text. You might think at first that he is just a filler NPC, but you'd be very wrong. He is waiting, watching, for you the player to fulfill a very specific task in order to unlock the many pieces of dialogue he has locked away. But with time, that method has fallen far into obscurity. There is almost nothing about it online, and no legitimate way to hear him utter his many secret words. But it all begins with a hint. The only indicator and clue to tell the player that this NPC has any relevance at all is the TV he's watching. Rewinding back in time to the creation of Fire Red and Leaf Green, Sosuke Tamada was tasked with programming a feature into these games. The feature was simply called News. Back in the day, you would receive a mystery gift or an event Pokemon. You would also sometimes receive a Wonder Card, a small letter detailing the event you took part of. It wasn't a physical item in the game though, it was something you could view on the title screen in the mystery gifts section. The news that Tamada worked on was supposed to be a sort of variation on this. It was experimental and obviously didn't catch on. The idea was to distribute news related to Pokemon through this Wonder Card-like feature, almost like sending the player a virtual letter. And until recently, we had no idea what these even looked like. Luckily, a fantastic YouTuber in Japan, whose video I will link below, began investigating this and was able to find one of the original letters, and was also able to confirm with other people that this was indeed a real thing. So here's the problem though, the Game Boy Advance could not connect to the internet, so you had to use the mystery gift feature to physically receive one of these letters or the news in order to do this. And in order to do this, you had to go to a Pokemon Center, specifically the DX location in Tokyo, which I just went to a few days ago actually. Assumedly, there would be a station where they were sending out this news to players. The one news text we have is basically just an ad for the Pokemon Deoxys movie. But here's where the old man comes back in. Only after receiving the news in Tokyo could the old man finally speak. Sadly, the text is obviously all in Japanese, but as you can see, the old man has tons of things to say. I know he's talking about the news, and he even gives you tons of small items. I think they're just berries. He has lots of varying lines of dialogue that seem to change under different circumstances, and gives you little berries multiple different times. But I was not satisfied with this. The English release of Fire Red and Leaf Green came out around 3 months after the Destiny Deoxys movie. If they were still sending out news for the movie, and if someone with an English copy of Fire Red came to Japan and used the machine to receive the news, it would likely be one of the very few, if the only, English cartridge that has unlocked the text from this old newsman. But I'll never find that, and I would not be satisfied enough putting this out until I changed this man's dialogue. So I hatched a plan. I got my hands on the Debug Developer Tools version of Fire Red and Leaf Green, and combed through all the possible commands. After teleporting around the map for a while, I came across a folder, signed by none other than Tamada himself. Inside was 3 commands: News 1, News 2, and Delete News. After applying News 1, I talked to the old man, but nothing changed. I figured maybe you have to beat the game first, so I put the command to clear the game and then activated News again, and sure enough, his dialogue changed. But strangely, it seems to be the text he would say after you've already talked about the news. There is still so much to solve here, but that's where I've left off. Maybe there was another event in the US that used this news feature, but it's extremely hard to find information about it online, and I've never seen any other English text from this old man and his TV. All that's left to do is to go check your Fire Red copy, and see if this old man has anything to say to you.
The Heart Gold and Soul Silver Safari Zone is one of the most fascinating locations in the entire series. You can encounter countless Pokemon that were previously unavailable in wild grass at the time. And I'm going to show you how to completely ruin this place. By using an action replay or cheating device and turning on a walk through walls cheat and trying to pass the gate on the other side, there will be nothing there at all. But if you use the cheat while inside of the gate, you can pass by the guard. When you cross over, the grass here may seem the same, but it's when you find an encounter that you see the difference. It seems that Game Freak really didn't want you to cheat across because they filled the entire back entrance Safari Zone entirely with Rattata. This is not a joke. Every single encounter will be a Rattata, all level 20. It is the only thing that spawns in all of this grass. The grass also doesn't operate like a normal Safari encounter. It's just treated like a standard wild encounter. Although Rattata itself is a boring Pokemon, I think this circumstance is actually pretty interesting, because there's no other patches of grass in the entire existence of Pokemon, to my knowledge, that is filled with nothing but level 20 Rattata. It seems that this was done with the intent of deterring you from cheating like this, although to somebody who likes to hunt out little secrets, it kind of did the opposite. In Pokemon Stadium, you could receive a reward gift Pokemon.
by registering all 151 Pokemon in the Hall of Fame. An incredibly difficult task. The reward for this is a Psyduck, but this Psyduck is actually very unique. It has the move Amnesia, a move that was entirely impossible for Psyduck to obtain any other way, and it remained that way for 20 years, until Generation 9, where it now learns it at level 34. But Amnesia is not the only unique thing about this Psyduck. She's also holding an item called the Gorgeous Box. I would show you a picture, but no pictures exist since the item is only existent in the Generation 2 games, before there were pictures of items in your bag. The Gorgeous Box is an item that is meant to correspond to just the Generation 2 games. By trading this Psyduck up to Gold and Silver and then taking the item off of Psyduck, the box can then be consumed and opened. When it's opened, it becomes a golden trophy to display in your actual room, in your house, in New Bark Town. A very cool little reward. After the character creation screen and getting thrown onto a beach, the shirt you wake up wearing is actually the same shirt you wear in Pokemon X and Y, perhaps implying that your character was originally from the Kalos region. Or maybe Legends Zygarde is next. If you check Raichu's Pokedex entry, it's an incredibly similar entry to the original one from Pokemon Green and the translated one from Pokemon Fire Red, except with one interesting change. In the original, it reads, its electric charges can reach even 100,000 volts, careless contact can cause even an Indian elephant to faint. With the change being that instead of an Indian elephant, it is now the Pokemon Copperajah, which makes a lot more sense. I still think it's crazy how long it took us to get an elephant Pokemon. A common thing in Pokemon Legends is that most of the characters in the story are based off of characters from the original Diamond and Pearl series. Although never directly said outright, little hints are given throughout the world to suggest this, and one I bet you missed has to do with Arizu. I'm sure you know just by the hair that this character is supposed to be an ancestor to Mars of Team Galactic, but Arizu's name is actually another hint in itself. Arizu is spelt like the Japanese pronunciation of Ares. Ares, of course, being the Greek god who represents, you guessed it, the planet Mars. Weirder, Sneasler, and Ursaluna, the new riding Pokemon, will actually get muddy if you run through the bogs in the Crimson Mirelands. This will only last for a few seconds before wearing off, but still is a really awesome detail. The Galaxy Hall building in Jubilife City is actually based off a real-life location called the former Hokkaido Government Office, located in Sapporo, and Sapporo is the real-life location that Jubilife City was based on in the original Diamond and Pearl. Another thing I bet you didn't notice is when looking at the map of Cobalt Coastlands, you can see this area called Sands Reach. Well, it's actually shaped like a hand. Oh, and on the way to get footage for this video, I found this. Less of a detail and more of a fun fact, but Hisuian Basculin actually has the same typing and base stats as its original form. The only difference to it being basically that it can evolve, and visually of course, but it's still interesting that it's still considered a Hisuian form, meaning that Pokemon don't necessarily have to have a stat or type change to be a different form. This next one is one of my favorites. When encountering a Sudowoodo in the wild, if you decide to throw a berry at it or if it sees you, it will freeze and pretend it's a tree. That's just the cutest thing. Its eyes will follow you slowly as you walk around it, and it doesn't seem like it will attack you at all. So this one might seem small, but it's actually really cool in my opinion. When you're completing the Pokedex in Legends Arceus, as you all know, we are set in the past, and the Pokedex we have is no longer some kind of high-tech device. Now it's like a scrapbook of pictures and writings. So what is interesting is when you catch a Pokemon for the first time, its Pokedex information is not immediately available anymore. You have to go back to the professor and have him evaluate the information, which makes perfect sense because the Pokedex is literally just a file full of papers. Another really interesting thing about this is if you look closely, you can see each Pokemon's picture is placed in the Pokedex book with little folds to hold the photo there. And if you've seen that Pokemon shiny, you will have the option to swap the photo with the shiny variant of that Pokemon. But what's really cool about this is if you change the picture to a shiny Pokemon, because you physically swapped the photo, it will stay like that indefinitely until you swap it again. Because each picture is a physically printed out photo of that Pokemon. Unlike every single Pokedex that we've had before that only has a default display of every Pokemon. Again, hammering in that this Pokedex is literally a book held together by strings and clips. This may seem small, but it's awesome to think about how intentional all these details really are. As you probably know, Pokemon can no longer hold items in Legends, but they can still drop items when knocked out or caught. Well, one thing that I thought was a super cute detail is that Apom, when knocked out or caught, can drop you Nanab berries, which are obviously based on bananas. I don't know if you knew this, but Nanab is literally banana backwards, basically. As I'm sure you know, anytime you get back to Jubilife City, a handful of Pokemon from your box will be displayed hanging out in your ranch. Sadly enough though, you can't interact with them in any way. You can try and throw berries and stuff at them, but it seems like they're a hollow model of the Pokemon. But if you aim and throw a Pokemon in the right angle, you can get them to interact with that Pokemon that you threw out. I was only able to have this happen on Pokemon that spawned toward this side of the ranch, but it's still really cool nonetheless. When attempting to release a shiny Pokemon in this game, which I don't know why you would do that, but it will actually give you a message stopping you, saying that this Pokemon is a rare species, making sure that you know what you're doing. This seems like something that should have always been in the games, but surprisingly this is the first main series game to do this. And yes, Pokemon Legends is a main series game. I talked about earlier the side quest that had to do with giving NPCs Pokemon. Well, there's actually more to this. If an NPC is requesting to be given a Pokemon and you do this request, they will keep the exact Pokemon that you decide to give them. It doesn't just revert to a regular model of that Pokemon. It will be the same height and weight and even retain its shininess if you decide to give it one. That's right, you could theoretically give every NPC in Jubilife who has this kind of request a shiny Pokemon. There's a little oversight on one of the roofs in Jubilife where you can actually throw your Pokemon on top of it, which could make for some funny team pictures. And for this last one, I always like saving something incredibly interesting for everyone who watched the whole thing. If you've done any type of shiny hunting in Pokemon Sword and Shield, you may be aware that the Legends Arceus spawns are almost entirely opposite than ever before. In Sword and Shield, as soon as a Pokemon popped up on your screen, its shininess was then determined. But with Legends, this is not true at all. As soon as you fly to a location from Jubilife, every single Pokemon that has spawned on that location now has had their shininess determined. But this isn't the only thing that is vastly different. The spawn rates for the Pokemon themselves are no longer based on percentages like they have been in the past. When you walked through Route 3 in Pokemon Sword, you had a 15% chance of seeing a Growlithe pop up in the overworld. But in this game, the spawns are more like general areas, with different Pokemon fighting in bouts of RNG to be the one that spawns. And combining these two things I mentioned can have a very interesting effect on specific shiny Pokemon. So far, what I'm about to show you, I have only seen happen once, but I wouldn't be surprised if it happens a few times in the future, or is deciphered completely sooner or later. My friend Misery was casually playing through the game when he found a shiny Graveler. He then saved about a Pokeball's throw away and went on to fail the shiny Graveler. After this, he reset his game to encounter the shiny again, and it seems that Zubat overtook the Graveler's spot in the lottery of RNG, and even took the Graveler's shininess. Maybe in the future, we will find a way to reset for this and even swap shiny Pokemon you find in the wild with another Pokemon in the encounter table. But I'm no expert, so who knows? There's a small motif about the Kanto Elite 4 member Lorelei, in that she likes to collect Pokemon plushes. An NPC in the postgame of Fire Red and Leaf Green says this: Did you know that Lorelei has lots and lots of stuffed dolls? Every time she comes back to 4 Island, her collection grows. At first glance, this might not seem like anything, but the NPC's statement is actually entirely true, and a hint towards an Easter egg that you can uncover about her character. What the NPC means by this is that whenever Lorelei loses in battle, she buys a Pokemon plushie to console herself. You can actually visit her house on 4 Island, and you'll see her house is covered in plushes. But if you rematch the Elite Four 25 times, a Meowth plush will be added to her house. After 50 times, a Chansey plush will be added to her house as well. After 75 rematches of the Elite Four, a Nidoran plush will sit in the corner. After 100 rematches of the Elite Four, a Jigglypuff plush will also be added to her room. But it doesn't even come close to ending there. 125 rematches will give you a Nidoran male. 150 rematches will leave a Pidgeotto sitting on the bookshelf. 175 rematches will set a Pidgeot right next to him. And once you reach 200 rematches of the Elite Four, a giant Lapras plush will spawn in her room to top it all off. Huge shout out to the channel Cube Game, whose footage I used to display this, since beating the Elite Four this many times is an incredible task, and one that I have never done myself. But I love that this task is rewarded with such a fun detail that hardly anyone has ever seen in their own game. In March of 2005, a Pokemon theme park opened in Nagoya, Aichi, Japan, called Pokepark, complete with bumper cars, Ferris wheels, trains, and all assortments of rides. But most interestingly is you could also receive exclusive gift Pokemon. You could bring your Game Boy Advance and connect to machines that distributed the Pokemon via an egg. And they weren't any random Pokemon either. Although not legendary, they possessed special moves that otherwise these Pokemon would never be able to learn, such as Tailo with Feather Dance, a Pichu with Follow Me, and an Igglybuff with Tickle. Sadly, Pokepark shut down only 4 months after opening in September of that same year, but one very intriguing possibility remains. Because of the way these gift Pokemon were received, via egg, the Pokemon values such as nature, gender, and IVs were different each time, meaning that they could be shiny. And I'd like to think that at the very least, just one kid during these few months received a shiny gift Pokemon. And if this were the case, and for example someone hatched a shiny Tailo from the event, because of the small window of time these were available and the multitude of Pokemon distributed by the event, it would most likely be the only shiny Tailo in the entire world that knows Feather Dance legitimately. And I think that's pretty cool. In summer of 2002, a demo for Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire was hosted in Japan at an event called Pokemon Festa. The Festa demo contained a very small portion of the game. You start with a Sharpedo and a Kecleon and you fight your way through a few trainers along Route 104, and that's it. But upon closer inspection, we can find some really cool things here. Of course there's small map changes and little things like that, but a pretty major change is that the Sharpedo you are given does not have an ability whatsoever. And there's a lot more little things like this showing that the game is not quite near completion. But there's also a problem. You see, the footage you've been seeing of this demo is actually not real. This is a recreation of this demo by a ROM hacker. You see, a ROM of the Festa demo has never been recovered. This demo was displayed out in kiosks at the event, but after that, was never seen again. There is only about 20 photographs and one video that still remains out there of the Festa demo. Everything that has been dissected and gathered from this demo was either done through this one video or a few pictures or an eyewitness. And now it's time to talk about the eyewitness. You see, a Pokemon fan who got to play this game reported being in a battle between his Kecleon and a trainer's Tailo, where he attempted to use the move Lick, and it hit, meaning that Tailo in this demo had not had its normal typing yet, and was sporting an, at the time, one-of-a-kind, pure flying type. But hold on. I was actually going to end the video here, but I stumbled upon something incredible when looking further into this. So go ahead and delete those comments saying that this Tailo fact isn't a fact because it's not proven. Because it is. In May of 2020, code for a development build of Ruby and Sapphire was recovered. This build was not final, but it was very close to the final release in many ways. But inside of it was tons of Pokédex entries and information, but not just for known Pokemon. There were even entries for Pokemon that were completely cut before release. Sadly, all without sprites, so we will never know what these mystery Pokemon looked like. And I'm gonna have to touch on this more in a different video because it's incredibly interesting and dives in really deep. But I figured if Tailo really was flying type at one point, it had to be in this code. The build was early enough, and as I was scrolling through the columns looking for Tailo, my heart was racing. And then I found it. Number 304, Tailo. Ability, Guts. Type, Pure Flying. One hidden mechanic you most likely overlooked has to do with your character in Pokemon X and Y. You see, every time you pass by a signpost in this game, your character will slightly turn their head as if to read it. And this is consistent for all signposts in the game across the entire region. But there is one single signpost in this game that has a strange oddity with it. That signpost is located at the daycare, and it's the only one that does not have this effect. No matter how you move past the sign, your character will never veer their head. It's still unclear why, but it seems like this is most likely just a coding error of some sort. There's a strange error with Jumpluff in Pokemon Colosseum, and I'm gonna play a clip for you to see if you can notice the oddity. Did you see it? The error is that for some reason, Jumpluff's shadow is completely off. Even though Jumpluff's pluffs are round, the shadow shown on the ground depicts them as square. But this was fixed in Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. If you haven't heard about the Korean versions of Pokemon Gold and Silver, they're basically known for being full of translation errors and glitches. But there's one in particular that I thought was really weird. When receiving the Togepi egg in Violet City, for some strange reason, the receive jingle that usually plays, that sounds like this, is just entirely absent from the Korean versions. When getting Togepi, no matter how many times you save and reset and get the Pokemon, the jingle for receiving it will just simply never play. This one is not technically an error on Pokemon's side, but it is an error, and you'll see why. Shout out to one of my viewers, Roland, who sent this one in my Discord. My viewer Roland was on a Delta Airlines flight, and the flight had a mini TV on the seat that had games for you to play. One of the games was a hidden object game, where you find things around the room. And while Roland found something that was quite out of place, tucked away in the corner of the picture was the official art for none other than Sawsbuck. It seems that this game's programmers must have mistaken Sawsbuck for a regular deer. And when I saw this, it legitimately made my day. So thanks, Roland. In Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, roaming Pokemon like Latios and Latios have a very strange oddity with them. You see, every Pokemon's IVs, or individual values, basically the number that determines small boosts in each one of their stats, is decided by a 32-bit number inside the game's code. But the entire point of a roaming Pokemon is that it's the same Pokemon everywhere. Its IVs, nature, and stats don't change every time you see it. It's a static legendary Pokemon just moving around the map. But in order to have a Pokemon be able to roam around the map and still be the same Pokemon, the programmers needed to store the data for that Pokemon somewhere completely different than usual. And sadly, this is where the glitch arose. The game ended up only being able to read 8 bits of that 32-bit number. And because of that, it means that every time you encounter a roaming Pokemon in Ruby or Sapphire, that Pokemon will be guaranteed to have their speed, defense, special attack, and special defense IVs all be 0. And because the move Hidden Power is dependent on IVs, roaming Pokemon in this generation can only have the Hidden Power type of Fighting. I mainly wanted to stray away from glitches in this video because a lot of them are pretty well known already, but there's one I heard about that I thought was really interesting visually, and I wanted to include it on this list. It's called the Sticky Hold glitch, and it occurs in Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, and it's actually pretty simple to perform. All you need is a Pokemon with the move Thief and no item equipped. Then proceed to knock out an opponent that is holding an item with the ability Sticky Hold. Then, once it faints, for some reason, the sprite of that Pokemon will stay on screen, even when your opponent sends out their other Pokemon. Not only this, but the glitched Pokemon will have its palette changed depending on what Pokemon is sent out, causing some incredibly weird colorations. There's a strange error in Pokemon X and Y that has to do with Sky Trainers. Something about these kind of battles glitched out the way that you can interact with these NPCs. So as soon as you finish fighting one of them, it's impossible to interact with them again afterwards unless you leave the area and come back. Otherwise, you cannot interact with them at all. In the 4th generation of Pokemon, during the story, when you reach Conolave City, there's a mandatory battle with your rival Barry before you can cross the bridge. But there's something really strange going on behind the scenes with Barry's team here. You see, when you first fight him here, his Heracross has the ability Guts. But as soon as the fight is over, every single time we battle against Barry from here on out, his same Heracross completely switches abilities. From then on, he now has the ability Swarm for every single fight. It seems like this was just an error on the developer's part and not a glitch, but it's strange because Pokemon is pretty good at maintaining this kind of continuity, as there's not many issues like this throughout the series, at least that I'm aware of. In one of my past fact videos, I covered an interesting glitch in Black and White 2 that allowed you to surf on a random tile in the game. Well, Taffy in my Discord found an interesting oddity that does the exact opposite in Pokemon Black and White. You see, this tile right here is completely broken. For some reason, it's entirely impossible to initiate surfing from this one spot. Even though you can surf from every other tile in this area, for some reason this one just simply doesn't work. I actually have another weird error with the Eon ticket from Generation 3, and it has to do with some text related to the event. When you receive the ticket from Norman in Petalburg, Norman's text is just absolutely broken. It has tons of mistakes, and I'm sure text for events like this are most likely some of the last things that get put into the game, so that's probably the reason, but it's still pretty crazy how broken this sentence is. Generation 3 is a very special generation when it comes to shiny Pokemon. It is the one generation that has an entirely fixed shiny rate. In these games, there is not a single method to lower your shiny odds in any way. Generation 4 had Masuda method and Generation 2 had shiny breeding. But if you see some Sparkles wrestle out of the grass in these games, that Pokemon is as rare as it gets. 1 out of 8,192. But is it? Yes, it is. For every Pokemon, except for one. In Fire Red and Leaf Green, the only place you catch Unknown is a small room called the Monian Chamber in the Tenobi Ruins. And to find Shiny Unknown, it's as simple as running back and forth in this area until you do. But the odds of finding a Shiny Unknown in this specific location is not 1 out of 8,192. But the answer to why is far more complicated than it seems. Every single Pokemon you encounter has an ID number that is completely hidden from you. This number determines many things: nature, gender, IVs, ability, and most importantly, shininess. But a coding oversight in this game led this number to also determine which letter the unknown would be. And that very same small oversight actually had a very big impact on the unknown in this game. The game has trouble deciding which form of unknown will be shiny when associating it with your own trainer ID. The process is very mathematically complicated, but to put it simply, the game doesn't actually evenly distribute shininess to every different unknown form, and the result of this is shocking. Depending on your trainer ID, 4 unique unknown will have shiny odds completely detached from the game's normal shiny rate. But this isn't just a few numbers different. The change is drastic. The odds for some unknown letters could sway as low as 1 out of 5,120, or as high as 1 out of 18,432. But the real question is, how is this information so incredibly obscure? How does almost nobody know that the unknown that spawn in this cave have completely messed up shiny rates? Well, to start, the Monian chamber where the unknown are found is located at quite literally one of the last locations you visit in these games. So the amount of people who even knew this location existed is absolutely tiny. And on top of this, for a long time, simply put, no one knew. So one of the most mysterious characters in Pokemon lore is N. He's found his way into tons of theories, partly because he's just a genuinely interesting, well-developed character, but N is also portrayed this way by Game Freak, using multiple very well-hidden mechanics to convey that feeling. The first is one you may have noticed during a casual playthrough. Anytime you talk with N in the story of Pokemon Black and White, his text is automatically set at the fastest level possible. Even if your text speed is set to low, his text will always be as fast as it can go, which conveys a feeling that he knows exactly what he wants to say and means it with every word. And you may not notice it at first, but it really does affect the way you think about this character. Not only this, but throughout the first Generation 5 games, there are points where you can receive some of N's Pokemon, such as his Zorua or his Darmanitan. And if you decide to actually use these Pokemon on your team, when you encounter N throughout the story, he will have lines of dialogue that only happen if those specific Pokemon are in your party. The amount of detail they put into these games and N as a character is actually unreal, and I doubt we have even found everything there is to uncover. On Ruby and Sapphire, on the first floor of the basement in Victory Road, there's a ledge near a ladder that if you jump over, forces you to go on a long path to get back to your starting point. But what's interesting is this ledge is only like this in the Japanese and English versions of the game. In the Spanish, Italian, French, or German versions, the ledge is actually cut in half to prevent this annoying detour. In Mahogany Town, when looking at the map above, I want you to take a closer look to see if you can find the one error in the design of this town. I'll give you 3 seconds. Do you see it? The error is actually that this tree over here has the top of it slightly cropped off, seemingly for no reason. In Gold, Silver, and Crystal, the move Sonic Boom uses 2 different animations between the international and the Japanese release of the games. But what's weird is that the Japanese version uses the same animation that went on to be used for Sonic Boom ever since Generation 2, but interestingly, the international version uses the animation for Gust, seemingly for no reason, only to be reverted in every single game since. This next fact, I have a few mildly interesting sprite errors from Generation 5. The first is Slowbro. When you watch Slowbro's animation in battle, you can see how the entire face of its shell is slightly obscured. But when you look into the code of the game, you can find the character sheet and see that the shell actually doesn't have a left eye like it's supposed to. It seems they just didn't bother adding it because it wouldn't have been in view during Slowbro's animation. But when you watch Slowbro do its little dance a few times, you can easily tell we should be seeing part of an eye here, and it's a little off. A second funny sprite mix-up is Arbok. It's hard to tell, but Arbok is actually missing a tail segment. You can see there should be a small line right here, and we can actually confirm that this is an error, because we can actually see the back sprite has the missing tail segment. And one more sprite issue in these games is Darmanitan. When in Zen mode, you can see its back is completely blank, even though it's supposed to have squiggly marks on its back just like regular Darmanitan does. And you can see the marks appear in the anime in every single game since Generation 5. It seems they just left it out of the original sprite design. In the Korean version of Pokemon Gold and Silver, when you use the move Thunder, there will for some reason be an extra space between the word lightning and the exclamation point. This was actually found by Chickasaurus, who has a ton of little discoveries like this on her channel. Before Generation 5, you might be aware that Self-Destruct and Explosion have an interesting way of dealing damage. These moves have their damage number purposely set incorrectly. Instead of using the base power stat of 250, as you might know, it actually halves the opponent's defense when you use this move. But what I recently found out is the reason they had to do this is because having a move's base power written as 400 or 500 would actually take too much memory for just 2 moves. So this was actually done out of necessity. On November 14th, 2014, the day Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire released, the Pokemon Company had an event Pokemon distribution that was available for a few months, and I bet some of you who got the game on release probably picked it up as well. This Pokemon, of course, being the shiny Steven Stone's Beldum, given away through Wi-Fi. But there was a detail that has to do with this Pokemon that you may have missed. If you received this Beldum sometime during your playthrough, and then complete the Delta episode, when speaking to Steven Stone, something very cool will happen. If you have this Beldum, he will give you a secret line of dialogue where he actually references the Mega Evolution special episode of the X and Y anime. This is really cool because it only happens if you received this Beldum. If you're just playing through the game normally, this will not happen at all. There is an unused track in the Pokemon Red and Green soundtrack that you're listening to a rendition of right now. The track was intended to be a victory theme in these games, but those of you with a keen ear will have noticed that it actually went on to get reused in Generation 2 as the Mount Moon Square theme. But surprisingly, that's not where this ends. If you speed up the end of battle victory theme from Pokemon Stadium 2 to 2 times the normal speed, you'll find the final resting place of this originally unused theme. For about 6 years, the theme then appeared again in the Diamond and Pearl theme that plays when you score a jackpot in the Game Corner. Sadly, there was no Game Corner in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, so we never got to hear it remastered. Well, that's actually not true. It doesn't even end here. The theme came back as recent as 2022 in Pokemon Legends Arceus, as the theme that plays when you complete the event that lets you watch Clefairy's dance under the moonlight, a direct callback to its official origins. Pokemon is truly one of a kind when it comes to recognizing and acknowledging its lore. Even its soundtrack has Easter eggs from over 20 years ago, and that is pretty rad. If you hack in Pokeballs meant for the bug catching contest called Park Balls into your game of Gold, Silver, or Crystal, it will cause a pretty funny little glitch. When throwing the ball, it will get stuck in the bag screen and attempt to catch a jumble of text instead of the Pokemon, but it will immediately go back to normal after the next turn. The move Retaliate is a 70 base power normal type move, but possibly at one point may not have been. If you get the TM for Retaliate in the Japanese version of Black or White, you can see that the icon is the icon used for dark type TMs, implying that Retaliate was originally planned to be a dark type move. But the move Rock Smash also uses the rock type TM icon for some reason in Gen 5, so maybe this is nothing. In Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, there was a Pokemon World map hanging in the house in Dewford Town. But surprisingly enough, that map was not created by Game Freak. That map actually belongs to Cerebi.com, a Pokemon information site that is not run by Pokemon themselves, but by fans. A pretty rare occurrence when fan-made content makes it into a Pokemon game. If you are taking a stroll through Romanus Park in Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, and then enter a legendary room, but then decide to hatch an egg, it will say that the egg was hatched in Jubilife City. This is because the rooms have no met location, and Jubilife is the none location for these games. Shout out to Anubis who discovered this. The Safari Zone is an incredibly unique place in Pokemon games that allows every Pokemon there to flee from you. Every Pokemon except one. And that Pokemon is Whiscash in the Sinnoh Safari Zone. Whiscash actually has an error in these games that instead of being pretty likely to flee every turn, it is actually incredibly unlikely to flee each turn. So unlikely that if you were to just chuck things at this Whiscash you encountered, it would actually take you around 250 turns to get it to finally flee. Anyone who has tried chain fishing in Pokemon X and Y will tell you that the ability Suction Cups and Sticky Hold are supposed to boost your rate of getting fishing encounters, and reduce the chance of getting the not even a nibble message. But this outside of battle effect has been present in the game since Pokemon Emerald. But interestingly enough, these two abilities were actually bugged in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, and did absolutely nothing outside of battle. But hold on, the fact doesn't actually end here. You'd think that when remaking a game, things like bugs or coding errors would be fixed, but not for a truly faithful remake, because this error is still present in Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. In Pokemon Ruby Sapphire and Emerald, in the Seafloor Cavern, there's a strength puzzle that you can rearrange into a smiley face. Boom. I'll take my sub, please. Shout out to my buddy Bottle Rocket, he told me about this one. Go check him out. If you're playing any Pokemon game, and you overlevel one of your team members to where it no longer obeys you, and then enter a battle, when you use the move Quick Attack or any move with priority, it will actually overpower the disobeying effect and be calculated before the Pokemon gets a chance to be disobedient. While there is plenty of weird glitches in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, there's one that I thought was pretty funny. When nicknaming a fossil Pokemon, instead of saying the name of the Pokemon, it will say your trainer's name instead. Dialga and Palkia, if shiny, show up shiny in the opening camera angle of the cutscene. But did you know that although Zacian and Zamazenta were sadly shiny locked, if they could be shiny, they would also show up shiny in the cutscene as well. But for whatever reason, they also would not be affected by the shiny charm whatsoever. Pokemon Emerald was the first game to add outside of battle effects like I talked about earlier. But we all know of the ones like Static that boost the spawn rate of electric-type Pokemon, or Magnapult doing the same for steel types. But there's one outside of battle effect that I bet you don't know about, and was entirely exclusive to Emerald. If the Pokemon in the first slot of your party has the ability Lightning Rod, you will get twice as many calls on your Pokénav, which is annoying. Shout out to Glav in my community who told me about this one. When digging through the code of the Pokemon Diamond and Pearl beta, there was data uncovered for an unused event for Darkrai, where it was originally planned to roam around the Sinnoh region similar to Cresselia and Mesprit. And you can actually still access this and get a roaming Darkrai in your game using a cheating device. The move Tri-Attack is a bit of an oddity in itself, a normal type attack that has a chance to burn, freeze, or paralyze. It's definitely something that Game Freak would have never added nowadays, and if it wasn't for the wackiness that was Generation 1, would probably not be here today. Well, to add to the strange aura of this move, in Generation 2 only, if your Pokemon was frozen and you use the move Tri-Attack, it actually has a possible chance to thaw your opponent. What the heck? Cynthia is what all champions should be, but how is she so strong? Well, let's talk about her Garchomp. A while ago, people did the math and realized that not only is her Garchomp fully EV trained, but it has perfect 31 IVs in every single stat. Wow. A classic theme with the Pokemon Pichu is that it can't control its own electricity, and often hurts itself in battle. Like in Super Smash Bros., Pichu hurts itself with every attack. Well, in this game, when farming materials, Pichu will stumble over, a small but direct nod that perfectly fits this Pokemon. Another similar detail is when Pichu attacks you in the overworld, it seems to have to rest and catch its breath for a minute before retreating every single time. Although this is a really small detail, I think things like this in Pokemon really ground the world in a very strong continuity. And I really do love things like this.
There are many instances in Pokemon where the developers like to use the game's audio to their advantage. Here's a few examples of this. In Diamond and Pearl, your Pokemon's cry isn't always the same during battle. It's actually slightly pitched down when they have a status effect or are fainted. Here is all the audio compared. In Generation 2, the day and night battle themes are different by just barely, again with a very slight pitch change, almost unnoticeable, but it's there. In Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, you may have noticed this title screen here changes while you progress through the story. After you beat the Elite Four and clearing the game's story, the Pokeball and book are gone from the desk and the window is open. But there's much more here actually. When you start your game, the audio of the title screen is students talking in sounds from the school atmosphere. Once you complete the game though, the audio completely changes to the triumphant classic Pokemon theme. But the neat detail here is, if before you beat the game, you turn your sound effects volume to 0, but keep your music volume at maximum, turn your Switch volume all the way up, close your game, and reopen to the title screen, after a few seconds, you'll hear a muffled version of the classic theme that plays once you beat the game. It's actually the full, entire theme. It just sounds as if you're hearing it from the other room or something. Another small detail you can notice very early on in the game in Scarlet and Violet has to do with the new emote system. There's an emote where you stick out your Pokeball, kind of classic trainer style, and the Pokeball that you stick out will always be the Pokemon that you have in the first slot in your party. For example, I have a shiny Dunsparce and a Heal Ball, and it looks like this. But what if you use this emote before you've obtained any Pokeballs at all? Surprisingly, they thought of this, and the ball you hold out won't be a normal Pokeball. It will be a strange ball. A Pokeball introduced recently that acts as a sort of placeholder Pokeball. For example, Hisuian Pokemon are in these. This might happen because it's trying to read a Pokeball and it doesn't read anything and it just defaults to a strange ball, but I think it's still pretty cool. If you have animations turned on in Pokemon Crystal, and if a Pokemon of yours is leveled to the point of evolution, but is also fainted in your party, the evolution will still happen, but during the animation for it, your Pokemon's cry won't play, and the animation that would occur also won't happen. It will just be completely still. Here it is side by side. I actually love this detail. It's a funny image, having your Pokemon evolving while laying dead in your arms. In Generation 1, if you're playing with battle animations turned off, you can see a small detail when you reach the end of the game. When you're going through the Elite Four, everything will be normal, but when it's time to fight your champion, you'll notice that it forces your battle animations back on, a sneaky little detail to add some dramatic effect. In Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, there are various references to the history of the Kanto games, but also to the original anime set in Kanto. One detail you've probably never noticed is if you walk into Brock's gym and go all the way to the end, you can get a camera angle where you can see part of the ceiling, where you can see these objects hanging down. These are actually a reference to the anime. They're sprinklers, which is a callback to how Ash originally defeated Brock in the Indigo League anime by triggering the sprinkler system in Brock's gym.
Everyone knows about the hidden weather effect of the diamond dust that appears on certain days in Snowpoint City in Generation 4, and tons of other games in the series. It's basically common knowledge in the Pokemon community at this point, but did you know there are tons of hidden weather changes throughout the Sinnoh games, some of which I bet you have never seen before. For example, Route 213 alone has 2 different weather effects. 10 specific days out of a calendar year, it rains throughout the entirety of Route 213, something I never saw until recently. 11 days out of the year through Route 213, it has a much subtler weather effect. On these days, Route 213 will be slightly cloudy, basically a satin tint that covers the entire route. It's easier to notice side by side than it is on its own. That's why you probably have never noticed this. And it has no in-battle effects like rain does, but it is there. Route 216 has 3 different weather conditions. Most of the time it's hailing. 9 days out of the year though, like November 22nd for example, it is covered by an intense blizzard throughout the whole route. But on January 12th alone, the route is covered instead by a very light snow. Although the hail effect is still there in battle, and doesn't go away even on the very light snow day. North of there at the Acuity Lakefront, there is 2 different weather conditions. 9 days out of the year, its heavy snow and hail will be replaced by a very light snow as well. Interestingly though, one of those 9 days lines up to be on the same day that it's also lightly snowing on Route 216. The southern part of Route 212 is usually covered in a heavy rain, but it isn't always like this. 10 specific days out of the year, the route is showered in an intense thunderstorm. But the most interesting thing about this route is that 1 day out of the entire year, there is no rain at all. It's not entirely clear. The weather is actually classified as cloudy, the same weather effect that occurs on no other routes besides 11 days out of the year on Route 213. The one single cloudy day appears on April 30th on Platinum and May 1st in Diamond and Pearl. I'm going to tack on a small detail about weather here that I always thought was a detail, but I only recently found out when researching weather in these games that it's actually a glitch. In Diamond and Pearl, when it's raining and you use the move Thunder, you might be aware that your accuracy changes from 70 to completely bypassing accuracy checks and being guaranteed a hit. But I bet you didn't know that in these games, Thunder can hit through Protect. When your opponent uses Protect, you have a 30% chance to break right through it with Thunder while it's raining. And the same goes for Blizzard and Hail. Although this was changed in Platinum, so it turns out it was really a glitch. It's time to talk about Golden Go. This Pokemon is pretty cool actually. Given just how rare it is, I doubt too many people have messed around with it very much in game to see one interesting quirk with its ability. Good as Gold. Good as Gold is a crazy ability that makes Golden Go immune to status moves. But what's weird is how many moves are actually considered status moves by the game. The weirdest instance of this I have seen is with Ditto. If you encounter a Ditto in the wild and it attempts to transform into your Golden Go, the Good as Gold ability will block Transform. I've never thought of Transform as a status move, but I guess it is. Tiny detail, but I love this one. In Pokemon Stadium 2, if you go to the options menu and just don't do anything and wait for a while, a Xatu will show up and dance around the screen. Generation 2 were the first games to introduce the idea of berries growing in your game. A berry tree would grow a berry once per day at midnight in these games. When Generation 3 rolled around, they decided to make this mechanic much more complex, going from a planted seed to a sapling to a fully grown berry plant. These stages would take a long amount of time in between though, counting off real-life hours in between each stage. If you were a dedicated berry gardener in these games, it would probably look a lot like checking your berries, waiting a few hours, watering them again, and so on. But a detail is that these berries have an animation that is incredibly hard to witness. When a berry goes in between stages of growth, taking hours in between them, when it changes to the next stage, it actually happens in real time and has its own animation. And this is what it looks like. You would either have to stay there and wait an incredibly long time to witness this, or come across a plot of berries at the perfect time to see this happen. But the fact does not end here. I ended up looking into this a lot more, and found out that this feature of the berries sparkling and growing in real time is actually present in many other games. Ever since Pokemon Emerald, this has actually been a staple in the series. In Heart Gold Soul Silver, this can happen to apricorn trees. It's actually a lot easier to do in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. You just wait till 12 o'clock at night, and then boom. And it's actually a thing in Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum as well. Berries are on the same kind of timer system that they are in Generation 3. And if you simply wait till they're about to grow, the sparkling animation will happen in real time.
Johto Safari Zone is extremely unique in many ways. Not only have we never seen any kind of wild encounters nearly as complicated or as stupid, but we've also never seen any of these kind of safari mechanics since. But there's something going on behind the scenes inside of the code of the game that I doubt you've ever heard before. If you're watching my channel, you probably know what IVs are, basically hidden values that boost certain stats of each Pokemon. Well, usually wild encounters in tall grass have completely random IVs between their 6 stats. But this is actually not true for any Pokemon caught inside of the Safari Zone. For some reason, the Pokemon that are caught inside of the Safari Zone have an increased chance of having at least one stat being a perfect 31 IV. This mechanic is incredibly well hidden. There isn't any single NPC that tells you this, or even any hints toward it that I'm aware of, entirely hidden in the background. And I'm only aware of this mechanic because I was told this by I'm a Blissey, a YouTuber who does some amazing content on RNG abuse, and you guys should definitely check him out.
Pokemon Yellow has a pretty unique twist on the formula because you don't have any options when it comes to starter Pokemon. You're forced to take Pikachu as your partner, while your rival is always given an Eevee. And well, with a Pokemon like Eevee being a starter, the question naturally arises of which evolution it will evolve into. And interestingly enough, it's decided in a pretty unique way. If after receiving Pikachu, you beat Blue at Professor Oak's lab, and then again at Route 22, his Eevee will evolve into a Jolteon. But if you lose the fight at Oak's lab and at Route 22, it will be a Vaporeon. And lastly, if you win just the first battle, he will have a Flareon.
Sometimes hidden mechanics are hidden so well from the player that it makes it entirely impossible to even find them at all. In Pokemon Red and Blue, when interacting with the side of the TV on the ground floor of your house, it's greeted with the message, "Oops, wrong side." But in the remakes, Fire Red and Leaf Green, the TV is placed a little bit closer to the wall, making it impossible to interact with it from the side in those games. But if you're using a cheating device to access the side of the TV, unbelievably, it would still read the message of "Oops, wrong side," even though this TV was never intended to be encountered in this way. It's become a tradition to have a fact about Diglett in every single episode of this series, and I love how Game Freak has had to change certain things just to accommodate for this strange little mysterious mole. But
I bet you'd be intrigued to know that Game Freak has been building even more strange lore mechanics about Diglett since Generation 2. And this next fact I'm going to tell you is without a doubt my all-time favorite. Pokédex entries go very overlooked, but an entry from Pokemon Crystal gives us an insight about an extremely well-hidden mechanic entirely exclusive to Generation 2. Diglett's Pokédex entry goes as such. Its skin is very thin. If it is exposed to light, its blood heats up, causing it to grow weak. Obviously, Diglett's main hideout is Diglett Cave in the Kanto region, being the only place to catch Diglett in Gold, Silver, and Crystal. And according to the Pokédex entries from this era, Diglett much prefers the nighttime and colder weather. So to show this through the games, during the nighttime inside of Diglett Cave, they secretly boosted the spawn rate of Diglett and Dugtrio. How can you boost the spawn rate of a Pokemon if the cave only spawns 100% Digletts? Well, instead, they boosted the 100% Diglett spawn all the way to 400%, meaning it will take you 4 times less steps to get a Diglett encounter inside this cave at night, making it a task to walk through without a rappel when the sun goes down. They also added a 200% boost to the morning time as well, and that's not even all. As days turn into nights in Diglett Cave, the levels of the Diglett that spawn will boost to almost double the levels that spawn during the day. The levels swing all the way down to level 2 in the daytime and all the way up to level 34 at night. This is without a doubt one of the best hidden mechanics in the series, and I wish they still cared about adding these type of things that make the world feel really different in each location. Pokemon Black and White are the only Pokemon games where you are forced to catch the legendary box art Pokemon. And when you arrive at the end of the story where you catch Zekrom or Reshiram, catching the legendary is a mandatory story beat. Even if you faint them or run away, they will just be standing there once you exit the battle. But there is actually one way to bypass this, and the only way to progress without catching them is to go beforehand and catch 720 Pokemon and fill all your boxes and your party, to where you have absolutely no space to carry the Pokemon at all. Then and only then will they be waiting in their alternate location for you to catch them at Dragon Spiral Tower after beating the game and facing a very hard disadvantaged fight. I just think it's interesting how Zekrom and Reshiram were never really supposed to be able to spawn in this location, and it was nothing more than a failsafe. But yet, the Pokemon in question is the one on the front of the box, an entire alternate ending for the legendary hidden behind an incredible challenge. And a Reshiram or Zekrom with a met location of Dragon Spiral Tower has got to be one of the rarer legendaries that could exist. Generation 2 introduced some of the most loved mechanics in the Pokemon series to this day, with shiny Pokemon being one of the most important ideas to ever be put in a Pokemon game. Which, if you want to know why I say that, I made literally an entire video about it. It's up there. But there's an extremely weird mechanic with one thing that is slightly rarer than a shiny Pokemon: Pokerus. Pokerus, which I'm sure you're all aware of, will double your EV gain when your Pokemon have it. You see, to get Pokerus, all you have to do is run around in the grass over and over and over again. With a rate of 1 in 21,000 or something, it will take you quite a while. But in Gold, Silver, and Crystal, for a completely unknown reason, you cannot get Pokerus until you reach Goldenrod City. No matter how many battles you do or Pokemon you encounter, it will never activate the coding script to allow your Pokemon to get Pokerus until you arrive in Goldenrod City. And this could infer that this city is the origin of Pokerus. But that's just a theory. In Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal, there's an interesting mechanic that only pertains to Shuckle. If a shuckle you have in your party is holding a berry, every time you battle with it, as soon as the battle finishes, there will be a 1 out of 16 chance for the berry that shuckle was holding to be turned into a berry juice afterwards. This is really strange because abilities didn't exist until Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, yet Shuckle never gained an ability that allows it to do this, so it's just a strange one-off mechanic that has been completely forgotten about for the last 20 years. In Generation 2, Pokemon Crystal, there's a mechanic tied to friendship that I have almost never seen talked about before. Pokemon Crystal first introduced the idea of saving a Pokemon's Met location, and to bring attention to the new feature, they snuck in a pretty well hidden mechanic. It's called the Met Location Friendship Boost. When you catch a Pokemon in this game, it will earn double the friendship if you train it on the exact same route that you caught it. The Met Location Friendship Boost does exist in games past Pokemon Crystal, but it was changed from a boost of ×2 all the way down to just 1 extra friendship point when you're training on that route. I think initially they thought that the Met location of a Pokemon was something trainers might care about a little bit more, and when it kind of fell by the wayside, so did the mechanic. In December of 2006, Pokemon Battle Revolution released. This game was the last installment of the Pokemon Battle Simulation style games that started with Pokemon Stadium. As per usual for a Pokemon game, it came with a strategy guide. These guides usually go pretty overlooked, but this one was a little bit different. Inside of the guide lied something rather strange. Everyone knows about shiny Pokemon, shiny legendaries, shiny mythicals, but what about a shiny trainer? According to the Battle Revolution guide, after beating the game and defeating certain Colosseums, it was possible to obtain 6 different Pokemon-themed costumes: a Groudon, a Kyogre, an Electivire, a Roserade, a Pachirisu, and a Lucario. After beating all the trainers and the Colosseum leader, who was wearing the costume, they would then give it to you to wear whenever you want. But what was really interesting was a picture that was attached to the bottom of the guide, hinting towards the possibility that these costumes could be shiny. Although no one had ever seen one in game before, occasionally people would post on forums asking how to obtain them, but because of this game's small audience, they didn't gain enough traction in order for a casual player to fully understand how it was possible to even find these. The only hint was to keep battling them, and so for 13 years, these shinies lay dormant, undiscovered, lost to time and obscurity. That was until November 4th, 2019, when a shiny costume was found for the first time in recorded Pokemon history. The description read, "Here is the long-awaited proof the internet has been lacking for years and to this day, in regards to the existence of the alternately colored versions for the Colosseum leaders' outfits/costumes in Pokemon Battle Revolution." A shiny hunter known as Shiny Falco left a detailed message about his journey and his discoveries searching for the shiny costume, but also presented was a devastating problem with his own find. The French guide to Battle Revolution gave him wrong information about how to actually keep this costume, due to a translation error that said the player must have already obtained the regular color Groudon costume, yet in the English guide it says the complete opposite, and after Falco's battle was over, the costume was gone. But with every journey of discovery comes another journey of preservation. The hunt was still on, and the torch was ready to be passed. 3 years later, a shiny hunter and friend of mine would unearth the second shiny Groudon costume in internet history, and this time with the triumphant information that allowed him to keep this costume for good.
Oh my god! 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 Oh my god!
The hunt took him over 8,000 encounters, and due to how slow each encounter is, having to beat every single trainer beforehand, this hunt ended up taking him 3 years. And after talking to him on Discord about it, he told me about how the video that Hunter Falco posted confirming its legitimacy motivated him to begin the hunt himself. And it wasn't until about 2 months ago when it finally paid off. Since then, one other shiny hunter has claimed the shiny Pachirisu costume, but the other 4 are still completely uncharted Pokemon territory. To me, these unfound shiny Pokemon represent the pure essence of Pokemon in itself. Mechanics and truth buried in subtle words and lightly hinted secrets. Every once in a while, a secret will spread and cause a worldwide hunt to uncover the truth. But sometimes a secret will fall into the depths of obscurity and remain tucked away in its own pocket of completely uncharted waters. But this is why I love this community, because we care about mechanics that have been thrown away and forgotten. It allows us to open the dialogue and truly unearth mysteries, and begin the never-ending quest to uncover every lost piece of Pokemon history, no matter how small or forgotten. So with that said, thank you genuinely for watching this and allowing obscure knowledge about the things we love to have a place to live and be remembered. In Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver, during the opening cutscene of the game, there is a very strange oddity regarding this that is very easy to miss. At the end of the cutscene, there's a flash of each starter, and an animation of their type surrounding them. And if you have a keen eye, you may have already seen what I'm talking about. Cyndaquil has an entirely different sprite than it has in-game. As you can see, the sprite in-game is a completely different rendition. This might not seem too odd, but this doesn't really happen, and a Pokemon having an alternate official sprite for this generation is pretty weird. And I think Cyndaquil is the only Pokemon in the entire game to have this. But this isn't the only sprite oddity in the history of the series. When creating the remasters for Generation 1, what we know as Fire Red and Leaf Green, they redid every single Kanto sprite from the previous game at the time, which was Pokemon Emerald. But for some strange reason, after changing every Kanto Pokemon sprite, they decided to change just one sprite art for one single additional Pokemon outside of the Kanto region. That Pokemon being Teddiursa. Teddiursa doesn't even spawn anywhere within the entire game of Fire Red and Leaf Green. The only way to get one would have been to go through the Altering Cave event. The Altering Cave event was an experimental way of Pokemon event distribution. They added a cave that you could get to after beating the game in both Emerald and Fire Red and Leaf Green, but the cave would only spawn Zubats. The idea being that after you received a distribution at an event, one of 8 Pokemon would switch out Zubat's spot as the 100% encounterable Pokemon, Teddiursa being one of those. But sadly, the event was never released, so the Teddiursa sprite oddity just remains a strange forgotten relic and a cave full of what could have been.
Speaking of Jirachi, there's another interesting thing about this Pokemon you may not have heard of. If you happen to be someone who purchased a copy of Pokemon Channel for the GameCube in Europe or Australia, you might know that you can receive a Jirachi directly to your Generation 3 cartridge. And one little useless but kind of funny detail is that when talking to Professor Oak about receiving Jirachi, if you decide to just say no, instead of ending the event right there, a cutscene will play of Jirachi floating away, which is pretty goofy. But I actually have something even more interesting about this to mention. When researching this Jirachi, I found out you could only get it after beating the entire game of Ruby or Sapphire, and that's a hell of a lot of time. If you were speedrunning this game as fast as possible, it would take you around 4 hours just to get this thing. And you know what else would take you at least 4 hours? Beating the entire Pokemon Channel video game, which you have to do in order to receive Jirachi. That includes watching multiple anime specials, some even dimly projected onto the night sky with the opacity churned down to about 4. But after you do that, Jirachi's yours. And after learning about this, a question hit me. Can this thing be shiny? Well, no. But okay, I lied actually, yes. This thing was supposed to be shiny locked, but due to a programming error is fully shiny huntable with a 1 out of 8,192 odds. And that got me thinking, has anyone ever actually found one of these legit? And no, not a single footage of one exists out there legitimately found. Not even a shaky cam picture and certainly not a video. This is a shiny that has never been found to our knowledge, which I find to be incredibly fascinating, and I personally think is the rarest obtainable shiny Pokemon. And this is precisely why. Like I mentioned before, you can only receive this Jirachi if you have beaten an entire Generation 3 game. But you can't just simply save and reset your game to receive it after you've done this. You can only receive one Jirachi per save file. If you've caught on by now, this means that in order to shiny hunt Jirachi in this way, you would have to beat the entire game of Ruby and Sapphire for every encounter. And then you would do that over and over and over and over again, with the lowest possible shiny odds in the history of Pokemon. Finding the Pokemon Channel shiny Jirachi is something that would undoubtedly take you years, but yet is entirely possible for anyone with enough sheer will. Something about the world's rarest obtainable shiny Pokemon being right there in front of our nose waiting for someone to claim it is incredibly fascinating, and I really hope it shines for a lucky person soon.
On the Isle of Armor, there are some of these Pokedex Fanatics NPCs, and for 100 watts, they will show you a random Pokedex entry of a Pokemon to help fill your Pokedex. But interestingly enough, they can be shiny. Sadly, you don't get to keep them, and even afterwards, they won't show up shiny in your Pokedex. But hey, I'll believe you. I learned this from LJ, Shiny Collector, so shout out to him, link to his channel in the description. Mew is one of the most elusive shiny Pokemon ever. With all the notoriety and mystery this Pokemon has, what you're about to hear is so fitting. The year is 2002, November 22nd, and there's a special week-long event being held at the Pokemon Center in New York, where a machine gives you a special gift Celebi, but you are only allowed one per day. Interestingly enough, there was a 1% chance to receive a shiny Celebi from the event, but even more interestingly, there was a 0.5% chance of a shiny Mew hijacking Celebi's spotlight and being given to the player instead. We all know some Pokemon have had their shinies changed throughout the series, but some have had theirs changed before any Pokemon fan even knew shinies existed. This comes from the Gold and Silver Space World demo, the infamous Gen 2 demo that got leaked by fans many years later, and included an entire beta Pokédex, as well as this Clefairy sprite, which gains this stunning blue color in its shiny that I enjoy way more than its regular one. Not only this, but a decent amount of the beta Pokemon have a shiny change we've never seen before, where the entire Pokemon just loses its color and turns solid gray. But in Pokemon Colosseum and XD, there's a Pokemon that has changed shiny forms between the Japanese and English versions of the game, and that Pokemon is Jinx. The reasoning for this is most likely because of the controversy surrounding the Pokemon, but it's still interesting to note nonetheless. So if you have a cool obscure fact and you'd like me to include it in a video someday, leave a comment, I read them all. Did you know the weather forms of Castform are one of the very few Pokemon that do not have shiny forms? Until now. After over 15 years, the Castform crew finally has their shiny forms, and they're pretty cool. Tell me what you think. If you watched my last fact video, you might remember Yancey and Curtis from Black and White 2, and how they trade you a handful of Pokemon you normally couldn't find anywhere in the region. Well, those Pokemon are obviously shiny locked, as all trades are in Pokemon since Gen 2, right? Yeah, they are. But if you use a shiny lock removal cheat, through the use of an action replay, you can actually unshiny lock these Pokemon. Now you might say, hey Finn, couldn't you just do that to all trade Pokemon? And the answer to that would be no. For some reason, these trades are void of that rule and can be affected by a shiny lock removal. Don't ask me, I don't know why, I don't know how, and sadly they've never been shiny hunted before, but it's interesting to say the least. So hey, if you have an action replay and a copy of the game, you could be the first to get it to my knowledge. Due to Spinda having 4 billion pattern combinations, it's safe to say that if you find a shiny one, it will be the only shiny Spinda with that pattern in the entire world. But how sure am I? Well, if you were to dedicate your entire freaking life and your entire freaking lineage to finding 2 shiny Spindas with the same pattern, assuming my math is correct, which it probably isn't, I failed math, screw you Miss Badami, and assuming you're doing 1 encounter for Spinda per minute,
it would take you 5,483,835,163 centuries. So, good luck. Speed round of shiny Pokemon featured in other Pokemon game spin-offs. In Pokemon Stadium 2, during the minigame events, there's some alternate colors for your Pokemon that are clearly their shiny forms. We have Eevee, shiny Golbat, shiny Scizor, shiny Furret, a Pichu, a Pikachu, a shiny Chansey, shiny Igglybuff and Cleffa, and a shiny Delibird. Next up is Pokemon Rumble, which actually has an incredibly cool way to find shinies, but only in the original Rumble on the Wii Marketplace. But finding a shiny in this game is actually kind of similar to the main series. Just by playing through the levels, all the Pokemon, even including the bosses, have a chance of being shiny. Although we've never data mined this game, it's pretty accepted by the community that the odds are 1 out of 8,192. Shout out to Absolblog's Pokemon, who hosts Rumble weekends a few times per year where everyone hunts for shinies in these games. In the new Pokemon Mystery Dungeon DX, shinies are fairly common to find, but getting them to actually join your team is a bit more difficult. Next up is Smash Bros, kinda, I guess. Pokemon Stadium 2. Again, I'm pretty sure the only shinies you can find in the main part of the game is when participating in the Challenge Cup. Although I'm pretty sure we only have one clip of this ever happening, and it is the Onix that Worcester got during a speedrun. Now, some of you who have played a lot of Pokemon Black and White 2 may know this, but there is actually a way to get a significant boost to your shiny odds. The base odds for Black and White 2 is 1 out of 8,192. When you increase your Entralink levels and get Lucky Power 3 and use it, it will decrease your shiny odds to 1 out of 4,096. But if you have Shiny Charm, it will even bring it all the way down to 1 out of 2,000. Those of you who watched my last video, you're probably familiar with Pokepark, the abandoned Pokemon theme park in Japan. Well, one thing you just might have missed, the little shiny Spinda residing in this park, all alone, until the end of time, completely alone. They'll be fine. This next one isn't technically about shiny Pokemon specifically, but more so a very cool thing you could do with your shinies. I made a video a while back about getting into the Void in Pokemon Sword and Shield. If you're wondering, the Void is a glitched, out-of-bounds area in the game you can get to by exploiting some of the boundaries. Once you actually arrive in the Void, it's basically an endless area where you move freely. And once you're far enough from named locations, any eggs you bring with you that you hatch in this area will have a location tag as a faraway place. This location tag is also used for Pokemon traded in from older games. I actually did a shiny hunt here using the Masuda method and got a faraway place shiny Porygon. But if you want to really trick your friends, you can shiny hunt a Gen 8mon that could not get this location tag in any other way. Just whatever you do, don't get lost. I'm kidding, you can fly at any time. So you might know that it's possible to find shinies in Generation 1, Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow, because of the way shinies were determined in Generation 2. That being, if the Pokemon has the correct stats, it will be shiny when traded to Gen 2. But, did you know it's possible to find shiny Johto Pokemon in Generation 1? The way the Pokemon were coded into Red, Blue, Yellow left open spots in the Pokedex filled by Missing No. Remember this guy? By performing certain glitches, you can make the Missing No match the right stats of whatever Johto Pokemon you would like to obtain. And when trading this glitched monstrosity, it will turn into a perfectly normal shiny Johto Pokemon. If you want to know more about this, I'm going to leave a great video about it in the description from my good friend Oliver. The Battle Pyramid in Pokemon Emerald is an interesting place. Being able to battle against high-level fully evolved Pokemon you usually wouldn't find anywhere else. But what makes it even more intriguing is these wild Pokemon can be shiny. Sadly, you are given the battle bag, so you no longer possess Pokeballs, so if you find a shiny, you're dead out of luck. But by the use of an action replay or R4 card, you can actually hack in Pokeballs. Or if you say no to hacking, you can use the Palm Egg glitch to get the Pokeballs in your game without the use of an external device. I'll leave a guide about this in the description from my friend Oleg, but some of the incredible Pokemon you can find shiny here are Charizard, Espeon, Metagross, Flygon, Houndoom, and Blastoise, and tons more. Pokemon Rumble has one of the coolest hidden shiny features I've ever seen in a Pokemon game.
Oftentimes, scripted events and cutscenes are void of shiny chances, but that is not the case with this game. During the end credits, as the camera pans around the Pokemon on the pedestal, any of the Pokemon you see in the audience all have a chance to be shiny. The only ones ever found so far were these two, Shiny Golem and Shiny Goldeen. I think this is just the coolest thing ever, and I would love to see something like this happen again in Pokemon. Shiny Pokemon to me are such an incredible mystery when it comes to the Pokemon universe. Never acknowledged or talked about by the developers, and rarely ever explained in detail how to obtain them either. And this is purposeful. Although we may never know their origins or the details about them, to me it represents that Mew under the truck and the mythical Mew 3. It's to have a little bit of mystery that keeps some kind of spark alive. But continue to search out these Pokemon, talk about them, research them, and value them. Because they're a relic of the past and the pursuit of joy. And one of the last things in these games we might not ever fully understand. So if you're digging through some boxes and find Pokemon Crystal in your old Game Boy Advance and happen to run into a shiny Pokemon, treasure it, because it's a message to remind yourself of that feeling of wonder and excitement you had on that playground when things were just that simple. And in that moment, they are.
Throughout the history of Pokemon, there was only one that I think Game Freak most likely regrets creating, and that Pokemon is Diglett, and here's why. Throughout the series, Game Freak has had to maintain the continuity that this Pokemon does not come out of the ground. Every single sprite of Diglett depicts it surrounded by mounds of dirt where it's dug up. Not revealing the bottom half of Diglett to the player is the entire point of this Pokemon, and the reason we have this. So showing what Diglett looks like underneath is forbidden. But because of this, they were suddenly tied into this continuity-wise. And there's a funny few quirks that are a result of this. In the Pokeathlon, there's a jumping minigame, and while Pokemon have different levels of jumping ability, Diglett is the only one who literally does not move. This renders it completely useless in this minigame. Sometimes you have to jump to score points and hit discs, and Diglett just will not. And then when we move to the hurdle minigame, Diglett just simply ducks under the hurdles instead of jumping over them. And when you enter Diglett or Dugtrio into the black and white musicals, normal Pokemon will dance and jump around, but obviously for Diglett, it will just glide around and spin. It's kind of magical. But the problems don't even end here. One incredible detail in Generation 5 is that the Pokemon have weight. When throwing out a strong, heavy Pokemon, it slams down out of the Pokeball. And all Pokemon have this slight falling animation when thrown out to some degree. All of them, except for Diglett, who just weirdly fades onto the screen. Did you know that Ken Sugimori, the man who drew all the official art for literally every single Pokemon, also created the Pokemon logo? This dude's art is incredibly iconic. I bet his only regret is drawing this guy. I bet you didn't know that Pokemon came out with a typing game for the Nintendo DS that came with a keyboard to connect to your DS. The game was called Pokemon Typing Adventure, and the soundtrack was actually so good. You're actually listening to one of the songs off it right now. A few videos back, I talked about Clefairy's theme song that plays during its dance under the moonlight in the Johto games, and how it was referenced in Pokemon Legends Arceus, and many of the other main series games. The remake of that cutscene in Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver is by far my favorite though, and I stumbled upon something strange while looking deeper into it that I had never even heard talked about before. So basically when Mount Moon Square hits 8 PM on a Monday night, there will be Clefairy gathered around this little pond, with the moon now shining brightly into it. When you walk up to them, they will dance around and then run away, leaving a moonstone behind. But there's a hidden mechanic that happens during this cutscene that puzzled me. After the Clefairy leave this pond, it's actually not the same that it used to be. The Clefairies dancing here for some reason caused the Pokemon that spawn inside this water to change slightly. When surfing, instead of 40% Magikarp and 60% Poliwag, it changes to 100% Poliwag. And when fishing with a Super Rod, the spawn rate of Magikarp is changed to spawn all the way to level 40, when previously during the daytime, the highest level Magikarp you could find here is level 20. The two weaker fishing rods would normally fish up 90 to 100% Magikarp, but when the Clefairies dance here, it changes to 90 to 100% Poliwag. Even though this doesn't have much of an effect on things, I still find it incredibly cool.
This next one is incredibly interesting to me. So in Generation 4, things in the game change depending on what day you play the game. Days like director Junichi Masuda's birthday increase the rate which eggs will hatch by a whopping 10%. And important dates like holidays such as Christmas Eve, Independence Day, Veterans Day, and many more all increase the rate in which you encounter wild Pokemon by 5%. While days that world tragedies occurred, the encounter rate decreases by 10%. Although this is a seemingly meaningless change, this feature is one of those things that adds a certain kind of magic and care to the older Pokemon games that I wish was still carried in the series. Did you know there are berries in the main series Pokemon games that are exclusive to Japan? In Generation 3, there were 12 berries distributed by the e-reader cards. If you were to theoretically obtain an e-reader card and an e-reader and transfer one of the berries up to Generation 5 or beyond, they would become the mysterious Enigma Berry, which if held by a Pokemon has the following effects. When a Pokemon holds an Enigma Berry and is hit by a super effective move, it will recover 1/4 of its HP. If you enter Rock Tunnel in Pokemon Yellow and happen to level up your Pikachu to level 26, where it learns Thunderbolt, you'll be greeted by this interesting animation that plays and lights up the cave temporarily. There is a very interesting item only present in Pokemon Gold, Silver, Crystal, only found in Cerulean Cave called the Berserk Gene, that raises your Pokemon's attack by 2 stages, but also confuses you, kind of like using the move Swagger on yourself. This is probably a reference to a popular theory about the famous Berserker mushrooms that Vikings would eat to enter a dissociative trance-like state and battle non-stop. Kind of a dark thing to bring to a Pokemon game. So we all know in Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness and Colosseum, there are some interesting changes to shiny forms of some Pokemon. But there's one in particular that I find to be incredibly interesting, and that Pokemon is Vaporeon. Huge shout out to one of my best friends in the community, Mr. Alpha, who's hunted shiny Eevee in this game and told me about this. When you evolve your Eevee into a Vaporeon, it acquires this interesting snowy aura that literally no other Pokemon has in this game or any game since. Although it's not exclusive to just the shiny version, I think it makes the shiny version look incredible.
My viewer Bailey sent me an extremely fascinating piece of Pokemon Lost media that I had never heard before. An entire animated feature that was even shown in theaters that now seems to be entirely lost. The short was called Pokemon 4D, Pikachu's Ocean Adventure, and Bailey described it as a 4D movie theater only experience featuring Pikachu, Meowth, Latios going on a treasure hunt underwater. It was supposed to have 3D effects as well as 4D effects, assumingly such as spraying water at the audience or shaking the seats during certain portions of the short. But after the release of this movie, it was never found afterwards. It was never released by the Pokemon Company, it was never released online on a torrent site or something. It literally does not seem to exist. If anyone has ever seen this or heard of it, we might be able to get a good idea of what happened, or maybe even uncover the original short itself. It makes sense that maybe it didn't transfer as well to 2D screens, but to this day, it remains completely lost media, which is pretty strange for an official movie to never be found after its release in theaters. This fact is really neat. It has to do with a collection of 3 Pokemon sprites that you have probably never seen before. Most forward-facing sprites can be seen in the wild or in Pokemon battles, but there are 3 sprites in Red and Blue that not a single trainer has in the entirety of these games, and are also not available in the wild throughout any patch of grass either. Those Pokemon are Clefable, Poliwrath, and Golem. If these sprites seem unfamiliar, that makes sense, because the only way to see these sprites was either by peeking at the summary screen of this Pokemon or during a link cable battle. Otherwise, they went entirely unused. So they remain a relic of the original 151 sprites that are just slightly off, slightly unrecognizable. Some of my favorite facts are small but so fun to uncover. In between Black and White and Black and White 2, they changed around the design of Village Bridge. If you notice this bottom corner here, they changed the food truck to a tennis court, but there's still a remnant of the food truck here, still in the code. If we navigate over to this exact area, you can see that there should be a sign for the food truck right on this tile. If we line ourselves up with it and press A, you can see that we can still read this sign that was taken out, exactly as it was in the originals. They just forgot to delete the data for the sign text itself. Something really interesting I never knew was sent to me recently that has to do with the move Nature Power. Nature Power is a sort of gimmick move that changes depending on the terrain that you're in. For example, on a more sandy, rocky area, on multiple occasions, Nature Power becomes the move Earthquake. In water, sometimes it becomes the move Hydro Pump. But what's actually interesting is a sort of hidden version of this move you can see in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. During the Delta episode in the post-game, you end up fighting Deoxys in space. Looking back on this, it's actually really cool, but what's even cooler is that they changed Nature Power to adapt for this one instance. And when used, it turns into the super powerful move Draco Meteor, which is just insane. I feel like the chance of a person actually using Nature Power during the Deoxys battle is so low, so the fact that they thought of this is really neat. An interesting phenomena in early Pokemon games are hidden screens that you can access during the title sequences. Everybody knows about the B select code to reset your save file, but have you ever seen the hidden screen by pressing select and B on a Fire Red and Leaf Green cartridge? You can access a feature that allows you to connect a link cable to Ruby and Sapphire to fix the infamous berry glitch. But my viewer Peter sent me one that seems to be even more obscure. By pressing X and Y and down on the title screen of Heart Gold and Soul Silver, you can access a mic test screen with a Jigglypuff on it. I had literally never seen this.
In the game Pokepark 2, most Pokemon seem to use their anime voices rather than their static Pokemon cries from the usual main series, which is interesting when you realize Porygon Z is in this game. And for reasons we're all aware, Porygon has not yet actually appeared in the Pokemon anime. So if you're curious what he sounds like, here it is. And it's weird. In Pokemon Go, every single type has a specific background that correlates and fits that type. But what's pretty weird is because the type of pure flying is quite rare, before Tornadus released in Pokemon Go, not a single Pokemon used the flying type wallpaper, and Tornadus is still to this day the only Pokemon who has it.
There are multiple locations in Pokemon games that seem like they should give you a Pokemon encounter, but actually won't. One example of this is the first tile of a cave in Generation 3. No Pokemon can spawn in the initial tile you land on once you step inside of a cave, and this is true for multiple other gens as well. A more interesting one is the 4 tiles surrounding the fossils in the Gen 1 games, with no encounters appearing in this whole square, even after you pick up the fossils that were laying here and complete that little event. In Pokemon Emerald, in Meteor Falls, the very first bridge that you see when you enter this cave cannot wield any encounters either. In Generation 5, there's another encounter detail like this I bet you haven't noticed either. A single tile of grass cannot wield an encounter at all in this game. It takes at least 2 grassy tiles to spawn a Pokemon. As you can see, I went into this patch well over 100 times and didn't get a single encounter. I believe this was implemented to help you grind for shaking grass encounters, even in small tight areas like this.
I've talked about shiny Pokemon plenty on this channel, but I have to say this next shiny fact is the coolest one I've ever found. Shinies changing in the main games is a bit of an anomaly. Sure, a bunch changed from Generation 2 on, like the classic Charizard and Smeargle, but what about past this? The amount of shinies actually changing after this point is slim to none, and when it happens, the change is usually very subtle. But in June 2013, we witnessed this happen. During a pre-release footage showcase of Pokemon X and Y, they displayed a shiny Go-Goat that has never been seen since. Here is Go-Goat's shiny now, and here is the pre-release version. Although it never made it into the game, this definitely marks a unique circumstance where Game Freak not only displayed a shiny Pokemon during a showcase, but then rectified and changed that shiny later, breaking the norm in so many more ways than one. And I wonder if this Go-Goat was even shown intentionally, or if it was a mistake. This oddity takes place in Pokemon Emerald, and wasn't discovered or documented until 2021. So the Battle Pike was an area inside the Emerald Battle Frontier that challenged you to go through 7 fights in a row. Well, when challenging the Gentleman NPC, he has a Dusclops that attacks you with Ice Beam as soon as you enter. And there's something incredibly strange that can happen here. When Dusclops attacks, if you do not press the A button whatsoever, it will Ice Beam you while the man tells you to watch out. But if you press A during when this happens, you will get an extra line of dialogue where the man yells for his Dusclops to stop. In Pokemon Ruby Sapphire and Emerald, on the second floor of the Sky Pillar, there is a cracked floor tile that if you stand on will crumble and land your player on a rock. A rock that is usually a background element and you cannot usually stand on. This does absolutely nothing to your game and you can simply step right off, but yeah, that's it. Can't get back on unless you do it again. And it doesn't do anything when you're on there either. But you know, it's kind of cool. I thought it was pretty cool. Poison Touch was an ability introduced in Pokemon Black and White that has a 30% chance to poison the Pokemon you're attacking. But this wasn't always the case. In the Japanese versions of these games, the chance to poison your foe was slashed down to just 20%. But if you were to set up a battle between a Japanese and an English version of the game, the player with the Japanese cartridge would still have this 10% disadvantage. I actually have one more really cool detail regarding Generation 5, the best generation. And in these games, after selecting your starter, you're forced into a battle with Bianca. And no matter what Pokemon you pick, you have a 99.9% chance to at least take a little bit of damage during this battle. But what if you don't? Well, if you are lucky enough to get multiple critical hits in a row, get some lucky misses or growls, or if you just hack in a stronger starter and get past this battle unscathed, Sharon will have an extra line of dialogue addressing this. I think it's super cool that this was even accounted for, because the chance of this happening is literally almost zero.
A very underused and not well-known feature of Generation 4 is the dual slot mode encounter method. Game Freak decided to utilize the DS's 2 game slots by changing the Pokemon that spawn in wild grass if you have a Game Boy game inserted into the console. While you're playing through Diamond, Pearl, or Platinum, once you beat the game, it gains you access to some really interesting encounters, like Zangoose on Route 208, or Pineco on Route 204, Solrock and Lunatone in Lake Verity if you have Ruby or Sapphire specifically in the DS. But something strange occurs in Lake Verity when plugging in Fire Red and Leaf Green. Instead of giving a new encounter from a different game, the new encounter that spawns doesn't really match the theme of these dual slot mode encounters. An extremely low-level Bibarel and Staravia appear at a 4% rate. There isn't any other route where things like this happen, and it seems like a weird programming error rather than an intentional decision. Of course, these wild Pokemon can be shiny as well, and with that 4% encounter rate, they make for an extremely rare, one-off strange encounter, and probably one of the rarest shiny Pokemon that you could find like this. In Generation 3, there are a few timelines you can follow through the games that act as little side quests. Ones that I bet you have never noticed unless you have played every single inch of these Generation 3 games. Let me show you what I mean. Our journey starts off with finding a specific trainer in Ruby and Sapphire, who is extremely well hidden. So well hidden, there's a chance you never even knew about her. She's right here. This is Psychic Jacqueline. The only thing to take note of at this point in time is her Pokemon, Abra, because that is key to her small story. Although she is gone in Emerald, her story picks back up in Fire Red and Leaf Green, where she can be found again at the very end of the game on the Sevi Islands. She was apparently teleporting and went to the wrong place and got stuck on this island. What's even better is that you can see it was definitely her, but given the time gap, her party has grown, she has more Pokemon, and her original Abra has evolved. Little small stories like this are super neat to find. Thank you, Zone, for sending me this one.
In Pokemon Emerald, there is a rare candy hidden in Area 6 of the Safari Zone that cannot actually be interacted with if the player tries to pick it up facing from the top or the left. Why? I don't know, but who cares? In Pokemon Heart Gold Soul Silver, it's possible to get a line of text from Lyra on the Pokegear saying that her Marill evolved into an Azumarill, but when you go check on her, it will still be a Marill. One cool thing I always liked learning about is little things about Pokemon anatomy, and this is one that I thought was pretty rad. The colors on the ends of Magnezone's magnets can actually turn on and off at will, as seen in the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon series. Ah, Slowpoke Tail, the forbidden fruit, the tasty treat we were all teased with for generations. And I know if you're as sick in the head as I am, you wondered just for a second how tasty they really are. Well, if you were to hack one into Heart Gold and Soul Silver, it actually can't even be eaten, and is entirely useless and for some reason a key item. In Generation 4, there was a glitch on the GTS which allowed the player to get an item called the Seal Bag, which holds 10 seals, which is basically a way less effective version of the seal case. As you all know, Pokemon finally once again follow you in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, and because of the new art style, the big full-scale models from Sword and Shield would not really work in this game. So some of our old Pokemon friends are a little bit smaller. But I know you're all dying to know, so here it is. This is what Wailord would look like if it were full scale. Shadow Lugia is agreed upon as probably one of the coolest Pokemon designs ever. Vanillite is probably agreed upon as one of the worst Pokemon designs ever. Although I like it, but that's a secret between you and me, you don't dare tell a soul. But they were in fact designed by the same person. In Pokemon Black and White, Tepig's sprite seems to have slightly changed in the starter selection screen between some versions of the beta, most notably his leg being a lot skinnier than in the final release. There is one unused move hidden in the files of Generation 6 called the Light of Ruin, which is a 140 base power Fairy-type move that if put into the game would be the strongest Fairy-type move aside from Z-moves. During the bug catching contest in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, if at the end of the contest the player has a full party and their newly captured Pokemon is sent to the PC, it is referred to as Bill's PC, as opposed to someone's PC if the player has not yet met Bill. This video is so stupid, there's no way anyone's gonna watch this. There's a little technical continuity break in Generation 4 during the member card event, where the player falls into a nightmare to go catch Darkrai on New Moon Island. The break is that the underground can actually be accessed at any time from the island, even though technically being asleep during the event. As you're probably aware, it's possible to use Dig to escape from Burn Tower in Heart Gold Soul Silver, but have you ever wondered why? No? Me neither. Well, it's because, for whatever reason, the Burn Tower is classified as a cave area rather than the normal building in the game's code. This is also true for Bell Tower and Sprout Tower as well, and they are the only buildings known to have this effect. It's likely that it was done to allow Pokemon to be able to spawn inside,
But unlike other buildings, Burmy will take on its sandy cloak rather than its trash cloak if it battles here. Bonus fact, Sprout Tower was also considered for a Smash Bros. Stage in early development. Okay, I have to admit this next fact is actually incredibly interesting, but I had to at least sneak one good fact into this video. Going into the Sinnoh remakes, I was really hoping to see a 3D rendition of the original Gen 4 Shiny Sparkles, which we all know are the best. But sadly, we did not get that, and the Sparkles are very similar to Sword and Shields. But there's one key difference that makes these incredibly unique. Unlike every single other Shiny Sparkle we have ever had, these Sparkles are completely random. The Sparkle itself is more like a particle effect that gets expelled from the Pokemon, and will in turn be slightly different every single time you throw your Pokemon out, which I think is insanely cool. Shout out to Anubis on Twitter who discovered this. The move Struggle can only be used when every single one of your move's power points has reached 0. But interestingly enough, the move actually has contest stats, even though Struggle cannot be used in contests since moves don't even take PP when doing them, and it probably only has them so that the game won't crash if somehow tampered with. Several lines of unused text in Pokemon Gold and Silver show that instead of headbutting trees, it was originally planned to be activated with honey, or as it was called originally, sweet honey. There's even lines of text showing you would slather it on the tree like in Generation 4. Speaking of unused text, we all know the horrors of undoubtedly the worst weather condition that was ever put in a Pokemon game, fog, which without the HM would make moves miss half the time. Well, thankfully, it was only limited to the 4th generation of Pokemon, but just barely. While digging in the files of Generation 5, 2 lines of text were recovered that show fog was very close to being a part of the game. There is a weird glitch when importing Farfetch'd or Sirfetch'd into Pokemon Home. They will act as if they have a nickname and cannot be re-nicknamed when put back into Sword and Shield. It seems like this is due to Pokemon Home assigning them the incorrect apostrophe. And this glitch was surprisingly not fixed in the entirety of Pokemon Sword and Shield's life. Champion Diantha actually has the most balanced team of any champion, because each of her 6 party members all have a different highest stat. Hawlucha for speed, Tyrantrum for attack, Auroras for HP, Gourgeist for defense, Goodra for special defense, and Gardevoir for special attack. In Generation 3, the status screen of the move Water Sport has a very weird error. It states that the move has 100% accuracy, even though it targets the field as a whole, so it ignores accuracy and evasion checks. In Heart Gold Soul Silver, Regigigas has the widest overworld sprite of all the Pokemon. In Pokemon Heart Gold Soul Silver, Nosepass is programmed to learn the move Head Smash through breeding as an egg move, but no other Pokemon in the Mineral group can legitimately learn it to pass it down in these games. It was removed from Nosepass's egg move list in Generation 5, but now in some of the newer games, there's Pokemon who can actually pass it down, and now Nosepass can't even learn it. There is one patch of grass that exists in the Johto region that was only present in Pokemon Crystal, not in Gold and Silver or even Heart Gold or Soul Silver. The spot is right at the upper entrance of the Ruins of Alph, probably to allow the player to catch Pokemon on this route, without traveling the long way around. The levels of the Pokemon were even adjusted to be caught earlier, which makes it even weirder that it was not present in the remade version of this region. And to my knowledge and research, this is the only time something like this has ever happened. Hey, if you're one of my viewers and you live in Australia and happen to own a copy of Pokemon Diamond, go check your box art, because there is actually a very blatant error on it. As we all know, Palkia is the god of space, and Dialga is the god of time. But yet on the official PAL insert of Diamond, it reads, "You search for the Pokemon that rules space" in Pokemon Diamond version. Also in Pokemon Diamond, the TM description for the move Rock Tomb for some reason wrongly states that using it can cause the target to flinch. But somehow this isn't even the last issue with Rock Tomb either. When this move is used in a double battle, it appears to attack the Pokemon opposite that the player has chosen, but the damage is actually done to the right Pokemon. For some reason in Pokemon Sun and Moon, Morlul can learn Sunny Day via TM, but Shiinotic can't. What? If I were to ask you what you've been told the shiny odds are in Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, I would be surprised if you said anything other than 1 out of 4,096. Since every single main series Pokemon game since X and Y have all had the same fixed number for their shiny odds, and every game before that all shared the same shiny odds of 1 out of 8,192. But believe it or not, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are the first main series games in Pokemon history that this is not actually true. I'm absolutely no code expert and don't really understand whatsoever how this works, but Twitter user that goes by SiresM found out that the way the code was written made the shiny odds for Pokemon sway somewhere between 1 out of 4,082 and 1 out of 4,109. This seems to be some kind of programming error, as this has never been the case before, and as of the release of this video has not been fixed. But for now, this means that for the first time ever, your trainer ID could actually affect your shiny odds. I've been saving you for a moment just like this.
In most games, the legendary theme that plays is the exact same in either version of the game. What I mean by this is whether you're fighting Groudon or Kyogre, the legendary theme that will play during the battle is the exact same. It's just a legendary encounter theme. But if you listen closely during the legendary theme for Zekrom, it has a fill section where you can hear raging electricity in the background. Take a listen and see if you can hear. In Reshiram's theme, however, during the same song and the same fill, instead of electricity, you hear raging fire. In Generation 3, during Wally's catching tutorial cutscene, if the Pokemon game is tampered with to somehow burn Wally's Zigzagoon, for some reason the burn status will not show up on Zigzagoon's health bar. There's actually quite a few interesting things that can happen with this cutscene due to its sequence-breaking nature. For example, not only can Wally's Ralts be shiny, which you've probably seen before, but so can his Zigzagoon, although neither will be shiny throughout the rest of the game when this cutscene ends. In Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, after you defeat the first gym leader, there's an encounter cutscene with Barry that you're forced to go through if you try to continue the story by heading back towards Jubilife City. But all he really does here is just bump into you and then leave. So whether this cutscene is actually important is debatable. The interesting thing, though, is that by healing at the Jubilife City Pokemon Center and then catching an Abra before you enter Sand Gym Town, if you manage to beat the first gym and then walk up to Route 207 and simply teleport back to Jubilife, you would actually skip this encounter entirely. The game will then continue on like normal, like nothing ever happened. In the very beginning of Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, you're thrown into a battle when you select your starter. Naturally, Game Freak wanted you to be able to win this first battle, so they added in some strange mechanics regarding the enemy AI, either a Poochyena in Ruby and Sapphire or a Zigzagoon in Emerald. The question is, whether or not it's possible to lose this battle. If you purposely use non-damaging moves until you're low health, the Zigzagoon will actually just flee from you. I had never seen this before until I tried it. What's weird is that because Pokemon can't usually flee unless you catch them in the Safari Zone, the way that Zigzagoon flees is kind of strange, because it will flee after you use your last move of the battle. I wanted to see if I could get a critical hit and lose this battle to see what actually happens. So I replayed the sequence about 20 times, and I was finally able to get a high roll tackle on me in perfect range for me to die. All the normal text saying that you white it out will still occur, but as soon as you exit the battle, the cutscene with Professor Birch will just continue like normal, even though it said I white it out.
I have a small detail I doubt anybody watching this has ever noticed about the way you encounter Ho-Oh in this game. Ho-Oh is considered by Pokemon lore to be the guardian of the skies. Rainbows are known to shine from its wings, and it's the classic mystical firebird creature, and that's why it's so cool. But the developers wanted you to feel this when you encountered this Pokemon. And as you ascended up Naval Rock to encounter Ho-Oh, you'll be greeted by a murky tower view. A slightly dim gray sky is peering down around you, until you encounter the legendary Ho-Oh, when the sky is turned into a much brighter, more inspiring fiery blue. But what truly shocked me is once you defeat Ho-Oh in battle, the entire sky stays this bright blue color. It permanently affects this area when it's encountered, and I've never seen any details like this in Pokemon before, and I think it's incredibly cool that it clears the sky, signifying its pure power to affect your game and the player so intentionally. If I were to ask you what generation the move Waterfall was introduced, what would you say? I think many would come to the answer of Generation 2, but I think it's slightly less known that the move Waterfall was actually present in the games since the moment Pokemon was released with Red and Blue. It's the same move with the same base power, just without the ability to climb waterfalls. You see, the reason this was so well hidden is because Waterfall in this game was not a TM or an HM, or in the game very much at all. It was only able to be learned by 2 Pokemon out of the entire 151 roster, them being Goldeen and Seaking. On top of this, they didn't even learn the move until level 39, making it even more inaccessible since most people don't have a Seaking on their Elite Four team. But this one was news to me, and I wonder if you guys already knew this.
So one of my favorite motifs in early Pokemon is hiding world-building elements in the environments, leaving it up to the patience of the player to discover them.
A great example of this is the hidden Wailord of Marine Tube in Black and White 2, that only appears for 2 hours out of the day, between 3 and 5 p.m. You'll even earn a medal for seeing this Wailord. But there's an even lesser known secret that you can find on Driftfield Drawbridge in Driftfield City.
If you go to the Driftfield Drawbridge and just stand still and wait for a little while, you'll actually start to hear something. You can hear the sounds of planes and helicopters flying by. You can also hear the cry of Charizard. This is because the bridge is sometimes referred to as Charizard Bridge, so they snuck in a little nod towards that as well.
I'm sure if you've played Pokemon Crystal, you remember how after you beat the 8th gym leader Claire, there's an additional bit of story where you have to travel into the Dragon's Den and take a test to determine if you're worthy of the badge. After this, when leaving the Dragon's Den, Claire will then stop you and give you the TM for Dragon Breath. Well, I would like to propose a question. What if inside of the Dragon's Den, after you took the test, but before you could leave, your last Pokemon in your party ends up dying to poison damage? Do you just not get the TM for Dragon Breath whatsoever? Well, no. Actually, for some reason, you end up getting 2. Upon waking up in front of the Pokemon Center, if you enter back into Claire's gym and speak to her, she will play the same dialogue line as she normally would, but then if you head back to the Dragon's Den afterwards, as soon as you land on this tile, the original cutscene will play and she will give you a second Dragon Breath TM. In Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl on Route 225, there's a very interesting NPC that's hiding an Easter egg that I'm almost positive you missed. Her name is Ace Trainer Deanne. As you probably know, Cherish Pokeballs are practically unobtainable without a cheating device, only capable of coming from certain event Pokemon. Then how on earth does this random trainer Deanne actually have a Tropius in a Cherish Ball? Well, this is not an oversight, and it's actually a nod to the first ever event Pokemon distributed in a Cherish Ball, which was Shokutan's Tropius all the way back in 2007 as part of a campaign for an old Japan-only Pokemon-themed TV show called Pokemon Sunday. In the Pokemon League and Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, there's an interesting quirk with these lights that I can almost guarantee you did not know. And that is the speed of how fast they flash, because it actually changes depending on what localization of the game you have. In the Japanese versions, they're much faster than the North American release. In Generation 1, Aerodactyl was unable to learn the move Earthquake, but later on when transferred to Gold, Silver, Crystal, it gains the ability to learn this move. The reason this is interesting has to do with Pokemon Stadium. If you use the time capsule and trade an Aerodactyl with the move Earthquake back to Generation 1 and then to Stadium, something very interesting will happen. Because you could only transfer Pokemon into Stadium from Red, Blue, or Yellow, Aerodactyl was technically not intended to have this move. And when used in battle, you could see an entirely unique Aerodactyl attack animation for this move only. To my research, this is the only time Aerodactyl uses this animation in this game, and there was a point in time between the release of Stadium and Gold, Silver, and Crystal where seeing this animation was completely impossible. In June of 2008, Pokemon held an event distribution for Deoxys in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. The event was held at GameStops in the US, and to promote this, they handed out flyers promoting the event Pokemon. But for some reason on this flyer, there was a pretty huge mix-up. Where it shows the information about this Pokemon, it says the event is for Darkrai instead of Deoxys. Shout out to Professor Rex, you guys should go subscribe to him by the way, who literally photocopied this for me since there are no pictures of this on the entire internet that we could find. In Pokemon Black and White 2, if you do not collect this max potion from Route 11 and then you use your dowsing machine by this city, it will reveal that there's a hidden item here, but then the hidden item will disappear once you collect the max potion.
Back in the day, it was normal for a Pokemon game to release in Japan at least a year before it ever came to the US. Many kids in the late and early 2000s grew up with the game Pokemon Stadium and Pokemon Stadium 2. But in Japan, the history of Pokemon Stadium is vastly different. You see, there is not actually 2, but 3 Pokemon Stadium games in Japan. That's right, they have an extra entry in this series that never saw a release in America at all. In Japan, Pokemon Stadium 2 is technically Pokemon Stadium 3, and Pokemon Stadium is Pokemon Stadium 2. The missing game has gained the fan name of Pokemon Stadium 0. The game came out on August 1st of 1998, which was exactly 1 month before the North American debut of Pokemon Red and Blue. The fact that this game came out before anyone in the West even knew what Pokemon was is probably why it's so incredibly obscure. Pokemon Stadium 0 had an extremely limited roster of Pokemon, only allowing you to choose from a pool of 42, leaving out a lot of unevolved and middle evolution Pokemon. The way the actual game functioned itself was also kind of different. In order to do anything other than battle, you had to have a Game Boy game saved at the Pokemon Center and connected via the transfer pack to even play at all. Apparently they did plan to add the rest of the Pokemon with an expansion through the 64DD, but due to delays, they released Pokemon Stadium 2 instead, or what we know as Pokemon Stadium 1.
see. One Stadium 2, which is Pokemon Stadium 1, and then Pocket Monster Stadium Gold and Silver, which is Pokemon Stadium 2. So 3 games.
But now it's kind of just a weird mark on Pokemon's release history that has been pretty forgotten about.
And now, our feature presentation.
Everyone knows Pokemon has always been inspired by real places. Unova is New York, Alola is Hawaii. But before Pokemon was a franchise to tour around the world, it was all about to end with a final region. In 1998, Gold and Silver brought to life the heart of Japan. But unlike other games, this region was an exact replica. Osaka is Goldenrod, Kyoto is Ecruteak, Olivine City is Kobe, Violet City is Nara, all lining up geologically perfect. And I think most people know this. But over a year ago, I started to research every town, route, and city, and each connecting piece. And the entire region began to unravel into a web of obscure truths that had been buried in these games 20 years ago. And my view of what these games were really about began to shift. The NPCs in Goldenrod speak in the Osaka dialect of Japanese. There are real whirlpools exactly where they're placed in the game. Every notable location in Johto is a notable monument that exists in real life. The radio tower in Goldenrod is the Sutenkaku. The Bellsprout Tower is an allegory for the oldest standing wooden temple in the world, the Todaiji. It makes sense now why you can hear wood creaking in the tower. They even got these things. Nara and Kyoto have a law where stores can't use bright colors to maintain the beauty of old-style buildings, which is why both Violet City and Ecruteak are the only ones to have muted red Pokemon centers. But how deep did this really go? Sure, it's a shot-for-shot perfect copy of this real region in Japan, but even the Pokemon themselves relate to real animals that live in these areas. And the places those Pokemon appear on the map line up perfectly with real life. Nara and Kyoto have thousands of free-roaming deer. Stantler only spawns on Route 36 and 37, the one chunk of grass that lies between them. It's the only Pokemon that spawns here at all times of the day at a fixed 30%. The Pokemon themselves are far less fantastical than any other region in the history of the franchise. Heracross is the Japanese rhinoceros beetle, Spinarak is the Japanese Joro spider. They all fit into life the way they do in the games. But slowly, I started to realize that there was a much deeper layer here. A narrative that I was starting to uncover. A message that was trying to be told, shrouded by fantasy. Johto is one of the last games to still have unsolved questions. People have always been asking for more. But what I found is that the missing pieces actually lie in reality. And the only way to find these answers was to go where it all began and solve it myself. Because if everything is practically real, then what the hell is unknown? I've been playing Pokemon since I was a little kid. I've walked the ruins of Alph over and over, slid old stone puzzles together, caught Unknown, and that's about it. It's easy for this place to seem like nothing but a dead end. Just an endless mystery. Nothing but old cryptic writings that give more questions than answers. Ruins of the past. Puzzles, secret rooms, and strange Pokemon. It almost doesn't make sense. What if this place was real? What if there really were more questions than answers? What if the puzzle pieces aren't all put together? What if it really was unknown?
The place we know as the ruins of Alf was inspired by Asuka, a tiny village 40 minutes south of Nara, or Violet City. It's a place where the mystery of the past is living in tandem with the present. Throughout Asuka, hundreds of ancient tombs are hidden underground. In between gardens and houses lie stone structures that look identical to the ones in the ruins of Alf, that are to this day not understood. The tombs are over 1,500 years old, yet still standing, and no one on Earth knows anything, who is buried here or why. Their very existence is truly unknown. Throughout Asuka, there are stone monoliths that have been standing still for so long, no one knows what they were ever for. All they know is that some of them fit together like a puzzle. Though they will likely never move again, moss grows over and kids climb on top, and the only way for these ancient puzzle pieces to come together is through story and imagination. These pieces are stuck in time, built before Japan's own known history, more than 1,500 years ago. They've been forgotten many times over, stuck still for so long that legends came of them and left. They remind me of sliding the stone puzzle squares into place, unlocking some secret fantasy stone chamber where you fall into a hole in a mysterious room. Pokemon is just another iteration of these legends, a story built from something mysterious that will never be answered otherwise. Most of the tombs, like the game, are empty now, but there have been discoveries here that have influenced these games in far more ways than you might think. There are two that are regarded as national treasures by Japan. This is the Takamasuzaka. This tomb was first discovered in 1972, and it was the first tomb with vividly colored paintings to ever be discovered in the history of Japan. When it was found, it was all over the news as the people of Asuka gathered around and climbed in to see origins of the past. On the walls were paintings of multiple figures: Genbu, the black tortoise, and 3 other animals that were shrouded due to its age: a tiger, a dragon, and the resemblance of a bird. Shortly after it was laid eyes on, it was sealed off to the public. These are what inspired the paintings and the puzzles in the ruins of Alf. In 2005, they found the paintings had molded over and started to deteriorate since its discovery. A difficult decision was made by Japan to completely remove the giant stone panels and bring them to a research center for them to painfully reconstruct into their original state. In tandem with this, new dialogue was added in the remakes of Gold and Silver to an NPC in the ruins of Alf, who says we are reconstructing ancient stone panels, and we think we can put them back together to how they were. The Takamasuzaka was immediately a staple in Japan historic discoveries. However, it was only 10 years later that another discovery like it would be found. The most notorious tomb in all of Asuka, and possibly Japan, the Kitora Tumulus. First discovered in 1950 by a local resident who stumbled upon it during road construction and spread word about its existence. Immediately after, it was declared a national treasure by Japan. But due to the technological restraints at the time, the tomb was left untouched for 30 years, until 1983, when enough advancements in cameras had been made that it was possible to see inside. A group of researchers used an oddly thin, long camera called a fiberscope to learn about the contents that had laid underground for over 1,500 years. Once inside, they found paintings on the walls.
the second discovery in the history of Japan to recognize a vividly painted mural. Although similar to the Takamatsu-zaka, this one was far more special because it was in nearly perfect condition. Inside laid 4 mythical creatures, and the oldest precisely drawn constellation map to ever be discovered in Japan. These 4 creatures are known as the 4 symbols of Chinese astrology, and among them lied the last one that was missing from the Takamatsu-zaka, the vermilion bird, Suzaku. Ho-Oh, the mystical firebird, said to be the ruler of the legendaries, and to promise eternal happiness to whoever laid eyes on it. Only referred to as legend in Gold and Silver, until you encounter it. He was originally intended to be the only mascot of Pokemon Gold and Silver. Many people know about Ho-Oh's connection to the ancient Chinese mythological bird Fenhong, as it literally translates in Japanese as Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh adorns the top of temples in Kyoto in golden form, clearly inspiring the Pokemon and its shiny form. But it also has a strong connection to the vermilion firebird, Suzaku, portrayed on the walls in the ancient tombs of Asuka. Not only is Ho-Oh painted on the stone in the ruins of Alph, but Ho-Oh is required to be brought here to enter into certain chambers. The mysterious transmission, the only Pokegear channel that plays in the ruins of Alph, was created by using portions of Ho-Oh's cry. Ho-Oh specifically is connected deeply to this place, and Suzaku is a symbol of Asuka, and has more ties with Ho-Oh the Pokemon than we thought. Like Ho-Oh, Suzaku is often a symbol of rebirth and regeneration. But Suzaku is also associated closely with the sun and possesses the ability to control fire. And Suzaku, like Fenhong, is said to have wings that resemble the rainbow. Never before had Japan discovered an ancient painting of Suzaku like this. The importance of Suzaku to Japan as a whole is key to understanding Ho-Oh's connection to the ruins of Alph. Inside of the Kitora tomb, waiting with Suzaku and the divine beasts, lied a constellation on the ceiling, the oldest scientific star map to ever be discovered. Knowing that Ho-Oh has ties to this depiction of the constellations started to reveal much more about these games than we had ever thought. But it all became clear to us when we entered into a replica of the Kitora tomb and heard the words of someone who knew a lot more about this than we ever could.
Oh, the sun.
Whoa.
Gold and silver? No way! Wow! What? That's so cool! Dude.
Gold and silver, above and below, the sky and the sea, the sun and the moon. Ho-Oh is the golden sun, and Lugia is the silver moon, inspired directly from the ancient constellation that originally pictured them together 1,500 years ago. The oldest and most culturally important of its kind. This is why the games are called Gold and Silver. This connection is why Ho-Oh and Lugia both carry the flying type, and are always pictured mirroring each other in all of their art, even in some of their moves. And Generation 2 were the very first games to introduce day and night. But if you've played these games, then you're probably aware that we're missing a piece here. The Kimono Girls played a vital part in the story of Johto, and they also reside in the tombs of Asuka. When the first tomb with murals was discovered, the Takamatsu-zaka, the painting that drew the most attention was the depiction of empresses in ancient Japan, known as the Ladies of Asuka. The Ladies of Asuka were 5 people who played critical roles in this time period of Japan's history and the spread of Buddhism, and they were portrayed in gold and silver through the Kimono Girls. The depictions of the Ladies of Asuka in the past and now all show them representing a different color, which is why each kimono girl carries an evolution and are always portrayed wearing distinct different colors. There are 5 kimono girls and 5 Ladies of Asuka. Throughout the games of Gold and Silver, there is a theme in the story and a general feeling of playing this game like the past and present are existing together. That things of old and new are happening around you at the same time. It says in the Japanese Pokemon Wiki that the Kimono Girls are descendants of an ancient clan that worshipped Ho-Oh and Lugia. This use of the word clan seems strange, but it's actually very intentional. There is one other time a clan is mentioned throughout the games of Gold and Silver, in the secret rooms of the Ruins of Alph. There are words written in unknown on the floor that mention that they are the clan that erected Pokemon statues outside. 1500 years ago in Asuka, there were 2 real clans in an intense conflict with each other. The Soga clan, pushing for Buddhism, eventually won. During this time period, the Ladies of Asuka had a vital impact on the creation of Japan as a nation. The clans referred to on the Ruins of Alph floor and the clan that the Kimono Girls descended from are the same. If this is true, the time periods would line up perfect with real life. The 5 Kimono Girls are the descendants of the 5 Ladies of Asuka. The Ruins of Alph are full of stone chambers, ancient ruins of a past civilization, where all that remains are structures built with giant stone blocks, statues, paintings on rock of Pokemon that are no more than legend now, weathered and cracked, in need of being assembled, and an unknown language written on the walls, messages from a long-forgotten clan. The scientists tell us the ruins are 1500 years old, and that there simply isn't much to know about them, aside from the feeling you get when you're inside. The only other Pokemon that spawns in the Ruins of Alph, aside from Unknown, is Natu and Smeargle. Xatu's Pokedex entry says he stands still, witnessing the past and present at the same time. You as the player truly are witnessing both the past and present simultaneously as well. It makes perfect sense why they placed Natu here, and nowhere else on the entire map. Smeargle is the painter Pokemon. With a paintbrush on its tail, he's the artist, and a metaphor to the ancient paintings that the place that inspired the Ruins of Alph is most prolific for. Every single detail in the Ruins of Alph has a meaning, even down to the items you can obtain there. Nothing was left a dead end. Old amber can be found by smashing rocks outside of the tombs. Simultaneously, in Asuka, while excavating the tombs, they dug through dirt and rocks, uncovering ancient artifacts, one of them being pieces of amber. On this journey to Asuka, I had dreams of stumbling onto an ancient tomb, falling underneath and entering into ancient ruins, old stone traditions of the past. I had no idea how real this game really was.
What? Yo! What the fuck? Dude!
Whoa. Pass me that?
Yeah, it's going. Holy shit, dude, I'm like scared.
But the biggest mystery of the Ruins of Alph is, of course, the unknown. Why would Game Freak add 28 variations of a weak Pokemon
that hardly anyone ever has in their party or even bothers catching. You can't use this Pokemon in the Elite Four. You'd probably struggle to even beat a gym. This is because there is an entire different point this Pokemon is trying to prove. It's questioning the way you play this game by design. The entire Ruins of Alph is one of the bigger locations in the game. It was a risky move to fill up their game with so many questions. If you encountered this Pokemon as a kid, you probably remember being confused. Even now, people tend to not really get this Pokemon. And if you view this Pokemon through the lens of a made-up world, a fantasy, it doesn't make sense. But if you view it through the lens of a grounded world, no different to ours, the meaning and overwhelming importance of this Pokemon becomes clear. There has always been a search for what inspired the design of Unknown. Many people think it's hieroglyphs, but with everything we know about Johto, it all comes from Japan's own history. The biggest design inspiration for this Pokemon could likely be from what are known as ancient keyhole-shaped graves, only visible from the sky, built 2,000 years ago in the 3rd century. Hundreds of megalithic tombs resembling keyholes are forever preserved in Japan. They are some of the largest tombs to ever be discovered, and their design is still not fully understood. And it's hard to deny they visually resemble Unknown, but after weeks of searching for Unknown's real meaning, we have come to an entirely different conclusion of what the point of this Pokemon really was. 5 minutes from the train station, through a neighborhood, lies a hill that overlooks Asuka. Underneath this hill is the secret that inspired this strange Pokemon. A tomb built in the 7th century. You can tell from the outside that this is one of the leading designs of the Ruins of Alph. We know this from Heart Gold and Soul Silver, and if you walk inside with your back to the wall and a camera pointed straight forward, you can see the exact frame for the entrance screen to the Ruins of Alph. This is the Iwayama Tumulus. Out of all the tombs, the Iwayama bears the most resemblance to the games. Built with large rectangle stone blocks, you can feel the energy around you as you enter. Something is here. Something here lives on from the past. Marked on these stones is what can only be described as unknown markings. Each block is touched with a character of some sort. When you first see it, it seems random, but it's almost moving. Some people believe it's naturally occurring, but other people believe the markings mean something. Wyatt and I spent hours here in the dark, looking at every single block, attempting to decipher an unsolvable code, as people had probably done here for hundreds of years. When you look closer, you can see characters that stand out and strike a strong shape, and likely were the idea for Unknown themselves. Each one different, each one with or without meaning, all bearing energy that gives you that feeling as a human that there really are things in life that are a mystery. The most fascinating part of this place is that it truly is unknown. No one on Earth knows what these mean, or why this place was built. This language, these markings, this place, this art, whatever it is lost so far in the past, so far into obscurity, that its purpose, story, and creator are completely and utterly unknown. A person I met wandering through Asuka, training to become a tour guide, took me here and described these markings as energy markings. And that stood out to me, because what's left with us is the energy. Whatever someone made over 1,000 years ago still radiates a feeling when you are inside. And when you step out and the sun hits your face, it becomes clear why the Pokemon Unknown had to exist. The story of this place needs to be told. Art takes from life as it has for so long. That feeling of exploration and wonder is alive around you just as it was when you were a child playing these games. Chasing that feeling, chasing the mystery. There's a reason why this game resonated with so many people. It's because it's real. When you're a kid and you play this game, it's just a fantasy where you catch monsters. But eventually we all grow up. This game has been around for 20 years. There are real human intentions that brought this into existence. Gold and Silver is profound. The entire story of this game is the reimagining of folk tales and history. Pokemon is presented as a fantasy, but it has always been ancient history. All things that are put into this world come from somewhere. This game was a work of art, and we never noticed. As we marched through the woods, hunting for a tomb in the middle of nowhere, covered in bug bites and thorns, I felt a sense of freedom I hadn't felt since I was a kid. And I had a realization that maybe the people who made this game wanted this. They wanted somebody to find this. They wanted someone to come to these places and feel what they felt here. Why else would someone work so hard to eternalize a place and its feeling? They wanted people to dig up the history and the meaning. And they wanted someone to find all of it was just as they were told as a child. And all of it was as interesting and magical as the fantasy game they love. So the next time you walk through the ruins of Alph, you can breathe a sigh of relief that this mystery will never be solved, because that is the point. Life itself is a mystery, and you don't have to stare it dead in the face to know that it always has been. It's been right in front of us. It's been there the whole time. Unknown is simply the unknown.
Yeah. What do you think, Jeremy?
Whoa! Wait, is that yours? Original?
Yeah.
Whoa.
So in my last video, I investigated a rumor that there was possibly a way to break your game in Diamond and Pearl by losing the starter battle at the very beginning against Starly. They designed this battle to never be able to be lost by the player by having the Starly flee from you when your health gets too low. But they actually messed up. I tried this battle over and over for hours to see if it was really possible, until I finally got it, and my game is frozen. This gave me an idea though. How many rumors are out there like this in Pokemon games? Interesting oddities just waiting to be proven that just take a little dedication and time to uncover. And what if I verified them myself? So I collected a handful of rumors in old Pokemon games that I've heard about, and let's put them to the test. If you have ever done any shiny hunting in the 4th generation of Pokemon, you might know a few tricks in your game to help find your targeted shiny. One feature introduced in Generation 4 is the static Pokemon respawn trick. If you're completing the story of Pokemon Diamond and Pearl and get to the part where you encounter a Dialga, and if you aren't ready to catch or shiny hunt this Pokemon right away, then you can knock it out instead of catching it. The Dialga will disappear as if you caught it. But then, if you beat the Elite Four, the Dialga will respawn again in the same spot, for you to attempt to recatch. You can do this over and over actually, as many times as you want, but this feature doesn't just extend to legendary Pokemon. Apparently, this mechanic covers all static Pokemon across the Generation 4 games. So I'm going to attempt to verify if this is really true, with a Pokemon that hardly anyone has ever knocked out in battle. If this rule is true, then the static Pokemon respawn trick should apply to the one and only Shiny Gyarados in the Lake of Rage. Gyarados, being an overworld Pokemon with an overworld sprite, should fall under the category of static Pokemon. And if I knock it out when I first encounter it instead of catching it, once I beat the Elite Four, it should respawn in the Lake of Rage. Game Freak doesn't usually give out free shiny Pokemon, so most people will likely catch this Gyarados when they get the chance. And if they do knock it out, they would probably save before this, reset, and try again. So I doubt hardly anyone has tested this before. On top of this, I have another thing I want to test at the same time. One day out of the week, on Wednesday, after completing the Lake of Rage side quest, the entire lake will be drained, allowing you to access different areas, creating a slightly different environment than what's normally there in the other 6 days. But what if we beat the Elite Four and respawn the Gyarados on Wednesday? Is it possible to see Gyarados in the drained Lake of Rage? Let's find out.
Okay, right off the bat, no rain. It's drained. Oh my god! The drained Lake of Rage Gyarados! It's real! Oh my gosh! It's possible! Wow, no freaking way. That is so cool.
In Pokemon Sun and Moon, they introduced a new type of evolution method for electric-type Pokemon called magnetic fields. The only real purpose of them being to evolve Pokemon who couldn't evolve any other way. More specifically, only 3 Pokemon were affected by this: Nosepass, Magneton, and Gen 7's Charjabug. Now when you think about what this area is supposed to be within the lore of the game, it's just a place with a strong magnetic electrical field around it, which causes your magnetic in some way Pokemon to evolve. But what's strange is that there's only a single location in the entire game that can do this, and this never made sense to me. Given that the Charjabug evolution line was a new Pokemon, with generally low stats until you evolved it, it wouldn't be viable to carry around until quite literally the end of the game where they place the magnetic field, and evolve it at level 55. No, there's got to be another magnetic field earlier in the game. It wasn't until I got an email from one of my viewers who claimed they had evolved a Charjabug in a different location, a magnetic field that isn't listed anywhere online, but is far earlier in the game, and that's exactly what we're going to find and test. The location my viewer found that evolved their Pokemon was, of course, the Electric-type Trial Gym. The location is in the Hokulani Observatory, full of all these funny power surge things and Charjabugs everywhere. It seems like if my viewer was telling the truth, it would make perfect sense, considering this environment is physically a magnetic field. I scoured the internet to see if anyone had talked about this, but I found nothing. So either my viewer had misremembered, dreamed it, or they were about to make a huge discovery. Let's put it to the test. There are 3 ways I'd like to test this.
Firstly, if I give a Chargebug a rare candy just outside this building, will it evolve? Secondly, I'm going to check if it only works inside, and if neither work, the final test is going to see if the Chargebug will evolve only during the battle with the gym leader, because that's exactly what my viewers said they were doing when they witnessed this. After testing it outside, nothing happened. I went inside into every room, roamed the halls, and again, nothing. No evolution. But then I went to challenge the gym leader and I realized my save file had already beaten him. Not only this, but the same trainer is also an Elite Four member. So I realized the battle is a timed event, and I'm going to have to restart my entire save file, and battle my way back through the game as normal, until I can arrive back here at the proper time. With Sun and Moon's long cutscenes and slow load times, over excessive dialogue, and the fact that this island challenge is the 5th one, means this will take a long time. So after trying to rush through this painfully slow game, getting lost, losing to the Fire Island challenge hundreds of times since my entire team was weak to fire, I caught a Mudbray, trained it for a few hours, finally I took down these damn Marowaks, now I'm heading to the right challenge. I've been playing this game for over 24 hours, started at 4 AM, played all night, woke up, played all day, until 4 AM the next day, and I've now finally arrived. After all of this time, I just pray that my viewer was right, or I'm about to lose my mind. My starter Pokemon is now level 40. Everything has reached its final evolution. If this doesn't work, I just might zap cannon this world. Either way, I'm starting to charge. Not only did this take a long time, but truthfully, I just want so badly this one to be true. So here we are, back at the gym leader. Let's do this. Oh, I forgot about the actual challenge. I have to arrange Chargebugs in a puzzle for 30 minutes before I can even fight this guy. One sec. And finally we arrived at the battle. This took me a few tries since this Togedemaru is way too damn strong. He kept calling an ally Pokemon to help, and I lost a few times. So that was annoying, but now it's time for the moment of truth. I made sure to have my Chargebug be one sliver of XP away from leveling up. That way once the battle's complete, my Chargebug will be guaranteed to evolve. I finished off the final Pokemon with my Chargebug as my lead, just to watch all of my hard work pay off. 24 hours later, it's time to find out if this rumor is true. No, oh my god, this game. No. Are you kidding me? I slightly lost my mind. I wondered what my viewer had experienced to believe that this was true. Maybe they had a dream. Maybe they misremembered, I don't know, but at this point, I'm so over playing this game. Come on, it makes perfect sense. Look at all these fucking Chargebugs everywhere. How can this not be true? The entire building is surging with electricity. It's way more magnetic than the vast Pony Canyon. I had to do this stupid puzzle. I had to hunt down these lost Chargebugs, take down this insanely strong totem Pokemon for no reason. I put it all into this. I've been playing this for 24 hours. Something's surging through my body. It's not anger. It's electricity.
Well, damn, I guess this is kinda true. Myth confirmed.
I got an email from one of my viewers who noticed a detail in a Gen 3 game when they were a kid. They remembered hearing the cry of a roaming Pokemon, specifically a Raikou, in the overworld while it was roaming on the route that they were currently on in-game. Hearing Pokemon cries in the overworld was a feature in all the Gen 3 games, and to me, this seems like it could likely be true. When you wander into grass in these Gen 3 games, the cries of Pokemon can be heard in the overworld, and they match the Pokemon that spawn on the route that you're currently on. If you listen close, you can hear an Electrike. So to test this, I got the roaming Latios in these games to roam into the route that I was on. Then I waited in the grass in the overworld. I also had a Pokemon with the Swarm ability in the first slot, because this ability in Gen 3 boosts the amount of cries that we hear in the overworld like this. I waited here for about 30 minutes in total. I heard quite a few cries, but sadly none that matched Latios. So I decided to test this again in the original game that was mentioned in my email. With the original Pokemon as well, I released the roaming Raikou and got Raikou to roam onto my exact route. With the Swarm ability in the lead, I waited again, but sadly no Raikou cry could be heard. I really wanted this one to be true because this would be really cool and would be another added feature. It's a bummer that it's not, but at least according to my test, it seems like this is not in the game.
After posting this video, I was initially flooded with comments of people who swore this was indeed a thing they experienced. Was it all a giant Mandela effect? Or was there really something hidden here that was just difficult to dig up? Well, this time we're going to really find out. I decided to set up 5 different games, one in every single iteration of Gen 3 Pokemon. Ruby, Sapphire, Fire Red, Leaf Green, all side by side, waiting for Pokemon cries. 30 minutes, no movement, just waiting for the cry of a roaming Pokemon. Now all we had to do was listen. No cries from Pokemon that were outside the route's normal encounter table. I can't leave it here. We have to dive in further. Like it was meant to be, I received a comment from a viewer who was interested in lending a hand to search through the code of old games to find out once and for all if this was real and lay a mystery to rest. After some back and forth emails, a few days later, I received a message from him where he told me what he found. This was his response. After doing a look through of the code, it appears there is no way a roamer's data would ever be pulled when determining the cry to be played. I decided to manually confirm this by setting the roamer to always be in the same spot and keep loading into that route. I was able to see the cry to be played was always determined before the game calculated the roamer's location, and my test confirmed this. After about 30 tries, it would always grab the cry based on the normal wild Pokemon table. I think this fact makes perfect sense when considering how similar all Pokemon cries sound. Listen to these two and see if you can hear which one is Latios. You ready for the answer? I don't think you are. The first one was Linoone, and the second one was Wailmer. I'm sorry that was kinda mean, but the point is, without putting a Pokemon to the cry, they can sound very similar to each other. This is Latios' cry. Either way, it's safe to say, now this one has officially faded into the past.
In Generation 4, it is a common occurrence to battle alongside another trainer in a 2v2 match. It happens many times throughout the story, but while Gen 4 didn't introduce double battles, it was the first game to really flesh out the ally 2v2 mechanic. What you might remember is that there was only one instance in the entirety of Gen 3 where you battle alongside another trainer in a 2v2 battle. That moment happens in Pokemon Emerald, alongside Steven Stone in the Moss Deep Space Center versus Maxie and Tabitha. But there is something really strange about this battle that needs to be confirmed. Because they had not yet fleshed out the mechanics of ally double battles, there is some strange inner workings going on here. You select 3 Pokemon at the beginning, as opposed to just entering the battle normally. You can even see Steven's team before and when you check the Pokemon tab. But as you battle, you may have noticed something odd occurs. And it happened just now. Let's watch that again. When we defeat an opponent, the experience gained is halved, and it seems that Steven Stone's Metang is actually gaining the other half. At least according to the text that appears in the battle. This is not a normal occurrence for an NPC in Pokemon games. Usually trainers' Pokemon seem to be completely set, and this prompts the question we're going to attempt to answer. Can we level up Steven Stone's Metang? By carefully selecting a team of exploding Pokemon, I'm going to attempt to try to give Steven's Metang all the experience from this battle. Metang is at level 42. A normal Metang at this level needs somewhere around 6,500-ish experience to level up. There should be just enough in this battle to dish out that exact amount to Metang. As long as none of my Pokemon receive any of it, there should be enough to level up his Metang. And let's see if this is true.
Bomb has been planted.
Don't kill, don't kill, don't kill. Nice. That should be enough. Oh! Oh my god! It leveled up! Oh my god. I kind of feel like it's not gonna work, but we'll see. Let's try this again with the cheats on. Metang is trying to learn Iron Defense. This is so weird. Metang is trying to learn Iron Defense. Steven's Metang, but it can't learn more. Am I gonna get to choose? Am I gonna get to choose what move? Oh my god! Oh my god! This is crazy! I get to delete his moves! So I'm gonna try and give him a bunch and see what happens. Alright, 43 leveled up. 44 learns Iron Defense. And now he's using Iron Defense! Oh my gosh, this is so weird. And now let's see if we can get Metang as high as possible. Level 45. Level 46. Level 50. Oh my gosh. Meteor Mash. Okay. This is really interesting. Imagine if we can get his Metang to evolve. We just need to make sure we don't die here. He's using Iron Defense. Okay, moment of truth. Imagine here. Imagine. Just imagine if his Metang evolved. Oh my god! We got him to evolve! Oh, no way! This is crazy. I've never seen this before. We're evolving Steven's Metang into Metagross. Oh my god. Holy crap, that is so cool. Because this is the only double ally battle that functions like this in the game, this is the only instance where this is possible, at least to my knowledge. I mean, this is crazy. This is so crazy.
This was without a doubt one of the coolest things to witness, but it only spawns more questions. After posting this, I received hundreds of comments of people asking two main questions that were still left unanswered. Let's start with the first one. Does Metagross register in your Pokedex when it evolves? This is interesting because someone else's Pokemon registering in your Pokedex as caught is completely unheard of. But because of the strange way this battle is coded, there may be something strange happening here. After all, we are able to evolve and give moves to his Metagross, and even witness the evolution animation after the battle. I dusted off my old save file and decided to copy my actions from the first time. But this way around, before I start, I used a save editor to make sure Metagross is unchecked and not registered in my Pokedex. After successfully getting his Metagross to evolve again, we were greeted with nothing. Normally, if you register a Pokemon as caught, it will show its Pokedex animation. But remember, this battle is very strange. Upon opening my Pokedex, Metagross did in fact register, not only as seen, but as caught as well. So we now know it treats Steven's Metagross as your own Pokemon. Bizarre. Question 2. Does Metagross retain its moves that I teach it during this battle, and possibly retain its level when you battle him later in Meteor Falls? So we restarted again and followed our same steps of last time. I made sure to remember the specific moves I taught it, assuring it knew none of the moves that it's supposed to have in that final fight with Steven. I also put its level extremely high, into the 90s, which would be super interesting to see later on. After the battle, I played through the game until I could get to his fight. I made my way through Meteor Falls and tracked down Steven, and challenged him. After whittling down his team, he used Metagross last, like it was written in the stars. He threw it out, and immediately I noticed the level was not retained. On my last Pokemon, I at least still wanted to check the moves. One by one, in order he used his complete 4 normal moves. This one, sadly, is impossible.
Champion Steven has multiple side quests in Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. You can receive the Hoenn starters from him, and release the roaming Latios or Latios. But a slightly looked over side quest of his is the trade of Fortress for Beldum in Saffron City, and a possible hidden message that you can see during this. I read on a Japanese website that somebody had a different line of dialogue after the trade with Steven, when their fortress had maximum friendship. Usually after this trade, Steven simply just says, "Oh, look at the time," and then leaves. It would be interesting if there really was more he would say here, so I got a fortress and started to feed it berries. Until I raised its friendship all the way up to maximum. I double checked with the NPC in Goldenrod City who checks friendship, then took the train over and put this rumor to rest. The text for the trade goes completely normal at first, until the trade is over, when we find our first piece of hidden dialogue. Steven notices the high friendship on Fortress, and comments how you must be a fan of steel types like he is. He then starts describing why he likes steel type Pokemon and hugging them or something, and that Beldum is his favorite. He apologizes for rambling on, thanks you, and leaves. I think it's really neat getting this extra bonus dialogue about such a key character by simply raising the friendship of your Pokemon. After I posted this originally, I got a ton of comments wondering if Steven would have a third, alternate version of dialogue, if this time I traded him a fortress with 0 friendship, instead of maximum. So I traveled on the bullet train back to Johto and started running around in the wild grass, and using bitter medicine to lower Fortress's friendship down to 0. After about 20 minutes, this poor Fortress hated my guts, and I made my way back to Steven. After initiating the trade for the last time, nothing happened. Except for now, Steven just has a pissed off Fortress. Okay, if this one is true, I bet it will shock a ton of people. It's one I have been wondering about for so long. I have been wanting to do an obscure fact about it in my Obscure Pokemon Fact series, but I couldn't find any details about it. So we're going to find out for ourselves. It takes place again in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. You may know a handful of abilities in Pokemon affect the encounter rate outside of battle. Abilities like Illuminate, doubling the rate you encounter Pokemon,
Intimidate, for example, also phases out lower level Pokemon in grass. Magnet Pull makes steel types appear. You get the point. But according to one line of text in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, running increases your encounter rate. That's right, simply running in Pokemon makes Pokemon appear more in the grass. This is even stated on the official Japanese Pokemon Wiki, but yet no one online seems to know the actual percentage rate of this, or very many details about it at all. The only hint towards this in the entire game is one sign in Blackthorn City. Since most people who play Heart Gold and Soul Silver immediately turn on the running shoes as soon as they receive them about 10 minutes into the game, the amount of people who are walking around in the grass in these games is so low. So I doubt anyone has ever really taken the time to see if this is true. So that's exactly what we're gonna do. To test this, I'm gonna run in the grass with running shoes and then without running shoes until I get an encounter 100 times in each game. 100 times with, 100 times without, while keeping track of how many tiles I cover until I get an encounter. Then we can compare the difference. Montage time. Alright, I've done 100 encounters, 50 in each game. I'm going to do 50 more after this, but let's check what we're at. Running encounters has an average tile distance encounter rate of 13.63. Walking tile encounters has an average so far of 15.96. So definitely a difference. I'll check back in at 100 on each. Okay, final results. I've done 100 encounters in each game. On the running shoes game, we have an official average of 12.8 tiles before an encounter. On the walking game, we have an average of 15.99 tiles before an encounter. That is a 24.9% change between the two games. But wait, we got more here. The running game covered a total of 1,280 tiles in total, whereas the walking game covered 1,599, a difference of 219 tiles. I also counted how many times the running game got an encounter in 10 or less tiles covered. That happened 48 times throughout this test, whereas the walking game found an encounter in 10 or less only 28 times, nearly half as much. I think we can confidently say that this rumor is true. Running does increase your encounter rate in these games to some degree. It turns out this little sign in Blackthorn City knew something we didn't for a really long time.
After posting this video, I saw floods of people mentioning that this was something they had always known, considered general knowledge. They've been doing it ever since Pokemon came out. The initial test of this video was to get an actual number, a real percent chance that has never been known or even been tested by anyone on the internet. In fact, before this, I too thought it was a known thing, but yet when I searched the internet high and low, all I could find mentioning it at all was a research paper that did the same exact test I did, but on a smaller scale, in Heart Gold as well, and they came to the conclusion that it was actually false, that there was no change in encounter rate between running and walking. Here is the truth behind running in Pokemon games. Obviously, running was introduced in Generation 3. Like many people commented, they had known this fact of running reducing encounter rate to be true, even since then. But the funny thing is, that's wrong. Running does not change your encounter rate to any degree in any Generation 3 game. Many people also thought the bike increases encounter rate, but you'd be interested to learn that it actually does the opposite. Biking in Generation 3 reduces your encounter rate, multiplying it by 1 times 0.8, slowing the encounter of wild Pokemon. The one thing to know about this test is that in order to get an actual number and a real conclusion, you'll have to either dig through code or run a brute force test like I did.
Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver are slightly unique in the way that you select and receive your starter. In most Pokemon games, the only starter Pokemon that gets generated is the one you choose. But in this game, and with this Pokemon selecting machine, it generates all 3 of the starters for you to choose at once. The impact of this is that you can actually see when one of them happens to be shiny. This feature made the Johto starter shiny hunt one of the funnest and most popular ways to hunt a shiny starter, but there is a question here, one that I doubt any player is dumb enough to answer, and that's where I come in. Because you can see when any of the starters are shiny, and you can choose to select whichever one you want, if we stumble across a shiny starter and out of the kindness of our heart decide to choose the other not so sparkly starter that is opposite of that one, we will theoretically give Silver, our rival, a shiny starter, who he will then theoretically use in battle. It's a long shot, but what if?
Okay, I just found this little guy after like 3 days of hunting. This is probably the dumbest thing I've ever done. So what we're gonna do here, we have a shiny Cyndaquil in this little machine here. Our rival will always pick the starter that is strong against ours. So I'm going to not select this full odds shiny Cyndaquil, but instead select the normal Chikorita. When we pick Chikorita, our rival should be given this shiny, and we will see if he will actually use it in game. What have I done? What have I done? This has gone too far. This has gone too far. Oh my god, I've done it. Oh god. As you can see, I named myself Death. I think a tear just fell from my eye. I will see you guys in 1 second when we get to the rival fight. Here we go, the moment we've been waiting for. That's a Pokemon that's too good for a wimp like you. Dude, you don't even know what you have. Here we go, let's find out. Oh god, what have I done? Oh gosh, please. Please. No!
But wait a minute. A year has passed now, and I have a new idea. What if we turn back the clock and make a different choice? We know now that we have two options: to take this shiny for ourselves, or give it away, and have it vanish into nothing. We have no idea where it goes. Into an empty world of made choices. It's crushing to see. But there's a third option here. There are 3 Pokeballs after all. There's always been 3 choices. If we select Totodile here, and again say goodbye to our Cyndaquil, this forces our rival to choose the stronger Pokemon to ours, meaning he will pick Chikorita. As we battle and continue our journeys, back at the lab things remain still. When we walk over to the machine, the final unselected Pokemon will be sealed away inside its Pokeball. We become champion, gain stories to tell, but when we return back, Cyndaquil will still be there, remaining forever as its level 5 shiny self. It's almost better to see it sealed away. You don't always need to have the things you love. Sometimes knowing they exist is all you need. I bet you'd often find yourself returning back to the lab, but not for anything in particular. Just sitting next to the machine and making some calls, keeping it company, drifting off the conversation, having bygone dreams of choosing it. Some days you might even forget. Maybe you'd regret it. But after all, it's just a game. Isn't it more about how it affects you?
This next one, without a doubt, is the most time-consuming thing I have ever done for this channel. When you boot up a Pokemon cartridge, you have two options: to either play your main save file, or select a new game. You can start the game over again with the new game file, but the catch is that you can't save. As soon as you turn off your console or even soft reset your game to the title screen, that save file is gone. I heard about a line of text that appears at the very end of a Pokemon game when you complete the entire game on a new game file that can't save. I have no clue what it says still. At the time of recording this, I have not done it yet. It could be something really lame, like your game can't be saved. It could even say nothing at all, I have no idea, but there's only one way to find out. The game I chose for this was Black and White 2. And this is why. Normally in this game, completing it on a new game file is completely impossible. After defeating the first two gyms, you have to film a movie at Pokewood to continue the story. After filming, you have to save your game to leave this building. And normally on a new game file, once you reach this point, you are completely soft-locked. You cannot leave this room at all. But I decided to use a walk-through walls cheat and was able to weasel my way to freedom. And now we can see something that I bet no one has tested. Now let's finish this fight. Okay, here we go. This is it. This is the moment that I have been waiting for much longer than you have, viewer. So let's go over this one more time. We snuck past the guard in Pokewood that would normally soft lock us there. And we beat the game on the new game setting where we cannot save. And we're about to see what happens when you beat the game. In some games, apparently there's hidden text at the end. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Here we go. I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous. This took me so long. 30 hours and 3 minutes total. Here we go. Moment of truth. I'm pressing A. 3, 2, 1. Come on, please. Challenge mode unlocked. Okay, interesting. I don't know if I had it already. I really don't know about the save file that it was on. Okay. No! No! Yes, though! Yes! That was text! No way! Oh my god! There's already a save file. It's impossible to save. Damn! There it is. Pokemon Black 2 on a new game save file. The one line of hidden text. GG's, guys. GG's. Please subscribe. This took me 30 hours.
The setting is Heart Gold. Once you start, don't let your mom save your money. Play the game normally until the very end. After completing all 8 gym leaders, head through Victory Road and defeat your rival. Once you're staring down the chance at victory, it's time to entirely ruin your chances at winning and trap you at the gates of completion for the rest of your tiny little pixelated life.
Take all your items and throw them away. Spend every last Pokédollar to your name. Pick up every hidden item along the way and chuck it. Release all your Pokemon except a weakling of your choice who can't learn any useful HMs. I chose Abra, and you'll see why in a second. Lose a battle or teleport back to Indigo League. Save, and you're now entirely soft-locked. Here's the situation we found ourselves in. Abra is too weak to win any wild battles to evolve even a single level. Only knowing teleport, it's impossible to gain any experience in Victory Road. Even if we somehow make it through Victory Road without fainting, we will inevitably reach a point where we need strength to continue on, leaving us unable to continue any further. There's no trainers at all in the Heart Gold and Soul Silver Victory Road, leaving us with only one other way to go, through the Elite Four. The only chance to earn money, which is impossible since the very first and only Pokemon you'll ever encounter blocking your path is a Xatu who will kill you in one hit with U-turn. This battle is completely unwinnable, and we only have one Pokemon, so we can't trade with anyone either. Now if you're a hardcore Pokemon fan, you might realize the hidden reason why this softlock is so devious. In the original Gold and Silver, there's an NPC in the Indigo League who assures this could never happen. An old man with an Abra who will teleport you back into safety. In Heart Gold and Soul Silver, the man is here, but when you speak to him, he says no one needs him anymore, since everyone just flies these days. You are now trapped forever next to the one NPC designed to save you, but he simply won't.
I have like some Pokédollars left. I gotta have a few Pokédollars left. I have an item to sell. I have an item. I bought this nugget. I can sell this nugget. Got some apricorns from Kurt, I think, left over. I could probably sell a few of Kurt's apricorns. Where are my items?
Welcome to the world of softlocks. Hidden in the postgame of Sinnoh, there's a softlock that requires 2 trades to end your game. First, get someone to trade you a Finneon. Assure that throughout your playthrough you've never picked up any of the fishing rods. Teach Finneon Surf and make your way to Route 226. Once you get off, you've now set foot on the last ground you'll ever touch. When you step into the lone house on the island, you'll see a man in the corner, and he will propose to you a trade. Your Finneon for his Magikarp. As soon as the trade is completed and you scribble in your notebook what just happened, you're now stranded. Magikarp only knows one move. It can't learn Surf, making it impossible to leave this piece of land. If we haven't picked up any of the fishing rods, it's impossible to get an encounter and cause our Magikarp to faint. No encounters, no more Pokemon, no way out.
Phineon! Fuck you, Phineon!
There are tons of different NPCs in the original Red and Blue who are actually extremely dangerous when it comes to softlocking. On Cinnabar Island inside of the Pokemon Mansion, this one NPC here can almost completely softlock your game. To make this as difficult to escape as possible, we're going to attempt it with a full team of level 100 Pokemon. We have no escape ropes either. Once we find this NPC, we have to push him sort of. In these old games, you could slightly persuade an NPC to change direction, and we can make him walk into this specific spot, into this corner by the table, once he's in the right position, and wait for him to spin and walk over. Right when he does, we need to initiate a battle with him. As soon as we do, we have now put this save file in an extremely frustrating position. This NPC will not ever move again, so we're completely locked to these 2 tiles. But we're not completely stuck. Every escape exit is blocked, but we can still move our character by one single tile at a time up and down. Luckily, there are still wild encounters here. We are now going to have to faint every single one of our Pokemon to escape, one at a time until we are free. But with very high level Pokemon, attempting to escape this is just insane. First, we'll have to exhaust the PP of every single move we have. We can make use of poison and bide turns using the Pokeflute or switching Pokemon,
But no matter what, this will undoubtedly take hours. Let's see what happens. That took me 9 hours. Why did I do that? Did all that for what? What's happening? I don't know. What am I doing when people like this? 9 hours. What am I doing? What did I do that? Why did I do that? The setting is Pokemon Yellow. This softlock is extremely simple to perform. Start a new save file and walk outside your house. As soon as you do, you'll see an NPC right here that sort of follows a loose path. But like you saw in the Pokemon Mansion earlier, we can sort of dictate an NPC's movements by nudging them in one direction. This one will take some more time than before, and is definitely a little bit difficult to get them in the right spot. But after just a few minutes, we can push the NPC into the wild grass up here. If you walk up, Oak will come and stop you and bring you back to the Pokemon lab like he's supposed to. Wait a minute, I fucked up. Okay, hold on, I have to be on the other, one sec. If the NPC is on the right side of the grass, nothing will happen. But if you move the NPC to the left side, they are now blocking the tile you're supposed to be on, which means the game will now throw you parallel to Oak, rather than behind him. So as you can see, I'm not supposed to be here. I'm already walking through some shit I'm not supposed to, and now instead of going in the door with Oak, I'm gonna get stuck right next to him between the wall and never start my adventure. Be trapped inside the texture of the Pokemon lab forever. Unfortunately, we can't open our menu or save here since the game thinks we've done the impossible, even though it's unlikely a kid would have saved by this point anyway. So a simple reset could fix this. But for some reason, we're just gonna chill here. Endlessly. Damn. I'm stuck in a building. I wonder what else is possible. Pop in a cartridge of any Generation 1 game. Play through the story as usual. As you take down trainers, try to save your money. Make frequent stops at the Pokemart and buy as many items as possible. Once you arrive in Pewter City, take down Brock and buy something else. Start heading towards Cerulean, and pick up as many other items as you can on your way. When you get there, challenge Misty, and at this point you should have a full bag of items. You'll gain the ability to use Cut outside of battle. You won't technically get the HM till later, but we will never reach that point. Instead, get someone to trade you a Pokemon with Cut. We are now 1 minute away from entering a world where time stands still. Right below the gym is a tree. Cut it down and follow the path towards the burglar house. A Team Rocket member will be waiting to challenge you. Once the battle is over, he will try to give you a TM, but if you filled your bag all the way to its max capacity, you won't be able to receive it, which means Team Rocket will hang out here forever until you have the space in your bag. Normally the NPC blocking the door right here would disappear after this battle ends, but since your bag is full, the NPC will just stay here, which means you can go through the house, walk through the front door, and the game will force you backwards a tile, leaving you completely stuck between the NPC and the inside of the door. You could reset and fight Misty if you want, or you could save right here and softlock yourself indefinitely. The only way out now would be to fly, but we don't have that yet, do we? You can make conversation with the NPC, but after a while, it'll get pretty boring. He keeps saying the same shit over and over, and you can't speak a word. Now, it's just you and your thoughts. A clouded mind with no actions. No more story to tell. You must now accept a world of constants. Everything in this reality is now the same. You, as the player, are the only character that has the ability to change anything at all. An echo of silence covers the Kanto region. No NPC will ever speak again, except this fucking guy. The next gym will be waiting for a challenger who will never come. Team Rocket won't make any more plans, and Pokemon will never be caught again. It is now the same day, over and over, for the rest of time. Unless you want to delete your save file and start over, that's up to you. But I don't think I will. There's no need to throw away any items or Pokemon in this one. Even an escape rope or Pokemon with Dig or Teleport couldn't save you in this softlock. In the Trick House, Room 4, it's possible but very difficult for you to accidentally arrange the strength boulders in the incorrect positions to trap yourself forever, leaving all exits blocked, with no escape. The most commonly known softlock in this place is in the Japanese version of Pokemon Emerald, but when I found the layout of the room changed in every version of Gen 3, I decided to see if it was truly possible to softlock yourself in every version of these games. That includes both the Japanese and English versions of Emerald, as well as Ruby and Sapphire. First, let's do this in Japanese Pokemon Emerald. In order to lock yourself, you have to arrange these boulders into a very specific spot, which means one wrong push, and you have to start over. After these specific movements I'm doing now, in less than a minute, you're now softlocked. It's funny to imagine the chance of someone accidentally doing this, considering how difficult it is, although it would still be entirely possible that one little kid 10 years ago made this mistake. His precious Elite Four team and everything he dreamed of would be gone forever. No matter what you try, you're stuck in this tiny room, with maddening fucking music for eternity. Now in the international versions of Emerald, you can see the layout of this room has changed. There's a wider area of open space right here, and after numerous tries of trying to replicate what just happened to us on the Japanese version, you'd think this softlock would be impossible. But no, there's another hidden softlock prevention feature in here that also doesn't work. Watch what happens when we follow the same steps as the first time. Keep your eye on this single boulder here. As soon as it leaves our field of view on our screen, it returns back to its original position, basically resetting the softlock and resetting our steps to doing it. So now not only do we need to rearrange the boulders into the softlocking position, but we have to assure that they don't disappear off our screen. Difficult, but certainly not impossible. Even more interestingly though, this mechanic is also in Ruby and Sapphire, and in order to softlock ourselves, we actually have to use it to our advantage. But I'll explain that later. If we keep it in our field of view by going this specific route, yet again, we can effectively ruin our game forever. Trapped in this one spot. This time we've trapped ourselves in an even smaller area. Great. Now, let's do it in Ruby and Sapphire. As you can see in every version, the room is slightly different, but that doesn't stop us from trapping ourselves. Either they completely failed, or maybe the developers didn't even have time to make sure of this. With the room being different each time, that'd be a lot of tedious work, especially with this fucking music. What's so interesting about this lock is that, like I mentioned earlier, we actually have to use the boulder resetting mechanic in our favor. By moving the boulders to these positions, similar to before, since this room is different from the others, we could normally get out right here. But resetting the boulder to its original state, it actually allows us to push it right where it's supposed to be, without losing our spot. The only way to escape now would be to reset and revert to our last save, but instead, we are going to save. For the third time, we are now forever in the Trick House, with nothing to save us, 3 games ruined. These save files are now unplayable.
Pokemon are a thing of the past. You'll never see one again. All you can do is walk around in circles. Maybe call someone on the Pokegear. Check your trainer card. It's up to you. You're here now, till the end of time. Stuck forever. Listening to the worst fucking song you've ever heard.
Help! I'm stuck! It doesn't go! Soft locks.
Without a doubt, the easiest place to softlock yourself in the entire Pokemon series is Pacific Log Town in Generation 3. This place is almost designed to softlock you, and we can set one up in less than a minute. By flying here and entering and exiting the Pokemon Center, then flying to Mauville City, we can drop off our Pokemon with Fly in the daycare, and leave ourselves with a single Pokemon who cannot learn neither Fly or Surf. Then all we have to do is faint in a battle, and we've completely ruined our save file. We'll wake up in Pacific Log Town. Since fishing rods are optional, not picking one up would seal our fate forever. Unable to get an encounter, unable to continue any further. But even if you do pick up a fishing rod, there's no Pokemart here to buy Pokeballs, so if we had none, we would never be able to catch anything to help us escape, stuck on this tiny island forever. But there is one single Pokemon who cannot learn Fly or Surf but can break us out of this island. Without any HMs, this one Pokemon can break the unbreakable softlock, but not without many hours of pain. First, we need to head to Meteor Falls and catch a wild Solrock. These have a 5% chance to hold an item that's key for what we're going to do. After this, I'm going to hatch our special Pokemon, drop off our Pokemon with Fly, and knock ourselves out. We will wake up, now trapped, in Pacific Log. But we have the one Pokemon who can save us. Oddish. There's no encounterable Pokemon on this island, but there is one other way to acquire one single other Pokemon. There is a lone trade, a Blossom for a Corsola, who we can then teach Surf and break free. The only problem is our Oddish is level 5. It doesn't evolve into Gloom until level 21. With our old rusty fishing rod in hand, we have a task ahead of us, to battle our way to freedom, one Magikarp at a time. After 100 fishing encounters, I was at level 14, 9 levels and 3 hours later. What was surprising to me is not how terrible it is to battle these Pokemon over and over, but actually getting the fishing encounter itself. It would often take 5 tries or more to get a single bite, making this take much longer than it seems, especially with such little experience points gained each time. But in our situation, there is quite literally no other way. $224 fishing battles and 5 hours of in-game time. I finally did it, though that doesn't even seem like much. Somehow the droning motion of using Absorb at least 600 times non-stop for hours left me dying to do just anything but that. I ran straight to the NPC's house,
and accepted my trade. The glory I felt of my Corsola jumping out of the ball. Somehow this trade animation seemed so beautiful compared to the 5-hour battle simulator movie I just watched. Walking over to the edge of the water, not to fish, but to be set free. I've never been so happy to see the simple question of would you like to surf? I took one more glance back and surfed into the sunset. To where? I don't know, but I'm sure as hell not going back there.
Make room for me.
But why do any of this? Why trap yourself forever? What's the point? We abuse the mechanics of these 20-year-old games and spend our time searching for something. Something unattainable? Something difficult to find? That most people would call crazy? I think it's something deeper. I think these games meant something to us. As kids, we all have this universal love for Pokemon that most of us don't even understand. Most of you watching this right now are all grown up, just like me. What do we still love about Pokemon? How much did it affect us as children that we're still here right now, in this moment? I often think about being a kid, trying to remember what it was like putting that cartridge in and feeling happy. I still hold on to this. I strive to feel that every day, with whatever I'm doing. This feeling of comfort forever lives in my memory. A time where I could feel like what I was doing was all that mattered. And it was. And maybe it still is. I remember when I was a kid looking into my DS. It felt like the only thing that mattered. Maybe sometimes a memory's worth treasuring. Maybe it lives with us in some way. Maybe the past and present aren't quite as they seem to be. We're still that kid in some way, deep inside. I don't feel very different. Do you? Maybe we brought something with us to now. Or maybe our whole lives are happening at once. Whatever it is, maybe it doesn't really matter. 'Cause here we are. And maybe that's okay.
Hey, I'm stuck. Does anyone have a tentacle? Heard something. I could learn surf, maybe. That'd be pretty nice.